The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 21st, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to celebrate a significant milestone, the 50th anniversary of Western Energy Alliance. Oil and natural gas are affordable and reliable sources of energy that drive progress, power industries, and fuel innovation. The Alliance is a leader among the oil and gas associations in understanding the complex federal regulations surrounding production and development in the United States. They have been a strong voice for small and mid-sized companies in navigating Washington, D.C., and pulling together allies across the country. Its members use responsible and innovative policies, and importantly, they have a demonstrated commitment to the environment. As a result, millions of Americans are able to heat their homes and power their vehicles. The Alliance has been a catalyst for job creation, economic growth, and conservation across the country. Congratulations to Western Energy Alliance on 50 years of excellence, and here's to many more years of progress and partnership. Madam Speaker, I often say I am blessed to have incredible staff who always exceed expectations in each of their respective roles. But today, I rise to recognize some of the talents that go well beyond just the office. Members of my staff, including Isabel David, Miles Boland, Cross Thompson, Colin Morrow, Will King, Lonnie Smith, and Ian McCary, also known as the Run Forrester Run Team, have shown exceptional dedication as they train for the upcoming D.C. Cherry Blossom 10-mile run, of which I am proud to be an honorary congressional co-chair. One of the 3 key pillars that my staff and I follow is to compete to win. And I have no doubt that the Run Forrester Run Team has worked hard to prepare for the opportunity that they will have in the upcoming race. Godspeed in the race. I know you will all make us proud. Madam Speaker, Arkansas Tech University in Russellville, Arkansas is not only the alma mater of 2 of our distinguished colleagues, Representatives Steve Womack and Kevin Hearn, but I rise today to recognize the Arkansas Tech University robotics team's outstanding performance at their tournament last month that earned them the distinction as the #1 collegiate robotics team in the United States. And I'm confident with the exceptional talent they have already proven to possess that they will continue to represent ATU in Arkansas's 4th Congressional District with distinction on the global stage at the upcoming World Championship in Texas next month. As a fellow engineer, I admire the dedication and exemplary skills necessary for those students to attain such accolades for their university, and I know the brothership they are gaining through this journey has been all more valuable. Again, I congratulate the ATU robotics team for their incredible achievements thus far and wish each of the team members continued success in all of their future endeavors. May each of you continue to push the boundaries of innovation and uphold the legacy of excellence that defines Arkansas Tech University. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have less than 25 hours until we adjourn for 2 weeks. We'll go home, we'll see our families, we'll see our constituents, and nobody on the front line at Ukraine will be going home in 25 hours. That is a privilege that our Ukrainian and Israeli allies do not have, and I would say those who are at risk in Gaza do not have. If the Speaker agrees that we should move forward, that we need to secure the aid that Ukraine so desperately needs, why hesitate? Why put this off? Putin won't in his quest to conquer Ukraine. Hamas won't in its mission to destroy Israel. We cannot afford delay in our defense of freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking. May it sound in our ears as loudly as the Russian salvos that batter the trenches in Ukraine and the missiles that slam against Iron Dome in Israel. And yes, the bombs who fall on the helpless. Madam Speaker, the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children abducted by Russia don't get to adjourn their captivity. Neither do the 134 hostages held in captivity in Gaza, nor do those who are craving humanitarian relief in Gaza. When Russian troops encircled the city of Avdiivka last month, the Ukrainian defenders within didn't get to pack up and head home for 2 weeks. No, the city fell so quickly that hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers were trapped even before they received the order to withdraw. Why? One soldier who made it out explained, quote, "It was the lack of ammunition, no question." There are 435 of us that sit in this body that can send that ammunition today or at the latest tomorrow. And yet we fail to act. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. The world relies on America to be its leader, to bring stability where stability can be accomplished, to bring safety and freedom where it is achievable. Mr. Speaker, let us act. Let us act together. In that over 300 votes with respect to Ukrainian and with some 400 votes with respect to Israel. That is the American majority that we represent, not Republicans and Democrats, but America that is willing to stand not only for its own freedom, but for the freedom of others around the world. I was at the Elton John concert last night. It was a wonderful concert by a wonderful musician. And he stood and he said to us at the end of that concert, he said, "You know, as I was growing up as a teenager and in my early 20s, all of my heroes were American." Now, he was talking about the spreading of American music throughout the world, and particularly to his home country of England. But America has been the heroes in coming to the aid of those in Europe and other places in the world whose freedom was at risk. And yet, my friends, we remain silent in the sense of voting to pass a bill that was passed by 70 members of the United States Senate. Republican and Democrats, all Americans, saying, "We are here, we are coming, and we will stay steadfast to defend you, your people, and your freedom against the aggressors who would undermine freedoms holy light. We're America. We have a responsibility that no other nation has. And it is to be that city on the hill, to be that beacon, to be that torch of liberty, and to be that country that will respond in a timely fashion to defend freedom here and around the world. Let us act before we leave this town. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize an accomplished woman whose public service to Arizona has left a lasting impact on thousands of Arizonans. Beverly Pingerelli began her career at Henry Ford Hospital after receiving her bachelor's from Wayne State University. From there, she went on to work in the molecular medicine laboratory at St. Joseph's Hospital. Eventually, Ms. Pingerelli moved on to public service, where she was elected to the Peoria Unified School District Governing Board from 2015 to 2019. After serving on the board, Pingerelli chose to continue her public service in the Arizona State Legislature. While serving Arizona Legislature District 28, Beverly Pingerelli has put a focus on economic prosperity, student success, and parental rights. She even sponsored legislation to expand parental oversight on public school library books and materials, and co-sponsored legislation to require voter ID and prohibit human smuggling. Beverly Pingerelli is truly a force to be reckoned with in the legislature, and Arizona is lucky to have her representation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a woman who has led our state with strength and helped create one of the most prosperous economies in Arizona history, Arizona Treasurer Kimberly Yee. Kimberly Yee was born and raised in Arizona and was the first Chinese-American Republican woman to be elected to a major statewide office in the history of the United States, and is the first Asian American elected to a statewide office in Arizona history. Yee began her career in public service in 2010 when she was elected to the Arizona legislature, where she served for 8 years between the House and the Senate. She was the second woman to serve as Senate Majority Leader since U.S. Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor served in Arizona in that same position. During her time as Treasurer of Arizona, the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund hit record highs. She also led the effort to pass a state law requiring financial education for high school students prior to graduation. Treasurer Yee's service to Arizona has raised financial literacy rates, improved Arizona's economy, and helped show young women and girls across the state that anything is possible. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Congress needs to fully fund the American Connectivity Program, also known as ACP. This landmark initiative helps all Americans afford home internet access that is essential today to achieve work or education success. In my district, Nancy Mendez, said that half of the people in the United Palatine Coalition's beginning computer class relied on the ACP for their first ever home internet access. More broadly, Cook County estimates that more than 250,000 households in Cook County have been helped by the law. I want to congratulate and thank Tony Preckwinkle and Cook County for their successful implementation of the ACP. But if the House doesn't act, those families in Cook County and elsewhere will lose their home internet access. Let's pass the ACP Reauthorization Act now. Madam Speaker, in Illinois and across the country, America is in the midst of a child care crisis. Today, parents face a desert of child care options, and the options available to them are increasingly unaffordable. In addition, child care workers face low wages and a lack of benefits that leave them unable to meet their own basic needs. In Illinois, nearly 60% of parents live where there are not enough child care providers. Parents and workers are shouldering the cost of care through massive enrollment fees, lower wages for care workers, and a steep decline in the number of licensed child care providers. This situation is untenable and unacceptable. SEIU Healthcare is fighting to create living wages and affordable services. Now it is our turn in Washington to meet the challenge. We must support the needs of parents and care workers alike by fully funding President Biden's requests to stabilize child care resources now. Madam Speaker, partisan gamesmanship over the southern border is causing this House to neglect the needs of thousands of legally admitted children and families for whom hunger and homelessness await. Catholic Charities of Chicago estimates they now serve 5 to 6 times as many people as at their pantries compared to 2020. These increases mirror those reported by other food banks, religious organizations, and not-for-profits nationwide. And they're all struggling to bridge the gap created by our inaction in Washington. The blame game will not feed the hungry. We can and must do better now. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of the Honorable Virgil Marcus Jones, Sr., who passed away peacefully at the age of 60. Mr. Jones graduated from the Bradwell Institute in Liberty County, where he played varsity basketball. After high school, he attended Morris Brown College as well as Georgia State University. He served his community as the Liberty County Tax Commissioner's Office as a clerk before becoming the first African-American male to become Liberty County's tax commissioner in 2007. Virgil was also a leader at St. James AME Church, where he served as trustee, the finance steward, the youth advisor, a member of the gospel choir, and male choir. Georgia Resolution H.R. 1302 was adopted to honor Virgil's memory as one of Georgia's most distinguished citizens. Virgil Jones, Sr. will be remembered by all the lives that he touched. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my condolences to Herb Campbell, a World War II veteran who passed away at the age of 98. Born in Kirtland, Ohio, Herb enlisted in the U.S. Army to fight in World War II, proudly serving our country and earning 3 Bronze Stars. Herb used the skills and expertise he gained while fighting in the Pacific Theater to create his company, Campbell's Erosion Control, which dutifully served the people of the 1st Congressional District. Herb was a member of the Ohio Operating Engineers, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and Christ Church. Herb was a father to his 13 children and a grandfather to his many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Among many hobbies, he liked to garden, dance, and above all, spend time with his family. Herb's legacy will live on as the prime example of what it means to serve and put others before yourself. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Fred Harpole for his hard work and leadership as he retires from his position as the Assistant Director for FLETC Corps Training Operations Director. In his position, Harpole is responsible for providing oversight of the Firearms Division, Driver and Marine Division, Enforcement Operations Division, and Physical Techniques Division. Additionally, he manages oversight of the FLETC Artesia New Mexico Training Delivery Point. Harpole became a member of the FLETC team in March of 2020 as the Deputy Assistant Director for CTO. Shortly after, Harpole was promoted to the position of Associate Director. Prior to his service at FLETC, Harpole served in multiple operations and training positions for both TSA and the Federal Air Marshal Service. His background, skills, and firsthand insight have made him a valuable source for information for public officials. Mr. Harpole, who began his law enforcement career in 1987 with the Milwaukee Police Department, will be revered into the future for his dedication to public service and the protection of the American people. Madam Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Bob Coble, a local Savannaian who positively impacted the lives of his family, friends, and others within the community. Though born in North Carolina, Coble lived most of his life in Long and Liberty counties. He served in various industries and accumulated multiple skills throughout his adult life. Before retiring as an electrical engineer, Coble was a bailiff for the Long County Probate and Superior Courts. He also demonstrated his devotion to his country by serving in the U.S. Army, during which he fought in Vietnam. In addition to his other roles, Coble served the younger citizens of Georgia's 1st District, as he repeatedly served as a helper for Santa Claus and Easter Bunny festivities, along with supporting youth development at the Masonic Children's Home. Coble's achievement and works of service for the community and the nation have left a lasting mark that will be remembered far into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really proud to say that in large part, thanks to the leadership of President Joe Biden, that when the U.S. has been called upon to help our allies, we have answered that call. When I was standing with President Zelensky years ago, we warned him of the pending attack that was coming his way. We shared intelligence with him, frankly, intelligence that he didn't believe. We shared that intelligence with the world as well, and we clearly demonstrated the clear and present threat that was coming his way. When Ukraine then called us for help in the immediate aftermath of the Russians' illegal attack on Ukraine, we, the United States, answered. When the Ukrainian people held off Putin's advance and called again for additional resources to sustain their defenses, we, the United States, again answered. When Ukraine's military offensive took back the Black Sea and asked again for more advanced weaponry for their battle-tested troops, we, the United States, answered. Yet now, when the Russian military is retreating in some regions and on the brink of doing so in many more areas as well, we are not answering Ukraine's repeated attempts and calls for help again. When Ukraine is now literally running out of bullets, we are not answering their call for help. Which is why my pride in our leadership and in the United States has become overcome with anger, because yet again, this chamber is about to recess without having provided aid to Ukraine. Yesterday, in the House Armed Services Committee, I heard one of my Republican colleagues say not once, not twice, but 3 times that Putin is indeed a war criminal. And I'm quoting him here. As we see the attacks from war criminal Putin on the democracy of Ukraine, we are so concerned by the efforts of war criminal Putin and their allies of Iran and China. This question was, what is your assessment of China and Iran helping war criminal Putin? Madam Speaker, I agree with that member. Putin is a war criminal, which is exactly why we must be providing aid to Ukraine. The inaction of Congress, and specifically this House, this body, and specifically Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson, to support Ukraine is putting the United States and the world in peril. My dad was born in Lviv, which was then Poland and now Ukraine. He was born in 1942. His father, my grandfather, was murdered during the Holocaust, along with nearly every member of his immediate family. We know what happens when the United States does not lead, but rather turns a blind eye and turns inward. My family tree is bare and hollowed out and is a stark reminder of what happens when we allow tyrants to invade other nations and to wage merciless and illegal wars. My family is not alone. Millions of lives were lost because of the United States reticent to engage in 1939. I'd also like to remind my colleagues that this is not a handout. First, many of these munitions are developed by Americans, supporting U.S. businesses. And second, we are giving Ukraine aid, our aging weaponry, and purchasing new and more advanced technologies for our troops. And finally, we are supporting Ukraine and supporting our American way of life without a single loss of Americans. Not a single American service member has been deployed to Ukraine, but there are American service members in nearby NATO countries who will be in harm's way should Putin continue his illegal and expressed desire to put NATO on the warpath. Americans should not need a history lesson about what happens to our way of life when Europe falls to the chaos of war, but clearly some of my colleagues do. So what on earth are we doing here? We are called to D.C. for vote after vote on bill after bill that stand no chance of passing in the Senate, when we should be using this valuable time doing our job and passing Ukraine aid. If Ukraine aid were brought up today for a vote, it would pass. It would pass the House, supported by scores and scores of Republicans and Democrats alike, the ones who have called Putin a war criminal. It actually also has already passed the Senate, and President Biden would sign it into law tomorrow. I love this country. I've served this country in uniform. It is the greatest honor of my lifetime to serve my country and my community in Congress. And it is because of this love, the same country that took my father and my grandmother as Holocaust refugees, that I stand here today and express my deep and profound anger at the positively undemocratic way in which Speaker Johnson is withholding our vote on Ukraine. The deja vu of giving these remarks is literally nauseating. I am apoplectic. It is 1939 again, and this is not an exaggeration. This is not about our standing as a nation. It is about a lasting peace in a democratic world order. In 24 hours, this House will adjourn yet again. And if Democrats held the gavel, there would be no further delay. I'll say that again. If Democrats held the gavel, Ukraine would have the support they needed. I do not want to be right. I really don't want Ukraine to fall. I just want to be able to vote on Ukraine and defeat Putin.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
With that, I yield back and demand a vote.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So many Americans are wondering, why are our food prices so high? What causes this? Why, even on occasions in the land of plenty, we see food shortages of certain types on our shelves? Well, it really boils down to several factors. Energy independence is one of them. Food security and energy independence go hand in hand. It's certainly time for President Biden and his administration to take action to renew our economic vitality. Instead of supporting our farmers and ensuring a stable food supply, it appears agriculture and the industry itself have been turned into a partisan issue, leaving farmers to fend for themselves in a really hostile regulatory environment. As we navigate these challenges facing our ag sector, it's crucial to recognize the far-reaching implications of the Biden administration's anti-American energy policy. Their push to have everything convert to electric vehicles, whether it's our cars, our pickups, tractors, trucks, let alone our appliances at home, is going to be indeed very costly and probably not even possible with the energy grid we currently have, especially with the anti-energy policies. You really play heck trying to get a new power plant sited, even a nuclear power plant. They're tearing down hydroelectric dams in my district right now, which is clean, reliable, CO2-free power. So if that's not enough, what we're looking at is on the other side of the scale for farmers trying to provide food, they don't allocate the water, and especially in my home state, that is due them, to their water rights. We had almost record rain and snowpack last year, and it's pretty good this year. Yet there's areas of the San Joaquin Valley that are only going to receive 15% of their normal allocated water rights. And so I remind you, my home state of California grows all these crops here, somewhere between 100% or a little less, that the U.S. relies on. Otherwise, these would be imported crops. So many of them come from my home state of California. Yet we can't get the water supply, even though we could store it, and we're watching so much of it be washed out to the ocean through the Delta for no good reason. Army Corps of Engineers uses 50-year-old manuals to decide how much water they should keep in the reservoirs up till that point where they stop their conservation mode for flood control. Hey, I get it. Flood control is needed, but we have 500,000 acre-feet of space still left in Lake Oroville, 600,000 acre-feet of space left in Lake Shasta, and it's not coming up fast enough to meet an April 1 mark, or let alone get full by May or June. So what's that mean? Several 100,000 acre-feet of water probably left on the table that aren't going to grow these crops right here, and people are wondering why their food is expensive. Energy policy, driving up the cost of diesel. It doubled fuel for me and my farm and everybody else a couple years ago, tripled the cost of fertilizer for farmers across the country, all because of bad energy policy. When you shut down pipelines, when you shut down exploration, when you shut down the ability to make our own energy in this country and have to rely on importing it from a lot of times adversarial countries, what do you expect is going to happen to the cost of anything, since everything is so energy dependent, energy based in our economy? So indeed, if we're going to grow this food in California or in our own country, we're going to have a much more secure situation with our food supply and stability across the board. As we know, food security is national security. So Americans feel the cost of high energy, high food costs, high just about everything. And a lot of this has happened the last 3 years. We've had a lot more stability under the previous administration. Now, COVID was weaponized to try and shut down a lot of our country, a lot of our economy, and make people stay at home. Indeed, that had a effect we're still feeling. Even our kids in school feeling that still because of an overbearing COVID policy that has also added trillions to our national debt. So what are we going to do? We're going to have an energy policy that makes sense, or do we want to rely on China for imported food, imported other products, in the Middle East for imported oil? I personally think we're going to get a heck of a lot better product growing these crops in California or elsewhere in the United States than by relying upon others to send it to us. Because when the chips are down, America's always there for other people, but they aren't necessarily going to be there for us if we have our own crisis. We're the last bastion, we're the last beacon many times in the world. So we have to hold our leaders accountable for an energy policy and putting our food policy up front as well.
Gentleman's time's expired.
We need to pass the Farm Bill soon. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I love recognizing our community mothers in Detroit. Amy Good founded Alternative for Girls, a nationally recognized organization serving at-risk youth women in Southeast Michigan. For the past 37 years, Amy Good has led Alternative for Girls with integrity and commitment to organization's mission to ensure a better quality of life and future for girls and young women who have survived homelessness, violence, and trauma. With their support, many young girls can go on to succeed in school, graduate, and become leaders in our communities by providing shelter, housing, mentorship programs, skills training, and much more. With Amy's partnership, I am so proud to announce that our office was able to secure $1.1 million for the Alternative for Girls to construct the Dr. Maya Angelou Village that will create 45 units of affordable, integrated, permanent supportive housing for at-risk families. Please join me in thanking Amy Good for her outstanding service to our residents in Southeast Michigan as we wish her well in her next endeavor. Congress passed legislation to celebrate the mother of the civil rights movement and a beloved resident of our community, Mother Rosa Parks. I would like to thank Senator Debbie Stabenow, the Macaulay Parks family, and everyone who supported this legislation. It was a privilege to lead this effort in the House to rename our federal building in downtown at 985 Michigan Avenue in Detroit, the Rosa Parks Federal Building. We honor Mother Rosa Parks today and every day for her bravery and unwavering commitment to justice. The Montgomery bus boycott showed the world the power of nonviolent resistance and collective action. Her strength resonated with millions across our nation, inspiring a wave of protests, boycotts, and marches. Her protest challenged the status quo and paved the way for the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to outlaw racial segregation in our nation. As we reflect Rosa Parks' legacy, let us not only remember her incredible courage, but also recognize the work that still lies before us. Let us honor her memory by continuing to challenge inequality, by speaking out against injustice, and by standing up for what is right, even in the face of adversity. Over 1.5 million Palestinians are now displaced in Rafah, without food, clean water, or medicine. More than 13,000 children have already been killed by the Israeli government. Another child is killed in Gaza every 15 minutes. Many have witnessed family members literally dismembered before their eyes. They have witnessed their loved ones buried under the rubble while they were holding each other. The trauma has led to children as young as 5, Mr. Speaker, saying that they would prefer to die. And as if the threat from the bullets and bombs wasn't enough, Palestinians are now dying of starvation across Gaza. At least 27 children and 3 adults have already starved to death. They have been forced to eat grass and animal feed just to survive. Let's be clear. This isn't a tragic accident. What we are witnessing, all of us across this world, is the Israeli government using starvation as a weapon of war. The starvation is a result of the total siege on Gaza and the intentional targeting of local food production, infrastructure, and obstruction of aid convoys. Recently, at least 112 Palestinians were killed after Israeli government forces opened fire on hundreds waiting to collect flour. The Israeli government has been intentionally starving the Palestinian people, families. These are some of the most horrific crimes against humanity committed in this century. To target starving people seeking food is beyond belief. Now my colleagues are pushing legislation to send more American tax dollars to the apartheid government of Israel and stop funding UNRWA, the major organization that provides desperately needed food and humanitarian assistance to starving Palestinians. Now, members here, all of you, are now going to be contributing to the starvation of Palestinian families. This is Yazan. He was only 10 years old when he died due to severe malnutrition and lack of proper health care caused by the siege and blockade in Gaza. His family, originally from the north, was displaced several times and wanted to make it to Rafah in hopes of finding food and medicine for Yazan, who needed it to survive. But there was nothing they could do to help him. This has to stop. What has happened to our shared humanity? Palestinians deserve to live. Palestinian children aren't disposable. They deserve to grow old. Netanyahu has said he will move forward with an invasion of Rafah with or without temporary ceasefire. He said it. So let's be clear, though. A temporary ceasefire is not enough. There's nothing humanitarian about feeding starving children for 6 weeks before the bombing and killing resumes.
Gentlewoman's time's expired.
A ceasefire is what we need, a lasting, permanent ceasefire.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Marana Junior Little League softball team who made it to the Little League Junior Softball World Series quarterfinals. This team is the only team from Marana Little League baseball and softball to advance to a World Series. It was not an easy road for the team during the Western Regional Junior League tournament. They had to win 5 consecutive elimination games, and their final game being delayed for over 2 hours. Yet, they still came home with the win. And during the Junior League Softball World Series, the Marana Junior League softball team made it all the way to the quarterfinals. The team is coached by head coach Sam Mills, Coach Jason Angle, and Coach Chris Beck. The 12 extraordinary players are Addison Angle, Addison Lee, Adelaide Bradshaw, Aubriana Gray, Bella Brooks Rohel, Bella Sawyer, Brooke Beck, Candace Beck, Emma Winter, Kyla Layden, Malia Mills, and Mariah Moreno. These young girls have a bright future ahead of them, and I am excited to see what the future holds for all of them. Way to represent Marana and Arizona in the World Series. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Misty Opat, the women's basketball coach at Cochise College, who recently achieved her 300th career win. Misty has over 2 decades of collegiate coaching experience and is in her 4th year at Cochise College. Last week, under Misty's coaching, the women's basketball team clinched their seat in the NJCAA National Tournament. Misty recently said she would rather impact 300 lives than get 300 wins. But I think it's safe to say that she has done both. Congratulations, Misty, and the Apaches Cochise College women's basketball team. You have made Cochise County and Southern Arizona very, very proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Kim Farr, a teacher of Micah Mountain High School and the Arizona Athletics 2023-2024 High School Teacher of the Year. Kim Farr has been a teacher for over 17 years. Throughout her career, she has taught science classes of all levels, from biology to AP research. Outside of the classroom, you can find Mrs. Farr coaching swimming and traveling the world with students in Costa Rica, Ecuador, the Galapagos Islands, and Belize. Congratulations to all the nominees from Southern Arizona. Mark Calden from Marana High School, Jordan Castle from CDO High School, Abigail Francis from Mountain View High School, Bridget Montoya from Flowing Wells High School, Tiffany Newton from Andrada Polytechnic High School, Christina Parks from Cienega High School, Sean Smith from Amphi High School, and Michelle Tozer from Empire High School. I am grateful for all of the teachers and everything they do. I am proud to represent you all in Congress, and thank you for the work that you do for our next generation. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The time for dawdling, procrastinating, pointless disputes has long expired. This body has become consumed with self-serving ambition and such a manufactured divide that we have forgotten that this nation has and must continue to be a global defender of freedom and democracy. Our failure to fulfill this vital role and turn a blind eye to systemic injustices around the world, particularly in the African continent and the Caribbean region, is not only unethical, it's un-American. And it has legal ramifications, not just for the people, economy, and stability of those nations, but lethal ramifications for our own safety and national security. The African continent and the Caribbean region have long suffered from a legacy of slavery and colonialism, symptoms of which have led many of these countries to be volatile and prone to political and economic instability. For example, Haiti had to pay France for its freedom. After winning a revolution, they had imposed on them a debt to the French government for that freedom, for the lost revenues of slavery, if you can believe that. They have had to pay literally $28 billion to France. Literally, as my 14-year-old would say, literally. 40% of the nation's economy went to debt services. The precarious state has positioned them to be prime targets for foreign influence. And now U.S. adversaries such as China and Russia have been proliferating through the African continent, and China particularly in the Caribbean basin, exploiting those vulnerabilities for profit and to expand strategic interests. The Chinese multinational Huawei has constructed roughly 70% of Africa's infrastructure, Africa's information technology, and continues to make similar investments in the Caribbean basin in its Belt and Road Initiative. Over 10 nations have signed agreements to open their borders up to Chinese influence. Russia has bolstered its ties and influence as well, primarily through mercenary groups such as the Wagner Group. Between 2015 and 2019, Moscow signed 19 military collaboration agreements with African governments. By exploiting the instability of those nations, Russia has established African reliance on military to secure access to resources, extracting minerals such as cobalt, gold, and uranium from the continent. Furthermore, Russia and China's involvement undermines the continent's democratic aspirations, driving conflict, worsening human rights abuses, spurring growing militarization in governments. Niger, 2023, Mali, 2022, Sudan, 2021, Guinea, 2022-23, Burkina Faso, 2024. All coups in the last few years, displacing democratically elected governments with military juntas. For years, the world has witnessed the Republic of Haiti face a profound political, security, and humanitarian crisis. The severity of the situation is far surpassed the usefulness of words. We are operating on borrowed time. Our hands-off and apathetic approach to Haiti is an affront to our values. Following President Jovenel Moïse's assassinations, gangs seized complete control, creating a humanitarian catastrophe. Since February, 15,000 people have been displaced, adding to the 362,000 already internally displaced in the country. The hunger crisis worsens as armed groups block food supply routes. The approval of the State Department's funding request to support a Kenya-led multinational security support mission to Haiti is critical, as it will train and bolster the Haitian National Police, align with U.S. national security interests, and showcase decisive leadership. Blocking $40 million in aid by GOP leadership, despite the risk of a worsening humanitarian crisis and potential migration surge, my colleagues, is unacceptable. Without the release of those funds, our borders will be overrun and people will die. We must do better. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 36 years ago this week, Saddam Hussein unleashed a nightmare upon the peaceful Kurdish town of Halabja, forever etching it into the annals of crimes against humanity. The atrocity perpetrated against the genocidal Anfal campaign stands as a stark reminder of the depths of cruelty that humanity is capable of. The horrors inflicted upon the people of Halabja on that fateful day, as they were mercilessly attacked with mustard gas and nerve agents, resulted in the instantaneous loss of thousands of innocent lives. Yet the true extent of the devastation did not end there. For many survivors, the aftermath of the chemical onslaught continues to plague them, manifesting in debilitating health conditions, staggering rates of cancer, and haunting birth defects. The scars of Halabja run deep, both physically and emotionally, reverberating through the generations as a painful testament to the brutality of war. But Halabja was not an isolated incident. It was but one chapter in the harrowing saga of the Anfal campaign. Over the course of 2 years, more than 180,000 civilians perished, their villages razed to the ground, and their way of life shattered beyond recognition. The landscape of Kurdistan bears the indelible scars of this campaign of terror, a stark reminder of the price paid for silence in the face of evil. As we gather today, 36 years later, to commemorate the victims of Halabja and the Anfal campaign, we must do more than mourn the loss. We must condemn unequivocally the genocide that was perpetrated against the Kurds and reaffirm our commitment to upholding the sanctity of human life. Let us pledge to never again allow such horrors to unfold unchecked, to stand as guardians of peace and justice in a world too often marred by violence and indifference. In honoring the memory of those who perished in Halabja, let us also honor the resilience of the survivors, whose spirit remains unbroken despite the unimaginable sufferings they have endured. May their courage inspire us to redouble our efforts in the pursuit of a future where atrocities like those committed in Halabja are but a distant memories, never to be repeated again. I also want to take a moment to thank our Kurd allies for their friendship and their partnership in the fight against ISIS, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and the Shia militias in Iraq. I deployed 4 times, and the Kurds were our great allies, and I always will remain grateful. Finally, today is March 21st, the Kurdish New Year. The rich cultural heritage, resilience, and determination of the Kurdish people continue to inspire us all. I wish to congratulate the Kurds around the world. A happy New Year, and may this New Year bring you abundant blessings, renewed hope, and countless opportunities for growth and success. Nuraz Peroz Bit, or in Kurdish that means Happy New Year. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to draw attention to the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for our children. It's something that everyone is familiar with. It's Social Security. And this Congress and previous Congresses have not done anything to enhance Social Security, Mr. Speaker, in more than 50 years. Richard Nixon was the President of the United States the last time Congress enhanced benefits for what now amount to 70 million Americans. Speaker Walberg, in your district alone, 176,794 Social Security recipients haven't received an enhancement in more than 50 years. This is also the nation's leading economic development program because in your district, $300 million comes into your district monthly. And where do those people spend that money? Right back in your district, at the local grocery store, at the pharmacy, at the gas station, to pay off their rent, etc. It's the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for a reason. Because of the genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who saw in a capitalistic system like ours, there needs to be a safety net and a balance. For more than 40% of all Americans on Social Security, it's the only pension benefit that they have. Temporary Speaker Miller was in the chair before. There's over 160,000 of her constituents. What Congress needs to do is vote. Now, my good friend Kevin Hern says that you have a plan on the other side. It's to cut benefits. We see the president has laid out his proposal that he would like to cut Social Security benefits. Cutting benefits is not the way to save Social Security. The president and Democrats have a very specific plan to enhance benefits across the board and extend the solvency of Social Security so that all of our constituents can receive the benefits they richly deserve. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security, which is not an entitlement. And with all the discussion about the debt and deficit doesn't contribute a single penny to the debt or deficit. It is a paid-for program. The business community pays half and gets a full tax deduction for it, and individuals pay the other half. And how do they know? All they have to do is go to their pay stub and look at the words FICA. That stands for Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose contribution? Theirs. Speaker Walberg, that's 176,794 people in your district who make these contributions. This is not an entitlement. This is benefits that they've earned. And the only body that can address this is the United States Congress. It's long overdue for us to take this up on behalf of our constituents. If there's a better idea or you think that further study is what's needed, well, put it on the floor and let's have a vote on it. Let's demonstrate to the American people. Everybody professes how much they love and respect Social Security. Where's the plan? Where is the vote that people can say, yes, this is what my representative stands for. This is what we're going to receive. We don't need to cut benefits for Social Security. We need to enhance them. We need to make sure that WEP and GPO get repealed. We have to make sure that people are no longer paying income tax on their Social Security. We have to make sure that that happens now. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Molan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mayor Paul McDonald of Agana Heights as he serves his last term representing his beloved village. Being born and raised in Agana Heights, Mayor McDonald has devoted himself to the betterment of his village over the course of 8 consecutive terms in office. He has earned the respect of his constituents through his hard work and commitment to deterring crime in Agana Heights, and through his beautification efforts in his village. Mayor McDonald serves as a unifying force within the community, spearheading numerous initiatives, services, and events that foster cohesion and progress. His impact extends beyond the confines of Agana Heights, as evidenced by the 19-year tenure as president of the Association of Pacific Island Local Government. He attributes his accomplishments to the enduring influence of his late father, Charles McDonald. Beyond his civic duties, Mayor McDonald takes great pride in his role as a devoted father and a cherished grandfather. It is with genuine appreciation that I express my gratitude to Mayor McDonald for his steadfast dedication to the people of Guam and the beautiful village of Agana Heights. As he embarks upon his final term, I extend my sincerest wishes for continued success and blessings. I'm confident his legacy will endure as a source of inspiration for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the engineers of tomorrow, coming from our very own Frederick Douglass Elementary School in Wilson County. Under the guidance of Ms. Catherine Taylor, the school's media specialist, these talented students are learning to code, building Lego robots, and completing challenges using visual arts and technology. All the hard work has paid off as they won first place in Best Robotics Design and overall champion in the multi-county First Lego League Challenge. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for using technology to prepare the next generation of leaders. And thank you to the Wilson County Schools for investing in North Carolina's future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the young team of the Greene County All-Star Basketball Program. These promising basketball stars of tomorrow just won the 2024 Eastern Athletic Conference Championship in the 10 to 12 age co-ed group. Greene County defeated Currituck County in a 55-45 victory. Mr. Speaker, recreation sports are an excellent way to expose young athletes to the fundamentals of the game. These young basketball players experienced the wonders of competition, tested their skills and teamwork, and came out on top. Hats off to the players, Coach Berry, Coach Levette, and for a fantastic season. Congratulations to our recreation departments across Eastern North Carolina for making friendly competitions like this a reality. Particularly, I give a big shout out to the Greene County Recreation Department, to the Recreation Director, Mike Anderson, for hosting this year's tournament. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a Latina, a music prodigy, a cultural worker, a mother, and a constituent, La Bombera de Corazón, Ivelisse Diaz. Born and raised in Humboldt Park to a Puerto Rican family, Ivelisse found her calling in life at the age of 5 when she started studying the traditional Afro-Puerto Rican bomba. Over her 24-year career, audiences in Seattle, California, Detroit, Puerto Rico, New York, Mexico, and Ghana have been moved, enthralled, and educated by Ivelisse's artistry and passion. A trailblazer in so many ways, she is the recipient of the prestigious 2019 Three Arts Award for her contribution to the arts. La Bombera has gone on to ensure the preservation of bomba by founding La Escuelita Bombera de Corazón, where she shares her knowledge of the history, the culture, and music of Afro-Indigenous culture. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Ivelisse Diaz for her work preserving culture and passing the torch to the next generation of bomberas. Thank you, Ivelisse, and congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Diana Martinez, a powerful Latina voice for our art, our cultura, our community in Illinois 3. The proud daughter of Salvadoran immigrant single mother, Diana demonstrated an early passion for creativity and the arts. A Glen Ellen native, she started her young career by participating in the Park District's theater programs and then nurtured her love for theater at Glenbard West High School and the University of Illinois. In her current leadership role, directing the McAninch Art Center, Diana curates culturally impactful art experiences in DuPage County, including bringing major exhibits to our region featuring renowned paintings from legends like Frida Kahlo and Andy Warhol. As an active and engaged neighbor, Diana seeks to protect and preserve our community's cultural and historic character through her work with Protect Glen Ellen and Save Maine. For her dedication to art as a powerful means of building community, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Diana Martinez for her dedication, your dedication to service and leadership. Congratulations, Diana. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the work of a Latina trailblazer and champion for working class individuals across my home state of Illinois, the one, the only, State Representative Elizabeth Lisa Hernandez. Representative Hernandez is the highest ranking and longest serving Latina in the Illinois State Assembly, and she was recently elected the chair of the Illinois Democratic Party, where she continues to ensure that Latinas are represented and recognized across our state. As the current deputy majority leader in the General Assembly, she has been an advocate for quality higher education accessibility, a leader for reproductive rights and liberties, a champion for climate justice and natural disaster relief, and a defender for health care for all. Whether organizing food drives to support local families or spearheading grant workshops to help small businesses thrive, Representative Lisa Hernandez is an inspiration for all Latinas in Illinois. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my greatest honor to commend mi amiga, my colleague, for her commitment to public service, tireless work to make Illinois a safe and welcoming state for women, migrants, and everyone who desires to call it home. Elizabeth Lisa Hernandez, it is my honor to congratulate you with this commendation. With that, Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Women's History Month, I stand here to celebrate a remarkable woman from my district whose dedication to equity and justice has a profound impact. Margot Taylor. Margot serves as Vice President of Strategy and Advocacy at Planned Parenthood Los Angeles, where she continues to be an integral part of the community since 2009. Margot was a driving force for advancing reproductive health education, access to contraception, and defending the fundamental rights to safe, legal abortion. At the University of Houston, she witnessed firsthand disparities faced by Black and brown communities. Motivated by these injustices, Margot is dedicated to dismantling systematic racism through advocacy and action. Margot's experiences fueled her passion to ensure equitable access to health care and community services, especially for marginalized groups. As a leader of Planned Parenthood's Black Health Initiative, she has championed successful approaches to address disparities in underserved communities. With unwavering dedication to our community, Margot embodies the spirit of Women's History Month, a trailblazer dedicated to advancing reproductive rights and healthcare access for all. Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, it is my honor to spotlight an exceptional woman from my district whose story embodies compassion and determination. Dr. Gabriela Lopez. A San Pedro native, Dr. Lopez shattered barriers from the start. Born to immigrant parents, she became the first in her family to graduate from college and earn a doctorate in medicine. During her time at UCLA, she recognized a critical need for inclusivity in healthcare for non-English speaking patients. She led efforts to provide translators for patients at UCLA Mattel Children's Hospital so that language barriers did not prevent access to quality care. Her actions exemplify empathy and service. Dr. Lopez remains deeply involved with our community. As a dance instructor for a local group in San Pedro, California, she celebrates her heritage and encourages unity and belonging. Dr. Lopez's remarkable journey has been featured on platforms like UCLA Newsroom and La Opinión. Her story serves as a beacon of inspiration for women everywhere, and her story reminds us that with determination and heart, committed to service, women can overcome any obstacle and make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. Let us honor Dr. Gabriela Lopez and all the trailblazing women who continue to shape our world with their courage and compassion, not just this month, but every month. Thank you. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
tell I haven't done this much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to gratefully announce that our office has secured over $4.5 million to support water and sewer infrastructure in Gaston County. We need these funds to support new jobs and affordable housing as Gaston continues to see remarkable growth. The town of Ranlow is going to double in population this decade. With new families and businesses moving to the county, it strains our utilities, and you can't put an apartment or an office building on a septic tank. When I've talked to local leaders in Gaston County, this has been one of their top priorities. This funding is desperately needed and will go directly to making Gaston a better place to live and work, and I'm very proud that our office was able to help. Mr. Speaker, I rise today proud to announce that our office secured nearly $1 million to support the Gastonia Police Department. The funding will support a project equipping the Gastonia Police Department with technology to reduce crime, allowing officers to act in real time and protect the safety of Gaston residents. It is vital that we give our law enforcement the tools they need to safely reduce crime and help the people in our communities. I'm proud to stand with the Gastonia Police Department to help them get the funding and tools they need to keep us safe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today proud to announce that our office has secured $1.5 million to support affordable housing projects in Mecklenburg and Gaston counties. Our growth has made housing far too expensive, and it's making it even more difficult for working families to make ends meet. The funding will support 2 projects in my district that will provide housing repair assistance and improve living conditions for families at risk of homelessness. It will also help the town of Matthews buy land and help with startup costs for new affordable housing developments. Having stable and affordable housing is the key to growing the middle class in our country. I'm proud to be able to support these efforts in our district, and I yield back. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes. Gentleman recognized.
Now, Mr. Speaker, last week we learned that the Jared Kushner grift continues to grow across the globe. Now, we already know that Donald Trump put his unqualified son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in charge of Middle East policy in the White House. We also know that Jared intervened to negotiate a 110 arms deal with Saudi Arabia and pushed for Donald Trump's first state visit to be in Saudi Arabia, a huge change of policy and a huge gift to this foreign government. We also know that months after Jared left the White House, the Saudi prince went against his own advisors and gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner's hedge fund. And let's not forget that during the Trump presidency, receipts also show that at least $7.8 million in foreign cash went directly to Donald Trump's businesses. Now Jared is pushing new deals in Albania and Serbia, trading on the connections he made during his White House service. The Trump crime family grift never stops. Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's time for investigations. This kind of influence peddling harms our national security. Instead of wasting time on a sham impeachment against President Biden, we should be focused on stopping the real corruption that's been committed by the Trump family. The American people deserve better, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, break into our lives this day and reveal the wonders that you alone perform. The heavens declare your glory. The skies proclaim your handiwork. They have no need for words, yet their praise goes out to the ends of the earth. Your creation sings of your greatness. Ignite in our hearts the love that you impart to each one of us, through friends who love at all times, and kin who are born to carry us in adversity. The earnest advice from close companions bears the sweetness of your counsel. The people you have gathered around us, friends, family, and colleagues, are the reminders of your loving provision. Today, then, as we hear the echoes of your voice around us, may we respond with the praise of creation and the love of neighbor, committing ourselves to careful conversation. Let us convey your gifts of grace and mercy as we dedicate ourselves to respectful dialogue. Refresh our souls with your perfect law. Make the wise simple with the trustworthiness of your statutes. Give joy to our hearts as we seek your righteousness. And give light to our eyes with the radiance of your commands. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-3648, an act to amend the Post-Katrina Management Reform Act of 2026 to repeal certain absolute requirements and for other purposes.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to address the dire consequences of Mexico's failure to meet its 1944 water treaty obligations. The recent closure of the Rio Grande Valley sugar growers, a Texas sole sugar operation, is a direct result of Mexico's non-compliance. The water shortfall, which now exceeds 700,000 acre-feet, has devastated our sugarcane industry, a crucial industry for Texas, and one of only 3 states that grow and mill sugarcane. Mexico's breach has not just jeopardized our agricultural heritage and the livelihood of over 500 workers, it also threatens our region's economy and national food security. The current situation is unsustainable. We urge the Biden administration to take immediate action and press Mexico on this critical issue. Time is of the essence. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Art Ellison has one final wish: to provide free lunch to students in need. Art, a Democrat in the New Hampshire State House, is currently in hospice and knows he doesn't have long to live. He's using his final time to increase and pass a bill for increasing student free lunch to those below 350% of the poverty line. Making kids go hungry is cruel. That's why I'm on a bill with Senator Sanders to provide free lunch and free meals to every child. We can do it for $3.30 a day. Let us honor Art Ellison and get this done. He represents the best of politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight Energy Week and how House Republicans are fighting back against the anti-energy policies of the Biden administration. These policies threaten to undo years of innovation, making our domestic production of natural resources the cleanest in the world. It is clear the United States has an abundance of clear-burning natural gas, especially in Pennsylvania, which is the second largest producer of natural gas in the country. By utilizing the Commonwealth's resources, we can provide jobs and invest directly into our communities that have suffered at the hand of the Biden administration's anti-energy policies. By revoking new oil and gas leases on federal lands, canceling vital pipeline permits, and imposing politically motivated regulations on our energy producers, this administration is jeopardizing American jobs and risking our energy and national security. Thankfully, House Republicans have not ignored the devastating impact these policies have on hardworking Americans. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I know energy security is national security, and we have had enough of Biden's failed far-left anti-American energy agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
And to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fire and disaster does not discriminate based on legal status or citizenship. For far too long, the help and support following a disaster that is available to many has been withheld from a few. I rise today to highlight the plight of our Compact of Free Association, Ohana. They come from the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, and the Republic of Palau. And while they experienced the same fear and loss of last August's fires, they were unable to claim any federal disaster relief. On March 8th, Congress passed the Compact Impact Fairness Act to restore eligibility for federal benefits to citizens from the freely associated states residing in our country. COFA residents had been unfairly stripped of these benefits in the 1996 welfare reform law. In correcting this decades-old error, we can begin making good on our commitment to our COFA residents. And at the urging of our congressional delegation, FEMA will allow COFA residents on Maui to apply retroactively for disaster assistance. COFA residents are a part of our Maui family, and I'm grateful to FEMA for taking this important step for them and ensuring that they will get the help that they need and they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since 2002, the Virginia Governor's Fire Service Awards have recognized outstanding first responders in the Commonwealth. Chief Monty Coleman of the Forest Volunteer Fire Department received the Virginia Fire Chief of the Year Award. For 35 years, he served Bedford County, working diligently to meet the needs of their growing response area. I congratulate Chief Coleman on this award and thank him for his dedication. The City of Lynchburg Fire Department was recognized for its excellence in Virginia community risk reduction after launching Walkabout Wednesday, a project promoting community safety. This successful initiative involved going door to door to inform citizens about emergency preparedness and install critical safety components. I applaud the Lynchburg Fire Department for providing city residents with these important resources. I also congratulate the Blair's Volunteer Fire and Rescue, which received an Outstanding Fire Department Response Award for their quick actions in responding to a large apartment fire last November. With help from Pittsylvania County and Danville, they heroically prevented any life-threatening injuries or deaths. I'm proud of these outstanding individuals and honored to represent all of the brave first responders of Virginia's 5th District, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute or revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to say thank you to one of the most remarkable human beings that I've ever met. To be sure, Mr. Speaker, this is a sacred well, and I'm here speaking on the floor of the United States House of Representatives in part because of her. I'm one of literally thousands of people who have been forever improved because of her. Those of us who've had the good fortune to know her could not possibly think of anyone else with her warmth, her kindness, or her joy. She is the epitome of a public servant, serving in the way she has lived her life in total devotion to others. No one has done it better. Bridget, you are such an amazing and wonderful human being. We are grateful, forever grateful, and we love you so much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address Russia's ongoing efforts to conquer portions of Ukraine. While additional American financial support for Ukraine is on hold right now, it's imperative we remember why America has supplied military aid. This isn't merely a territorial dispute. This is a repeated attempt by an imperialist Russia to build an ethnic empire. You don't have to take my word for it. Vladimir Putin has compared himself to Tsar Peter the Great. For 21 years, Peter the Great waged the Great Northern War to defeat Sweden. His victory coincided with the beginning of the Russian Empire in 1721. Today, Putin doesn't just want portions of Ukraine. He wants to end the post-World War II order that has underpinned freedom and economic prosperity in Europe and beyond. While America shouldn't be on the hook to fund everyday operations of Ukraine's government, it is imperative that we give Ukrainians the arms they need to beat back the reincarnation of what Reagan called the evil empire. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek consent to advise the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on the House to immediately take up Senate Bill 3853, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act. Missourians are terrified that radioactive waste is poisoning our communities. These innocent victims of the U.S. nuclear weapons program are relying on Congress for restitution. I am outraged. Senate and House negotiators left this urgently needed legislation out of the spending package. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. RECA expires in less than 3 months, and that is the existing law, which excludes St. Louis. Just extending the law won't help my constituents dying of cancer. Passing Senate Bill 3853 will. We need to use every opportunity to sign this bill into law. That means scheduling a suspension vote as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the House to vote on this bill immediately. The health of my constituents depends on it, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate a true American hero, World War II veteran and former POW, Mr. Louis Rayford Guzzardo, who will turn 100 on April the 6th. Mr. Guzzardo isn't just any ordinary Joe. He served as a B-24 gunner during World War II. His courage and dedication exemplified the finest tradition of our armed forces, inspiring us all to strive for excellence as well as selflessness. He is a part of the greatest generation. Despite enduring the horrors of war and being held as a prisoner of war, Mr. Guzzardo's spirit remained unbroken, fueled by his love of his country and his unwavering faith. Mr. Guzzardo, thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice and unwavering dedication to our community in Nederland. Happy 100th birthday, and may your days be filled with joy and blessings. Know that your legacy will be in this congressional record for generations to come, and your love for the United States will always be remembered. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On his first day in office, Biden launched a war on American fossil fuels when he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying jobs and forcing dependency on Chinese batteries. Gas prices have doubled since Biden began his war, creating the highest level of inflation in 40 years, with high energy costs accelerating the delivery prices of all products. Biden dictating regulations which are overly expensive. With conflicts of interest, Biden is forcing dependency on Chinese batteries, destroying American jobs. Yesterday, Republicans continued to counter the energy war by passing 2 bills for energy independence and end the Biden push for Chinese batteries. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. Our prayers for the family of the late Richard Quinn.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition from Idaho?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans are feeling the harsh impact of President Biden's assault on domestic energy production when they fill their gas tanks or pay their electricity bills. Instead of relieving these costs and unleashing domestic energy production, President Biden is choosing to push the Green New Deal again by threatening to place a moratorium on fracking. Since 1947, fracking has been instrumental in safely unlocking vast reservoirs of oil and natural gas, lowering energy costs, providing jobs for hardworking Americans, and propelling our nation toward energy independence. Prohibiting the use of this technology is detrimental to our energy security and represents a significant federal overreach of state sovereignty by undermining their authority to regulate production within their own borders. It's time we put an end to President Biden's anti-American energy policy and pass legislation such as H.R. 1121 to protect American energy production, preserve state regulatory authority, and lower energy costs for families around the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Thank you. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Marcia Fudge, my friend, former colleague, and the current and soon-to-be former Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I recognize Secretary Fudge for her service to our nation, to our great state of Ohio, and to her local community. I had the privilege of working alongside Representative Fudge for 9 years in this chamber, working together to tackle the issues that matter the most to Ohioans. She's been a tireless advocate for Ohioans, willing to reach across the aisle to find common ground on key issues like advancing access to affordable housing. While we, of course, didn't always see eye to eye on everything, Marcia and I shared the important goal of helping Americans have the opportunities and the resources needed to achieve the American dream. I'm grateful to have had a fellow Ohioan working as secretary on behalf of so many of my constituents. Public servants like Secretary Fudge, always willing to roll up her sleeves and get to the business of the American people, are a credit to our community. I wish Marcia the best on the next stage of her journey. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people earn their paycheck, they earn their wages, they earn money off of stocks, whatever it is, they're going to spend their money on things that are a good value for them. So why isn't government, when they take their tax dollars, not involuntarily, getting a good value for them? I'm speaking in California, the high-speed rail system. I call it high-cost rail. The price is quadrupled over what the voters were sold back about 15 years ago when they were told a high-speed train from Los Angeles to San Francisco could be built for $33 billion. Well, the price tag is well over $125 billion, and it's many years behind as well. So they're still about $100 billion short of the funding it would take to complete this project. They don't even have the route mapped out. Instead, why don't we invest tax dollars that are taken from the people involuntarily in things that can really benefit them, such as a water supply, a stable water supply, better communication systems, more rural broadband, things that can help people be connected in more ways than besides the silly train that's deemed the biggest boondoggle in a long, long time, connecting LA to San Francisco. Instead, it's connecting an orchard in Bakersfield to a place called Merced. Not a good deal for taxpayers. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 46 U.S.C. 51312B and the order of the House of January 9, 2023 of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Visitors to the United States Merchant Marine Academy.
Mr. Suozzi of New York.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up the concurrent resolution H-Con Res 86, expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1085, the current resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designee. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the concurrent resolution under consideration. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Working families are struggling to make ends meet, to afford to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars, all because of the inflation crisis that has been fueled by Washington Democrats' runaway spending and President Biden's failed economic policies. The last thing America needs is a carbon tax. It would raise energy prices and harm American competitiveness. It would put American workers and job creators at a disadvantage to appease the president's wealthy environmentalist donors and their far-left agenda. The Biden administration is already giving billion-dollar corporations and big banks massive tax breaks under the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. This is the same administration that is celebrating spending over $1 trillion and counting on special interest green energy handouts, including electric vehicle tax credits for wealthy households, while funneling American tax dollars to countries like China. But for working families, a carbon tax would not only raise prices at the pump, but also at the grocery store. It would raise the cost of doing business on Main Street at a time when America's small businesses are struggling under the highest interest rates in over 2 decades. Those who can least afford to pay more, like seniors on fixed incomes, would suffer the most. Today, Congress can send a loud and clear message to the American people and the Biden administration that says not on our watch will there be an anti-American family, anti-American worker, pro-China carbon tax, while trillions of those same hardworking Americans' tax dollars go to line the pockets of the wealthy and well-connected. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to my dear friend from Missouri, and it's an example of sort of being disconnected from reality. My friends on the other side of the aisle, for instance, refuse to accept a compromise that is on a bipartisan basis that would make a difference dealing with immigration. I think that will rank along with Speaker Boehner's refusal to accept the bipartisan Senate compromise for immigration, wouldn't even allow it to come to the floor to be voted on. And today, we're having an exercise in futility. There's no carbon tax pending, and they have nothing here that would be significant. It's a non-binding resolution. And as I say, it is disconnected from the reality. The reality, for example, for those of us on the West Coast, is that the climate crisis is real. It becomes more apparent and urgent every day. This winter was the warmest winter on record in the United States, 5.4 degrees higher. 2023 was the world's warmest year on record. In fact, the 10 warmest years have occurred in the last 10 years. And what's the response from our Republican friends? They make stuff up. They move away from solutions that would make a difference. Every independent analyst, Republican and Democrat alike, agrees that the way that we're going to deal with carbon pollution, notwithstanding some of the climate deniers on the other side of the aisle, is a carbon tax. The rest of the world is moving in this direction. Having a price on carbon is the most efficient, cost-effective, and fair way to deal with this crisis. But they're having none of it. As I say, they're making stuff up in the face of things that have real consequences. There are people dying in the Pacific Northwest from the unprecedented heat wave. We've had unprecedented events in California, extreme weather events. And the costs of those extreme weather events dwarf the costs that they are dreaming up in fantasy. In 2022, the climate disasters totaled more than $165 billion. The United States needs to double down on our investments in the Inflation Reduction Act to halt the worst and the most expensive consequences of the climate crisis. Instead, my Republican colleagues put forth a non-binding resolution that doubles as a love letter to big oil. It paints a grim picture of the impacts of a tax on carbon, a picture that is, in fact, completely divorced from reality. Areas that have placed taxes on carbon have fostered innovation, and it's a preferred approach for most of the thoughtful business community. The global cost of climate change is estimated to be over $3 trillion per year by 2050. Further investments in oil and gas without accounting for the true cost of carbon will overly drag down our economy and increase this sum. Moreover, this resolution purports to show concern about the costs to American families associated with the carbon tax, particularly the poor, the elderly, and those on fixed income. Those are the people that are going to pay the cost most dramatically from continued efforts to allow the climate crisis to move forward. Every single Republican voted against the Inflation Reduction Act, a bill that has already saved households hundreds of dollars in energy costs, not to mention hundreds more on prescription drugs. They all voted against it, yet their constituents are benefiting. They don't care about reducing the cost back then, and we shouldn't fall victim to their attempts to pretend about reducing costs now. The longer we fail to deal meaningfully with the climate crisis, the defining question of the 21st century, our answer will determine the lives of our children and grandchildren. We've made already significant strides in lowering costs, investing in clean energy. This love letter to big oil is absolutely the wrong step, and it's one they will be unable to justify to their children and grandchildren. It's a wrong-headed, inaccurate approach, one that is sadly not where we should be now, not where they should be, and it defies reality. I strongly urge, even though it's non-binding and doesn't make a difference, we'll go ahead and play this out, but I urge its rejection. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to President Biden's planned carbon tax, which would, quite frankly, kill the American economy. Now, nobody can dispute that America produces cleaner energy than our adversaries or our allies. That's not a dispute. When I was Secretary of Interior, I came in office, we were producing 8.3 million barrels a day and declining. After 2 years of President Trump, we were the world's largest exporter of energy, and oh, by the way, we reduced emissions. We had the record in safety because nobody produces energy more cost-effective, cleaner than we do. So the answer is this. It's not to punish American producers or Americans for having a resource and using it wisely. But there are three absolutes on the carbon tax. First of all, the environment. Undisputed, it is better to produce energy in this country under reasonable regulation than to watch it get produced overseas with no regulation. That is not in dispute. Secondly, manufacturing economy. My good friend from Oregon reminds us that hundreds perhaps have saved on their electric bills. I can tell you millions have not. When I was Secretary, gas was about $2 a gallon. I think it's a little over that. And if anyone looked at their last year's heating bills or around the kitchen table at Thanksgiving, I think we paid a price. On our economy, what drives manufacturing? First of all, is labor. We're not going to be competitive paying wages that China or India can pay. Secondly, resources. The cost of steel is about the same in South Korea as it is in Pittsburgh. Where America has the edge are two things: innovation and energy. And today's energy is going to be different than tomorrow's energy needs. Data storage, robotics, all require more and more energy. And that energy is not going to come from pixie dust and hope. National security. This is an area I'm familiar with. I've lost a lot of friends and colleagues overseas, primarily fighting for other people's oil and energy. I think it's immoral to send our troops overseas and fight for a resource we have here. A carbon tax makes America less competitive. It forces families to pay more for groceries that they're struggling in. And it also on our allies who now depend on low-cost American energy. Now we're going to do a transition to where? EV in China land? Does anyone realize that 85% of the critical minerals that power EV, lithium, nickel, processing, are all in China? So the very idea we would make ourselves less competitive and give the advantage to our adversaries, and who's going to produce energy? If it's not us, who will? I can make a list. Perhaps Iran. Perhaps Venezuela, perhaps Russia. So we either produce energy in this country under our regulations for the environment, for national security, to run our country, or we cede. we retreat. So this carbon tax is a terrible, terrible idea. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to my dear friend from Montana and the University of Oregon, and I couldn't disagree more. We have the opportunity to produce clean energy in the United States. The cost today of alternatives with wind and solar is cheaper than fossil fuel. And this is where the world is going. Having our technological edge to produce cleaner energy and not be susceptible to those international forces is absolutely essential. I am honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand in strong opposition to this foolish and useless resolution, while my Republican colleagues rush to support big oil instead of America's seniors, children, and workers. It's not rocket science. We all know that carbon-intensive industries harm our planet. It's also clear from air and water pollution to floods to wildfires that lower-income communities face the greatest risks tied to climate change. Families of color often have access to the fewest resources to prepare for or recover from extreme weather events and other environmental emergencies. So much for looking out for costs of the little people. As a mom and as a legislator, I will never stop fighting to help ensure that our nation's children inherit a greener and healthier world. My Republican colleagues want to choke this planet in carbon dioxide. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against this GOP effort to prop up oil and gas companies who, by the way, make record profits year after year while American families continue to struggle. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentle lady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I rise in support of H-Con Res 86, which would express the sense of Congress that a carbon tax would be detrimental to the United States economy. This resolution makes it clear to the American people that we oppose policies that would drive up energy prices for families, businesses, and undermine U.S. energy security and make Americans more dependent upon China. A carbon tax would be a gift to our adversaries. It would restrict U.S. energy producers' ability to provide reliable energy to the grid and reduce exports to our allies. It further supports China's goal of dominating and profiting from Biden's green technologies and radical climate agenda. In addition, the cost of this tax would be borne by the most vulnerable, the poor, the elderly, and those who are living on a fixed income. Americans are already suffering from the effects of Bidenflation and the president's attack on U.S. energy. If this carbon tax took effect, Americans would feel the pain when they buy their gas for their cars, turn on their lights, or adjust the thermostats in their home. The burden of a carbon tax would increase the price of everyday necessities, consumer goods, and anything that requires energy resources in their production, manufacturing, transport, or distribution. This resolution makes it clear that we oppose policies that would drive up energy prices, damage the United States economy, reduce the American GDP, and hurt American jobs. I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that our God-given natural resources remain the foundation of America's energy economy, while promoting innovation and an all-of-the-above energy. I thank you, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Congressman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this love letter to big oil. The Republicans' myopic focus on extreme policies has undermined our ability to enact broader tax reforms to support Americans. Rather than pushing this propaganda against green energy and climate change, Congress should be focused on advancing tax policies that support children, families, workers, and businesses. Above all, Congress should be focused on restoring the 2021 child tax credit that halved child poverty in 1 year. The progress we made in 2021 shows that we can slash child poverty when we have the political will to do so. Congress should restore the 2021 Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit that gave up to $8,000 to working parents for child care costs for 2 or more children, much better than the current maximum of $2,100. Congress should restore the 2021 Earned Income Tax Credit that helped foster and homeless youth as well as single workers from being taxed into poverty. Congress should remove income as a barrier to adoption, restore the above-the-line charitable deduction to help non-itemizers, and support the amazing charities that support our communities. Enact critical improvements to the low-income housing tax credit, and help cost-burdened renters by implementing a refundable renter's tax credit. Workers, families, and businesses need our help. Today's resolution represents hollow extremist talking points and lacks the political will to cut child poverty in half. Every day we delay action, poverty poisons the futures of millions of children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
You know, I just have to note that my dear friend from West Virginia, a woman I deeply respect, but would have reliance on fossil fuel for energy security. In her own state of West Virginia, the cheapest sources of power are renewable energy sources like wind and solar, which we incented with our policies, and all of our Republican friends voted against. The market has made a judgment that these are the most cost-effective ways to generate energy. It's my honor to recognize the gentlewoman from California, Congresswoman Chu.
For how much time, sir?
For 2 minutes.
2 minutes. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition of House Concurrent Resolution 86, a disingenuous resolution that wastes our time while it misleadingly attacks a carbon tax. Continuing with yesterday's shameless giveaways to big oil and gas, Republicans' next Energy Week bill asserts that a carbon tax would raise food prices and the cost of every good in America, while ignoring the cost of climate change to communities hit hardest by flooding, wildfires, and other climate catastrophes, all while oil and gas executives maximize their profits. This is unacceptable. The reality is that when Democrats controlled the House, Senate, and White House, we did not pursue a carbon tax. Instead, we passed historic tax credits that are incentivizing and fueling the clean energy transition. The Inflation Reduction Act was the largest climate investment in history, and through it, we are powering economic growth, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, and advancing environmental justice. While asserting a carbon tax would raise food prices, Republican leadership refuses to disavow their own members' proposals, like the Fair Tax Act, which would actually be a 30% sales tax on everything, including groceries, medical bills, tuition, insurance, and yes, fossil fuel products like gas that you buy at the pump, hurting the very same people they are purporting to help. Ultimately, this resolution represents yet another attempt by House Republicans to favor corporate interests, including big oil, over job-creating clean energy policies and climate solutions that benefit American families and our planet. And they're trying to distract from the reality that the U.S. is hitting record levels of domestic energy production under President Biden. We would welcome Republican support in facilitating the transition to clean energy. Instead, they remain focused on doing everything they can do to undo this progress. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans used to believe in market forces. They were part of a bipartisan effort to reduce acid rain, which had a cap which in short term increased price, but drove innovation. And we solved that problem for a fraction of the alternative costs. Denying the ability to price carbon is turning our back on innovation, turning our back on what the rest of the world is doing, and providing more opportunities for Americans. I hope at some point they'll rediscover the power of market forces and join us in efforts with the legislation that we've passed to harness those market forces, promote American innovation, as we are seeing now under the Inflation Reduction Act. It is my great honor to recognize the gentleman from Santa Barbara, Congressman Salud Carbajal, for 3 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to point out just how out of step this House Republican majority is, not just with the American people, but with their own party. This resolution denounces the free market, capitalist solution to lower carbon pollution that it originally was introduced by Republicans. That's right, Republicans, the GOP. Are we not for a free market anymore? I am old enough to remember when it was Republicans in this chamber who came to the well, as I am doing today, to speak in support of carbon pricing. But now it's a radical idea. Even today, there are bipartisan bills, including some that I am co-leading, that would put a price on carbon, protect our markets from pollution-intensive foreign goods, and put money back in the American people's pockets. Americans support putting a price on carbon by a 3-to-1 margin, with twice as many Republicans supporting the idea than opposing it. See here, I urge you, Mr. Speaker, to not just take my word for it, take the word of the vast majority of the American people, hundreds of mayors from all over America, every single former Federal Reserve chair, 28 Nobel Prize-winning economists, Republican members of Congress, and veterans of the Ronald Reagan administration. And if that is not enough, take Elon Musk's words for it. Carbon pricing is, quote, the obvious move and worthy of consideration, not condemnation. What has happened to the Republican Party?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I urge a no vote. I yield back.
I deeply appreciate the gentleman's tutorial on economics and history, and I could not agree with him more. And I hope at some point our Republican colleagues rediscover the power of the market, like what would happen with the carbon tax, which we're seeing around the world moving in this direction. There are two basic approaches we can take. One is to use market forces, like putting a price on carbon, or simply being the handmaiden to big oil. You know, I can't think of a more dramatic example of the fallacy of that approach than to look at the home state of our Speaker that has done the bidding of big oil for decades. What's the result of that impact in Louisiana? It hasn't been a hotbed of economic development. To the contrary. But there are other consequences that are serious. A recent study by the Environmental Integrity Project found that Louisiana is home to 8 of the worst polluting refineries in the entire country. Their refineries make up half of the top 10 ammonia polluters. Even in a region on the banks of the Mississippi River between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, it's known as Cancer Alley because of the negative consequences of the petroleum industry and the refusal of the state to provide regulation. The untrammeled growth of fossil fuel industry has resulted in cutting up the landscape. The loss of about 1 football field a day into the Gulf of Mexico. Parts of the state are sinking. Their low birth rates and preterm births are double the national average and nearly triple respiratory ailments, and the vast majority of the residents who suffer are black. Look at New Orleans and the consequences of Louisiana to what happens when you just do the bidding of the oil companies. It's not better environmentally. It's not better economically. It has been pure and simply a disaster. An alternative is to use market forces to tax what we would like least of. A carbon tax would raise prices for some, but it would foster innovation. That's exactly what we did with our approach to acid rain. And it sparked innovation and cured that problem much more cost-effectively than other solutions. It's time for the Republican Party to rediscover market forces and be able to do what the vast majority of economic experts, Republican and Democrat, conservative and liberal, agree is the best solution. Rather than lots of rules and regulations, use market forces. We have done that with our Inflation Reduction Act, sparking innovation and investment, even though all my Republican friends voted against it. Mr. Speaker, 2 approaches. Give in to big oil, abandon your principles for environmental protection, market forces for innovation, or look at alternatives that will help us deal with the crisis of our age, the climate crisis. I appreciate the opportunity to share those observations with you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no additional witnesses and ready to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
And I'm prepared to close likewise, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
I would hope at a time when it looks like we're starting to see some adjustment on the other side of the aisle, we're starting to see some of the people in the governing wing of the Republican Party moving forward to try and rein in some of their more extreme elements. We may actually deal with what we should have done months ago, which is fund the government according to the agreement that 149 Republicans signed onto last spring. I've had a little fun tweaking some of my Republican friends, but we know how this is ending up. And that's exactly what is happening. Some people in the more extreme elements of the Republican Party may feel a little pinched, but this is what we agreed to. This is an approach that solves the problem. It's not a good solution. It's not the solution we would have done, but it's the only one that the extreme elements of the Republican Party will allow us to move forward with. And it's better than having a collapse of the economy, our agreements moving forward. I hope that we will have the governing wing of the Republican Party moving forward, and that this might be a path forward. Because there are so many things that we ought to be able to agree upon. Innovation, protecting the American public, lowering costs, like we did with our legislation for prescription drugs, like we're doing now in terms of energy innovation. The record's pretty strong. We have the lowest rate of inflation of any developed economy in the world. We've watched the inflation rate, which my Republican friends are focused on, and I think it's okay, but they deny reality. No major country has done a better job of controlling inflation. It was 6% 2021. It dropped to 5.6%. This last year, 3.1%. Those are the facts. The best performance in the world, and all the railing and yelling and finger pointing don't change those facts. We have opportunities that we could do on a bipartisan basis to help solve the immigration problem that was worked out on a bipartisan basis on the other side of the aisle. In fact, we were moving towards an agreement that would put more investment in border security, beefing up opportunities that could have bipartisan support that would help the problem. It's not our solution. We'd like to do better, but we thought it was the best we could do with our Republican allies. And as it was moving towards enactment, Donald Trump went gunny sack. We can't do that. It would not help my re-election campaign. And we've seen Republicans retreat from a bipartisan solution on immigration. I think this will be as shameful as my friend John Boehner's refusal to allow us to vote on a bipartisan solution from the Senate on immigration back in 2012. We can do better than that if the other side of the aisle will listen to some of the governing wing of the Republican Party, not be held hostage by the most extreme, and work with us on these elements that are already bearing fruit. And what will not bear fruit is tilting at an imaginary windmill of a carbon tax, misrelating what it is, and denying the reality of the costs for failure to deal with the climate crisis. I strongly urge rejection of this proposal that's not going anywhere, that's not real, that is a sad distraction and an opportunity to misrepresent what we could do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America's working families have paid more than their fair share for the failed economic policies of Washington Democrats and the Biden administration. Prices are up over 18% since President Biden took office. And why? Because the president is willing to sacrifice the well-being of working families to reward the wealthy and well-connected. In the very first month of President Biden's term, inflation was 1.4%. And then Washington Democrats, under one-party control of the White House, the House, and the Senate, added more than $10 trillion of new spending. $10 trillion, which fueled the inflation fire that has now caused inflation to rise almost 20% since Joe Biden took the oath of office. And that is why every American is paying more to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their car because of the failed economic policies of the Washington Democrats and the Biden administration. And this, a carbon tax, would simply add insult to that injury for so many Americans. It would raise the cost of raising a family and the cost of doing business. It would dull America's competitive edge and penalize. It would penalize American job creators and innovators against China. The American people, Mr. Speaker, they cannot afford, nor should they be forced to pay for a liberal agenda that opposes a carbon tax on American families and American small businesses. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say yea. Yay. Those opposed say no. The yeas have it. The concurrent resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
On that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number has risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1085, I call up House Resolution 987 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 987, resolution denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 1085, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Paolone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman for South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on HRes 987.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 987 to denounce the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration, led by Western Caucus Chairman Dan Newhouse. You know, from day one, the Biden administration has waged war on American energy. Their actions and policies have jeopardized our grid security, caused America to become more dependent on foreign adversaries like Iran and Russia, China and Venezuela and others, and increased energy costs for everyday Americans. Energy is foundational to everything in American life. American energy powers our country, it employs our workers, and it drives our economy. When the cost of energy goes up, so does everything else. Since President Biden took office, the administration has taken over 170 regulatory actions to make it harder to produce and deliver American energy. President Biden and House Democrats are doing everything in their power to regulate American energy workers out of existence, and they don't care how it negatively impacts communities in South Carolina or any other state around the country. They're putting the needs of radical climate lobby over hardworking Americans. Americans know Gas prices hit a 4-month high this week with a national average of $3.46 a gallon. In May of 2023, it was calculated that nearly 20 million households in the United States were behind on their utility bills. That means they couldn't pay them or having trouble paying them. In President Biden's first 26 months in office, energy prices increased roughly 27.2%, the largest increase of any of the past 7 administrations. President Biden's policies have directly contributed to these unaffordable energy bills. He started his first day in office. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline, eliminating the potential for 11,000 energy sector jobs. He continues to block domestic mineral development while simultaneously forcing a rush to green agenda, which makes the United States reliant on foreign countries like China, who use child labor and have inhumane working conditions and do it in a very environmentally insensitive way in their mining. To distract from high energy prices, President Biden directed the largest drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the nation's history. Now, the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is there for national emergencies, a time of war, a time of hurricane, other natural disasters. But he drew it down for political purposes. Under Democrat control, the SPR has been drained to its lowest level since 1980 as an election year gimmick. It puts America at risk, though, not having that Strategic Petroleum Reserve available. President Biden's anti-American energy policies know no end. There's taxing natural gas, blocking pipelines, banning LNG exports, which help American producers but also help our friends and allies around the globe, imposing aggressive EPA regulations. Just yesterday, the Biden administration announced a rule that would mandate that nearly 2/3 of new vehicles must be all electric by 2032, regardless of cost, functionality, or consumer choice, which should drive the market for automobile production. Congressman Newhouse's resolution denounces these policies and encourages domestic energy production of reliable and affordable energy sources. Now, Republicans have solutions, and those solutions will reverse the Biden administration's war on energy. The House recently passed H.R. 7176, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, to reverse the Biden LNG export ban. We also will be taking up this week H.R. 1023, the Cutting the Green Corruption and Tax Act, to repeal both the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and the EPA's recently proposed natural gas tax. Republicans are leading to unleash American energy and deliver more affordable and reliable energy to all Americans, and I reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is a ridiculous waste of our time. It'll do nothing to lower costs for the American people. It will do nothing to grow our economy. It will do nothing to help us continue our goal of leading the world in the clean energy transition, and it will do nothing to combat the worsening climate crisis. This resolution does absolutely nothing. It's nothing more than a long list of fabricated grievances against the Biden administration and against the important work that congressional Democrats have accomplished over the last few years. It reads as if Republicans just fed their same old dirty energy talking points into ChatGPT and asked it to spit out a resolution. Instead of focusing on real solutions to bring down energy costs for Americans, House Republicans are working to pass this meaningless resolution that falsely claims the Biden administration is an anti-American energy, that's what their policy is. But let's look at the facts. The United States is currently producing more energy than ever before in its history, and that includes energy from all sources, solar, wind, and yes, more oil and gas than ever before. And while we're doing this, we're also making incredible progress in addressing carbon emissions and air pollution. Last year, emissions in the United States fell by 2%, even as the GDP grew by 2.4%. So why are Republicans complaining? Why are they upset about the fact that we found a way to pursue energy security while also lowering energy costs for American families, boosting our economy, and tackling the worsening climate crisis all at the same time? And I'm going to tell you why. Because Republicans don't want anything to stand in the way of their oil and gas friends. They refuse to deviate from their polluters over people agenda, and they're wasting floor time on meaningless resolutions and bills that won't go anywhere because they're simply not capable of governing. This Republican Congress is the least productive of any Congress since the Great Depression. They don't have any new ideas or solutions. Instead, they just continue to gravitate to their comfort zone, which is doing the bidding of the oil and gas industry. President Biden and congressional Democrats have taken a drastically different approach. In stark contrast to Republicans' polluters over people agenda, Democrats are fighting to lower American energy bills, grow our middle class with new good-paying clean energy jobs, and combat the worsening climate crisis. Through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, we've seen clean energy projects growing all over the country. New manufacturing facilities are making EVs, batteries, and other clean energy technologies, and they're all booming because of crucial investments from these two bills. This leads to emission reductions, energy production, and of course, important new jobs. And it's revitalizing communities across the country with more than 271,000 clean energy jobs created since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, the sponsor of this resolution will get to witness the power of these investments in his own district in Washington State. Two companies backed by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law investments of $100 million are building next-generation EV battery plants in Washington State, in his district, and are expected to create hundreds of new jobs. And it's not just the state of Washington that is benefiting. Over half of the Inflation Reduction Act's projects are located in congressional districts represented by Republicans, totaling more than 144,000 new jobs and over $262 billion in investments. We're growing the economies in their districts, and yet Republicans continue to complain. The Republicans often talk about the Biden administration's so-called war on energy. They mentioned it today. I honestly have no idea what they're talking about. American energy production is breaking records. Gas prices have remained stable over the last year, and the Energy Information Administration has forecasted that Americans are paying less for heating costs this year than they did last year. Other countries, and often our competitors, are investing rapidly in clean energy. If we pause our important work, we will fall behind. If Republicans have their way, we'll stop competing, stop investing in the booming clean energy economy, and simply recommit to expensive, polluting fossil fuels as the way forward. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this do-nothing resolution. And I urge my colleagues across the aisle to come up with better things for us to do with our time, not waste our time. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the hardworking Americans, the taxpayers in this country, they know that the Russia-Green policies of the Biden administration have made energy more expensive. And the Democrats are going to say, well, oil and gas production is higher than it's ever been in this country. Yes, it is, but it has nothing to do with the policies coming out of the Biden administration, who started war on American energy on day one. There's not a single policy you can point to that the Biden administration has put forward that would increase oil and gas production. In fact, they've done everything to harm oil and gas production in this country. Oil and gas production increases due to the policies of the last administration and policies that were set forth over the last decade. Nothing to do with the Biden Russia-Green policies that have made energy more expensive. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, our Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend from South Carolina for yielding and for his leadership on energy. We sure are going to miss your voice. We have a few more months left before you leave Congress, but you have been a great, great advocate for American energy, for so many other forms of energy like nuclear power. But today we're talking about how we can help those families who are struggling. And I rise in strong support of HRES 987 by Mr. Newhouse and a number of other colleagues, because if the policies of the Biden administration were working so well as someone had tried to claim, why are families furious that they're paying about 40% more when they go to the gas station to fill up their cars? Why are they furious that when they pay their household electricity bills, if they can afford to pay their household electricity bills, they're paying over 30% more? It's because from day one, when Joe Biden took the oath of office, he issued an all-out assault on American energy. And for anybody who forgot or wants to glaze over it or say it didn't happen or what are they talking about, the good news is we actually documented all of those specific actions in this resolution, Mr. Speaker, because it's President Biden who took these actions. Day one, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Now, what does that mean? That would have been about 11,000 American jobs. You know what it also would have meant? It would have meant about 180,000 barrels of oil moving through the Keystone Pipeline. 830,000 barrels of oil moving through the Keystone Pipeline. Now, for the people that are trying to suggest that, oh, that's a good thing because there are some people that want to just eviscerate American fossil fuels. And President Biden has led that charge. But let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker. President Biden's war on fossil fuels doesn't cover all oil and gas. It only covers American oil and gas. And maybe that's the most perplexing part of his failed policies that angers people. And people have figured this out because they've watched the president get on Air Force One, which, by the way, still runs on jet fuel. They don't have solar panels on the wings of Air Force One. It's not a green plane. He got on Air Force One and he flew to Saudi Arabia and begged them to produce more oil when he's shutting down production in America. You know what Saudi told him? They said no, because they're a cartel, they're a monopoly, they're part of OPEC. They want higher prices. It benefits them to have higher prices. And so they told President Biden no. But President Biden should have never even had to go to Saudi. Again, if President Biden's so against fossil fuels, if they're so immoral, as some on the left will suggest, then why is he getting on Air Force One, using fossil fuels, and begging Saudi to produce more? When he's shutting it down here. Again, he canceled lease sales in America. It's documented here in the resolution we're voting on today. We didn't do that. Nobody else did it but Joe Biden. He's the one who canceled lease sales. President Obama actually had lease sales. President Trump had lease sales. And as my colleague from South Carolina pointed out, production today, if you want to brag about production, that's great. Because oil production today is a result of investments made 5 and 10 years ago. I represent parts of the Gulf of Mexico and some of the best oil reserves. The deep waters of the Gulf of Mexico that produce some of these rigs, if you go out to a platform in the Gulf, they could produce over 100,000 barrels a day. But you don't just plop one down and start producing 100,000 barrels today. If you get a lease today, you have to pay millions of dollars for it. You can't because Joe Biden cancels lease sales. But if you got a lease, you then have the luxury of going out and finding private investment, because there's no government money like the solar panels and the car batteries. That's private money. You might have to find $2 billion to go and fund the oil rig. You build the platform. It's a floating city. It's amazing American technology. And you put it out in the Gulf of Mexico, 60 miles offshore maybe, drilling 12,000 feet below the surface. And then you have to go back to the department and get more permits. You got to get permits for seismic, which you cannot get today, by the way. You have to get permits to put pipelines and subsurface infrastructure, which are almost impossible to get today because the Biden administration doesn't want production. And so you do all of those things and you invest all of those billions of dollars of private money, and if that well happens to produce, then maybe 5 to 10 years later, it gets the first drop of oil that comes out of the ground and starts producing. Well, again, that happened years ago, so I'm glad people are taking credit for it today. It didn't happen today. It didn't happen when Joe Biden took the oath of office, because Joe Biden took the steps to crush it, killing pipelines, killing leases on new production, killing the ability to get permits to go out and develop leases that you paid millions of dollars to the federal government for. That's what Joe Biden did. It's documented right here. But what he did worse, after he killed American production, if this was all about purity and this was all about just protecting the world from fossil fuels, that would have been it. But that's not what it's about. It's a war on American energy because, again, he went to Saudi to beg them to produce more oil when he just did a virtual ban on LNG exports. Do you know who that benefited? It crushed American jobs here. You already saw some decimated jobs and canceled major multi-billion-dollar projects in America. You know who it emboldens, what Joe Biden did? It emboldens Vladimir Putin. Putin is making billions of dollars a month. Not a year, a month Putin is making billions of dollars selling his oil and natural gas to world markets because of what Joe Biden's done. And because now that he has crushed a lot more things like LNG exports, which we were using here in America to help our friends around the world in Europe, we can help our allies. But if Biden gets his way, which so far he has, we can't export here. They still need energy in those other countries. So where's Europe getting it from? From Russia. So on one hand, Joe Biden's saying, oh my God, Russia's evil, and he says we need to help Ukraine, but then he's funding Putin's war effort by giving Putin leverage and billions of dollars a month to finance the war against Ukraine. This is insanity, and it's raising costs on families here at home. The hardworking families of America are sick and tired of Joe Biden's failed energy policies, and they get it. They know what he's done. People on this floor can sit here and deny that any of this stuff happened, but it did. It's well documented in the resolution, point by point by point. I wish it was only one or two, and you could go focus on those. But it's over 60 actions he's taken to attack American energy. And again, only American energy. Venezuela's getting their ability to produce more. Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, who funds Hamas. Hamas, who invaded and attacked barbarically our great friend Israel. Where did they get that money? From Iran. And Joe Biden reduced sanctions against Iran so they can sell their oil on world markets. Again, if it was about purity and getting rid of oil, then it would be for everybody. He wouldn't have lowered the sanctions against Iran, but he did. And so Iran can go make billions of dollars a month, like Putin's making, because of Joe Biden's policies. But here in America, you can't get new leases. You're almost impossible to get permits. You can't do LNG exports because Joe Biden wants to attack American energy. We're sick and tired of it. The American people are sick and tired of it. And it's hurting the people that can least afford it. The lowest income families are paying the price for this failed policy. It's got to end. The bills we're bringing to the floor this week point it out and end it. The Senate should take these bills up. Everybody should vote for it. These should be bipartisan exercises. Everybody should stand up for American energy. When I look at that beautiful flag right behind the Speaker, Madam Speaker, why would we want to embolden Vladimir Putin with our energy policies when we have enough energy in America to crush Putin, to crush Iran, to crush Venezuela? OPEC would be irrelevant if we just produced more American energy, and the only person standing in the way right now is Joe Biden. Let's end this madness. Let's pass this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jasmine Crockett.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this ridiculous Republican attempt to deny reality. You know, I must first start off by making sure that I can respond to some things that were just said. As a member of the Agriculture Committee, you probably know, just like I do, that we have a thing that we've been fighting for called sustainable aviation fuels. And this is something that we know. In speaking to organizations such as Boeing, we know that we can actually operate planes off of something like sustainable aviation fuels, and they are ready to do the hard work. And guess what? Our farmers are ready to participate. Our farmers need to make sure that they are going to expand their options for earning a dollar because we have this thing called climate change that's taking place. And right now, especially in the state of Texas, we are losing so much of our farmland because of this thing called climate change. We just had wildfires that destroyed fires. We know that right now, when it comes to our sugar crops, we're having issues because it takes 6 years just to raise a sugar crop. So guess what? We've got to be creative. And honestly, if we would allow the Republicans to continue to decide on what we are going to do when it relates to energy, well, by gosh darn it, I think we'd still be in horse and buggy. Because it seems like advancements in technology are not what we're looking for. No one is saying that it's either or. What we're saying is that we need to make progress instead of being regressive. And so under this current administration, we know that we have a record amount of oil that is being produced, but that doesn't mean that we can't also be smart about our energy and move forward. So let me get to my prepared remarks. Instead of taking action to build on President Biden's progress, House Republicans would rather sit on the sidelines in the least productive Congress in modern history and ridicule rather than serve. In this resolution, Republicans ridicule the president's energy supply chain policy, but while Republicans ridicule Biden brings results. President Biden and the Democratic Party—
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I'll yield the gentlewoman another 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. President Biden and the Democratic Party brought billions of dollars in investment into the U.S. energy sector through the Inflation Reduction Act. Republicans ridicule the president's record on jobs in the energy sector, but Biden is bringing over 1.4 million jobs to the U.S. through the IRA. Republicans ridicule the president's record on gas prices. These are the same Republicans, by the way, who are refusing to lift a finger to get critical aid to Ukraine, which would lower gas prices even more. Nevertheless, despite Republican inaction by sharing intelligence and training with the Ukrainians, Biden broke the blockade, lowering Americans' gas prices. Republicans ridicule the president's record on home energy affordability, but Biden brought billions of dollars to help families in need to pay their energy bills in each and every one of our districts through the LEHEP program, which Republicans refuse to fully fund. The fact is, we know what Republicans want to do with our energy sector. They showed us when they passed H.R. 1, which would put polluters over people. So without a positive agenda of their own, they stand on the sidelines to ridicule President Biden's agenda. I appreciate this resolution, if for no other reason than it clarifies where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stand. I want the American people to know that Republican ridicule of President Biden's agenda to combat climate crisis by lowering energy costs and investing in America, while Republicans ridicule, Biden brings results. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman, the chair the gentleman from New Jersey reserves, and the gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting that the gentlelady across the way mentioned Ukraine because, as the majority leader so succinctly pointed out, Joe Biden's policies of shutting down American energy production is actually funneling money to Vladimir Putin to help him pay for the war in Ukraine, to pay for the Russian army to go in and kill Ukrainians. It's hypocritical for them to talk about Ukraine in the light of American energy production. The gentleman from Washington State, the chair of the Western Caucus, has a great resolution that points out all the things that the Biden administration has done to kill the American energy golden goose, laying the golden egg, helping the economy. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan. I rise today in proud support of House Resolution 987. This resolution denounces the Biden administration's anti-American energy policies that are designed to slow and kill domestic production as a gift to extreme activists. The result of this failed track record has been higher prices for consumers, we all know that, and an increased dependency on our adversaries like Russia, like China, and Venezuela for our energy needs. The United States is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, and we have the ability to achieve energy dominance. We can produce affordable, reliable, and clean energy right here at home. But instead, this administration is adamant on bending to the will of these extreme activists who push policies and increase global emissions. Madam Speaker, make no mistake, this war on American energy is not one fought over science. It is being fought over ideology. On his first day in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, as you've heard. That has cost 11,000 potential jobs in the United States, hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil per day from our supply, and cost rural communities throughout the central United States millions of dollars in much-needed revenue. President Biden illegally canceled oil and gas leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and added extraction restrictions to over 13 million acres of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, depriving Alaska native communities of key resources and revenue. President Biden has proposed regulation after regulation designed to end fossil fuel production, as he promised on the campaign trail, while limiting resource production on our federal lands. In just January of this year, Joe Biden announced a pause in future liquefied natural gas export terminal permits under the guise of climate change. This misguided decision will restrict future supply of LNG to our allies abroad, who are seeking to end their reliance on Russian natural gas. I can only imagine Vladimir Putin smiled after reading this news. In addition to these restrictions on oil and gas production, President Biden has also taken actions to make it harder to mine for critical minerals in the United States and forcing a reliance, again, on our adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. By blocking mineral developments in northern Minnesota's Iron Range, New Mexico's Chaco Canyon, and Arizona's Rosemont Copper, the Biden administration is actively and persistently harming American industry. As the chairman of the Congressional Western Caucus and a member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water, I am dedicated to restoring prosperity to rural communities across the country and fighting President Biden's anti-American energy agenda. Madam Speaker, we have the capability to not only be energy independent, but be a global leader in resource production. Our biggest obstacle to that goal is President of the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I heard the sponsor of this resolution, the gentleman from Washington State, make reference to Ukraine and then to LNG exports. And let me tell you, the only thing that's holding up aid to Ukraine is the Republican leadership. The Speaker at any time could bring up a resolution providing, or I should say a bill, providing funding for military purposes and supplies in Ukraine, and it would pass this House overwhelmingly. I don't know why he isn't doing it, but for them to suggest on the other side of the aisle that somehow we're not helping Ukraine, that is their fault because they refuse to bring up the spending bill that will allow that to happen. And it's not happening this week, and then we're going to go on a two-week break, and it's still not happening. And they are running out of ammunition in Ukraine to defend themselves against Putin. Now, I also want to mention the gentleman's reference to LNG exports. Here, again, Republicans are ignoring the facts that don't conform with their narrative. The U.S. has become the #1 exporter of LNG worldwide in just a few short years, and there's enough already approved liquid natural gas export permits for us to triple our export capacity without issuing a single additional permit. This level of production, according to a letter sent by over 60 European Union lawmakers, will meet the energy needs of our allies in Europe for years to come. We're supporting our allies. It's those on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, that are not supporting our allies by not allowing legislation to come to the floor that will help Ukraine. The White House has issued an LNG pause that serves as an opportunity to evaluate how the recent boom in LNG is contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, environmental pollution, and domestic energy price increases. What we're saying here today, and this is what the Republicans ignore, is that this administration, the Biden administration, is increasing production of oil and natural gas, addressing renewables, getting more solar out there, getting more wind out there, but at the same time, making sure that our economy grows and that, gas prices don't increase. So, and addressing the climate crisis. So the White House has this LNG pause because one study found that the rise in U.S. LNG exports over the past 3 years contributed to higher energy bills for American families. We also shouldn't ignore the public health impacts of unfettered fossil fuel development along our Gulf Coast. Study after study demonstrates a link between fossil fuel plants and adverse health outcomes. Louisiana's so-called Cancer Alley experiences low birth weights at 3 times the national average and preterm births at twice the national average. So I want to commend the administration for pausing new LNG permitting to examine these potential impacts. But again, the LNG exports are increasing. They're at a high. The European Union is benefiting from them. Unfortunately, Ukraine is not benefiting at all because the House Republican leadership refuses to bring up legislation that would help Ukraine defend themselves. And with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you. In World War II, we stopped the Germans in the Battle of Bulge by running them out of fuel. We can influence the war in Ukraine by stopping the flow of money to Vladimir Putin through his sale of oil and gas by becoming an energy leader once again. America has the ability. I'd like to yield 2 minutes. Gentleman from Georgia, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this, denouncing the harmful and anti-American energy policies of this administration. On day one of his presidency, Joe Biden declared war on American energy, and he's not stopped since then. To no one's surprise, this resulted in record inflation, destroying the purchasing power of hardworking Americans. Just yesterday, the administration finalized a new rule to force more Americans to purchase electric vehicles, even if it isn't the best option. Our government should not be choosing winners and losers, especially when it impacts their livelihoods. Today, EVs are largely a luxury item for most Americans. Most Americans cannot afford one, and they also cannot afford a vehicle that may not serve them when they need it. Parts of my district are incredibly rural, and an EV is simply not practical for life there. Other recent attacks on American energy by this administration include its decision to pause LNG export approvals. What is being called a pause now will last indefinitely and is de facto a ban. This will cede our energy independence to countries like Iran and Russia and force manufacturing and businesses abroad. Sadly, the Biden administration is bowing to the far left's radical Green New Deal agenda by imposing a policy that will, in fact, not reduce emissions. Newsflash, China's carbon dioxide emissions increased last year by twice as much as U.S. emissions declined. Twice as much. If we're concerned about emissions, then the Iranian and Russian gas that will replace us in the market is much dirtier and will lead to more emissions. Again, blocking new LNG export projects won't reduce global emissions, but it would be a gift to America's adversaries and show Europe that the U.S. isn't a reliable ally. It's saddening to see this administration do everything it can to destroy our role as a global energy leader. These are things that should not happen. The world will no longer look to the U.S. as an energy leader, which inevitably will lead to a less stable world.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Gentleman's yielded. Gentleman as much time as he needs.
The gentleman is recognized.
Years of work have gone into becoming the global leader in increasing energy production, reducing energy prices through technological innovation, leading the world in the reduction of emissions, and providing energy stability and security. These are strengths we should be embracing, not reversing. The world would no longer look to the U.S. as an energy leader. which inevitably will lead to a less stable world. It's no secret that my friends on the left look to countries like Germany as a role model for energy, which is the worst role model you could possibly use. I must think the opposite. While German emissions have dropped significantly, it's largely due to manufacturing leaving the country. That means fewer opportunities and less economic prosperity. We cannot afford to follow that example. I support the bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I know the Republicans have more speakers, so I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, since President Joe Biden's first day in office, he has actively attacked our energy industry. Joe Biden's blatant political ploys to satisfy his radical climate activists has directly impacted my energy-heavy district, which houses approximately 50% of Texas's daily refining output. It is home to 7 of America's largest petroleum refineries, which processes 2.6 million barrels of oil every day. It is also home to 3 LNG facilities and 60% of the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Our strategic reserve sites along the Gulf Coast are still dangerously low on oil, leaving America more vulnerable to a true energy supply disruption caused by a hurricane, natural disaster, not to mention our enemies. Port Arthur LNG is in my district and now in limbo because this president recklessly decided to ban LNG exports. Do you know what that means for my district? This means that Texans will be without jobs and our community will suffer because these facilities typically invest heavily back into our community. Our way of Southeast Texas...
Seconds.
Our way of life in Southeast Texas depends on the certainty of energy. The president's every move decision to kill our energy security has only resulted in leaving America more reliant on foreign adversaries. Quite frankly, I'm surprised the president has the energy to do this.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes. The gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the gentleman from South Carolina, thank you for your leadership, and the gentleman from Washington for bringing the bill. Madam Speaker, earlier today, the gentleman from Louisiana said it pretty well. President Biden's assault on domestic energy production has been nothing short of catastrophic for Americans. Since he took office, we've witnessed staggering surges in energy costs. Gasoline prices up 33%, home heating oil 44%, electricity and natural gas 29%. Meanwhile, the Biden administration continues to threaten our energy infrastructure by refusing to unleash domestic energy production, and so we have to buy from our enemies. And that's the point I wanted to underscore that had been made before, but we have to buy from our enemies as a function of not proliferating our own domestic supply. From canceling the construction of the Keystone Pipeline in his first day in office to revoking leases for oil, natural gas, mining outfits across the West, is the most recent decision to ban U.S. exports of liquefied natural gas, the president has risked our national security, taken jobs from Americans and caused energy prices to skyrocket, all in the name, supposedly, of climate change. Enough is enough. I'm proud to co-sponsor HRES 987 and to put an end to the Biden administration's harmful anti-American energy policies. We've got to stop this practice of supporting the people who hate us. We need to employ Americans, control our own destiny by proliferating American energy production. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Lizzie Fletcher.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 987. I don't have enough time in these 3 minutes to go through all of the inaccuracies and misleading statements in this non-binding resolution or that I've just heard on the floor this afternoon. But in the time I do have, I'm going to cover some of the omissions in the resolution. Look, my friends on both sides of the aisle know that I am proud to represent the great state of Texas and the city of Houston, the energy capital of the world. And we know a thing or two about energy production. And here's what we know is happening right now under the Biden administration. One, the United States is producing today more crude oil than any other country at any other time in history. Number two, last December, 3 months ago, the United States natural gas production reached an all-time high. 2023 also saw record growth in the solar industry, more than 50% more than in 2022, and the same thing is true with wind energy, which we produce a lot of in Texas. After the Congress passed and President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, forecasts for land-based wind energy installed by 2026 increased by nearly 60%, enough to power an additional 2 million homes. At CERAWeek in Houston this week, industry leaders are talking about other promising energy technologies, geothermal, hydrogen, and more. And they're talking about climate, because we have to do both. We have to continue to lead the world in both production and ideas. That is American energy dominance. Policy disagreements are to be expected around here. We're here to bring our diverse perspectives and experiences and engage constructively to solve real problems and to address real concerns. But resolutions like this one do nothing. They do the opposite of facilitating dialogue and understanding. And they take up the time we could spend solving real problems. I'm kind of a broken record on this, but I wish we were here right now doing permitting reform. That's what we should be spending our time doing. So let's engage constructively and build on the momentum and the important steps that have been taken in the Biden administration to ensure our energy independence, which have led us to produce the most crude oil ever, to lead the world in natural gas production, to lower gas prices, to grow wind and solar in record amounts, and to develop new technologies and address emissions and climate change. We can do all of those things and more if we do it together. So today, I'm voting no, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the resolution claims that the Biden administration has hampered the domestic production of energy and made the United States more reliant on other countries for its energy needs. This could not be further from the truth, and I want to be crystal clear to get this in the record. Under the Biden administration, the United States is producing more energy than it has at any other point in its history. In fact, through the entirety of President Biden's term in office, the U.S. has produced more energy than it has consumed, and he's the only president to achieve that in my lifetime. Last year, the United States added a record 33 gigawatts of solar capacity, fueled by the Inflation Reduction Act, which is lowering costs for Americans every day. And we should be thanking President Biden for unleashing American energy. Republicans can say whatever they want, but the facts don't lie. President Biden's energy policies are strengthening energy security and positioning us to compete globally, all while reducing emissions. So please, I would urge everyone to vote against this resolution. And let me just say, this resolution is really flat out absurd and it's really an attempt by extreme Republicans to mislead the American public. The data shows that we're producing more energy, and it's not just oil and gas, it's solar, it's more wind turbines, exporting more gas and liquid fuels than ever before. Meanwhile, the administration is making significant progress in its efforts to drive down planet-warming air pollution. Last year, U.S. emissions fell, as I said, by 2%, even as the economy roared and GDP grew by 2.4%. And these numbers are a clear indication that we can achieve a safer climate while bolstering energy security and job growth at the same time. So In the face of this climate crisis, the U.S. must continue to be a global leader in the clean energy transition and help our communities prevent further extreme weather and other climate impacts. So what we're seeing before us today with this resolution is the Republicans' polluters over people agenda. That's the reality. It's a policy that's outlined in this resolution that risks derailing the immense progress that President Biden has made since taking office. I can't emphasize enough, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, that what we're seeing with this president and this administration is an effort to increase energy production across the board and at the same time become a global leader on addressing the climate crisis. Let us continue with that. Let us build on that. Don't take us back. And that's what this resolution would do, take us back. So with that, I yield the balance of my time and encourage everyone to vote against this resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my friend and colleague from South Carolina, Trey Gowdy, when he served in Congress, he said this. He said, you know, there's a stubborn thing about facts, is that they're facts. This resolution is facts. Things the Biden administration has done to hurt American energy independence, costing Americans more of their hard-earned dollars to pay their basic utility bills, transportation fuels to go to work, take their kids to school, to ball games, or to go to their houses of worship. It's costing them more today to fill their tanks than before the Biden administration took office. And in fact, day one, as we pointed out, on day one, Joe Biden administration started a war on American energy by stopping the Keystone Pipeline. He's had fewer lease sales in the Gulf of Mexico than any other president in decades. He's done 3. President Obama had 20 lease sales. So instead of getting, as the majority leader said, instead of getting Air Force One back after the invasion of Ukraine, when energy prices were going up and we were approaching a congressional election cycle, and going to the President Biden getting on Air Force One, going to the OPEC cartel to Saudi Arabia and begging them to produce more fossil fuels, which they claim to hate, but we're going to beg OPEC to produce more so that we can consume more. Instead of going to Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, President Biden shouldn't have got on his plane and gone to North Dakota or gone to Pennsylvania, the Marcellus Shale, or gone to Louisiana, or gone to the Permian Basin in Texas and begged American producers to produce more so that Americans could use American-produced resources. That is a winning strategy for America to be energy independent. And I'm glad the Democrats on the other side of the aisle are talking about energy production being up right now, and it is, but it has nothing to do with the Biden administration policies. There's not a single policy or regulation that the Biden administration has put forward that has done anything to help American producers produce more and increase that production. All that production is a result of the Trump administration and past administrations that have leased more property and produced more resources. It takes years to produce a well. It takes years to go out and find the resources, develop that well, and get that oil and gas online. That didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen in the last 3 or 4 years. It has happened because of policies in the past. So thank you for praising President Trump's ability to unleash American energy potential. That's a winning solution. Americans know it. They know what they were paying at the pump before the Biden administration. They know what they're paying now. This bill points it out. These are the facts, and the facts are undisputed. And so, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H Resolution 987, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and the nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on adoption of House Resolution 987 will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the House Concurrent Resolution 86 and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1836. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 200. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of the House Concurrent Rule 86, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86. Concurrent resolution expressing the sense of Congress that a carbon tax will be detrimental to the United States economy.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 222 and the nays are 196. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1836 as amended, on which the nays and yeas are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 177, H.R. 1836. A bill to amend Title 46, United States Code, to make technical corrections with respect to ocean shipping authorities and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 24. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on extraneous materials on H.R. 7023.
Without objection. House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1085 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 7023. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, to preside over the Committee of the Whole. Thank you. All right, we're starting at the top here. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 7023, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Section 404 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to codify certain regulatory provisions relating to nationwide permits for dredged or fill material and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in Section 6 of House Resolution 1085 and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Napolitano, each will control 30 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to rise in support of H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, which will make permitting processes under the Clean Water Act more efficient, more consistent, and transparent while continuing to protect our nation's water quality. The Clean Water Act became law in 1972 with strong bipartisan support and an understanding that clean water supports healthy communities, as well as every industry across the United States, from farming to fishing to manufacturing. Unfortunately, we've seen this important law become increasingly weaponized over the years to delay permits and prevent critical infrastructure and energy projects from moving forward without providing any additional environmental protection. Ultimately, the weaponization harms the health and well-being of our nation. This bill will address these problems and greatly benefits manufacturers, farmers, energy producers, road constructors, home builders, water treatment plants, supply chain managers, among others, by providing clarity under the Clean Water Act. Every person throughout the country relies on these industries and will also benefit from the regulatory flexibility and faster completion of these projects. I want to emphasize that this bill does not overhaul or weaken the Clean Water Act. Instead, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act codifies long-standing, effective permitting practices and makes targeted, common-sense reforms. I want to thank all my colleagues on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee who worked on various aspects of this legislation, and I'd urge support for this common-sense legislation that's going to provide clarity to the Clean Water Act permitting process. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7023. This bill significantly restricts the oversight and regulatory authorities of the EPA and Corps of Engineers under the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act, enacted over 50 years ago, is the nation's bedrock environmental law for restoring and maintaining the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters and water resources. However, the changes in H.R. 7023 defy the Act's overarching intent and gut the independent authority of both agencies to ensure the projects and activities are carried out with only minimal impact to water resources. This partisan bill weakens clean water protections while providing exemptions, legal shields, and limited oversight to special interest polluters and large-scale projects that demand higher scrutiny. The bill disregards congressional intent in establishing EPA's independent oversight authority over clean water permits, undermines permitting requirements, eliminates judicial review and public engagement, rolls back oversight of mining companies, industrial polluters, inadvertently slows down permitting process with increased bureaucracy and complicates state-determined decisions. Mr. Chairman, this bill would also significantly reduce remaining Clean Water Act protections over critical rivers, streams, lakes, and wetlands that survived last year's Supreme Court ruling. Not satisfied with the court Sackett decision that eliminated protections for more than 50% of the wetlands and up to 70% of the streams, this package of anti-clean water proposals would further hamstring EPA and the Corps' ability to operate independently to protect our nation's waterways. These proposals go in the wrong direction by giving even more to polluters and sacrificing the needs of communities that depend on clean water. After Sackett, Congress should be working to restore the protections of the Clean Water Act that worked for over 50 years and should move H.R. 5983, the Clean Water Act of 2023, a bill that I have co-sponsored with over 130 of my colleagues, to restore clean water protections over our waters, many of which serve as non-replaceable sources of water for families, our communities, our farms, our businesses, and our industries, and our quality of life. We've made too much progress in cleaning up the rivers and streams for Congress to give up now. Mr. Chairman, that is why I'm opposed to the proposed changes in H.R. 7023 that weaken bedrock Clean Water Act protections. The bill would add additional hurdles to EPA's ability to ensure water quality standards. It will reduce, if not eliminate, opportunities for the public to seek redress when they are harmed by violations of Clean Water Act. It would effectively eliminate EPA's ability to oversee and block dangerous projects. Communities will not benefit from these changes, but mining companies, the oil and gas industry, and other toxic polluters will. My colleagues would like to approve projects faster, but we need to ensure that projects are built with full consideration to the impacts to human health and environment, and I support the EPA and the Corps working with local communities, with tribes and states to make these important decisions. Mr. Chairman, I am enclosing in the congressional record a copy of the minority views of 723 that were co-signed by myself, Ranking Member Larson, and an overwhelming majority of the Democrats on the committee. I urge my colleagues on both sides to vote no on this bill. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Napolitano, reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Chairman, at this time I'd yield 3 minutes to the, 3 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, our permitting system is a great burden to our nation. It delays infrastructure projects indefinitely, stops us from bringing energy sources online, and deters investments in our communities. And let's make no mistake, permitting is holding back America. H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, seeks to unleash the American economy. It is a package of common sense reforms that will reduce regulatory burdens, establish certainty, and increase transparency in our permitting system. This bill will, in turn, create opportunities for home builders, farmers, loggers, and small business owners alike, enticing them to invest in projects that help our local economies grow and our rural communities flourish. I'd like to highlight Section 4 of H.R. 7023. Section 4 is the language of my bill, the Reducing Permitting Uncertainty Act. Section 404C of the Clean Water Act allows the EPA to veto a dredge and fill permit. However, the EPA has taken it upon itself to proactively reject the permits and retroactively take away permits. In a country of due process, it seems absurd that a federal agency can dictate whether a project is good or bad before an application is even filed. If we reject ideas before they mature, we crush any chance of ingenuity, growth, and progress in this country. Do innovators no longer deserve the opportunity to make their case and share their creative solutions? Further, the ability to take away permits when projects are well underway is outrageous. A constant threat that the government will waltz in and shut down years of hard work. Talk about creating an unwelcoming atmosphere for our job creators. The section H.R. 7023 is not a dramatic departure from the status quo. It's clarifying a time frame. When an application is pending, the EPA can make a determination whether or not to veto. It does not change the process, nor does it take away the EPA's right to veto. It just makes things clearer for those who want to bring projects online and help unleash the American economy. It returns our process to one that is science and fact-based rather than politically motivated. I want to thank Congressman Rouser for his work on this package of reforms, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a copy of the Statement of Administration Policy in opposition to H.R. 7023, which states that this legislation will weaken Clean Water Act, remove protections for waterways that are vital to the well-being of American families, and undermine ongoing bipartisan efforts to improve efficiency and effectiveness of infrastructure permitting process.
Covered by general leave.
Mr. Chair, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our predecessors in Congress worked in a bipartisan manner to enact the Clean Water Act, one of the nation's bedrock environmental laws. The legislation before us today was not developed in that same bipartisan manner, and it undermines the Clean Water Act, and I oppose this bill. The pro-clean water bipartisan consensus has held firm for decades, allowing communities to enjoy cleaner water and giving businesses the certainty they need to create jobs and spur economic growth. Thanks to historic investments like the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, our economy is on the move. We've added nearly 15 million jobs since President Biden took office, and unemployment has been under 4% for the longest stretch in more than 50 years. Wages are up, inflation is coming down, and we're growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. That is a context in which our colleagues are proposing to shatter this bipartisan consensus around clean water since the passage of the Clean Water Act. This bill will not improve Clean Water Act project permitting or create certainty. In fact, it does the opposite. According to the Statement of Administration Policy, this bill will, quote, undermine ongoing bipartisan efforts to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of infrastructure permitting processes. The SAP further confirms the bill will, quote, create uncertainty, confusion, and conflict in permitting processes. So what will this bill achieve? It weakens clean water protections. It provides exemptions and legal shields for permit holders. It limits oversight for projects that demand higher scrutiny. What does this bill do for communities? It closes the door for local communities seeking review of projects that are running through their neighborhoods and gives private developers the green light to ignore local perspectives on large-scale projects. This legislation prioritizes the needs of polluters who want to fast-track questionable projects over the public's interest and concern. What does this bill do for the permitting process? In some cases, it slows down the process. The bill adds bureaucratic steps to the process of establishing water quality standards that will slow the implementation of these standards while exposing them to increased litigation. What does it do for clean water? Nothing good. The legislation eliminates EPA's oversight of ecologically devastating projects and makes it easier for industrial polluters to discharge potentially harmful or toxic chemicals into our rivers and streams with no accountability. For example, my colleagues have criticized the EPA's use of the Clean Water Act review or veto authority. Yet the record shows that EPA's use of this authority has been consistent with congressional intent, and I see no reason for removing this authority. Since enactment of the Clean Water Act in 1972, EPA has only exercised this authority 14 times, most recently in relation to large-scale mining proposals in Alaska and West Virginia. EPA's use of this authority has, in fact, been bipartisan. EPA used it 2 times during Democratic administrations and 12 times during Republican administrations. Moving this legislation now is an assault on water quality. The adverse impacts of the provisions in this bill will be substantial on their own. However, enacting rollbacks is an extreme choice in the wake of the 2023 Sackett ruling by the Supreme Court that restricted the waters subject to Clean Water Act protections. It's estimated the Sackett ruling removed protection nationwide from at least 50% of wetlands and up to 70% of streams. With a much smaller number of waters subject to the Clean Water Act, additional loopholes to the process, like those proposed in the bill, are opposite of what Congress needs to do to protect our water resources. Clean water is not an abstract concept. What's at stake in this legislation is whether people have reliable, drinkable, clean water with which to conduct business, recreate, carry out daily tasks, and sustain life. During committee consideration of this bill, Democrats sought to lessen the negative impacts of this legislation and require the EPA to verify that changes from this bill would not have negative impacts on water quality or availability. Unfortunately, those amendments were rejected on mostly a party line vote. Similarly, several Democrats offered amendments to the Rules Committee to ensure the bill did not harm local fisheries, rural and disadvantaged communities, multi-state drinking water sources, or infants and children. Again, those amendments were blocked from consideration. If thoughtful oversight of our nation's waters and the permitting process that protects these waters is still a bipartisan goal, the House of Representatives can do far better than take up H.R. 7023. I oppose H.R. 7023, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I yield. The reserved time.
The gentlewoman reserves the remainder of her time. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Duarte.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. This bill provides relief to farmers, small businesses, and energy producers across the Central Valley and throughout the United States by cutting red tape, streamlining reviews, and providing greater regulatory certainty under the Clean Water Act. I'm proud that H.R. 7023 includes my initiative taking much-needed steps to fix inconsistencies in the permitting process under the Clean Water Act. In particular, this bill ensures that EPA permit writers do their jobs in a clear and reliable manner, including clear, objective, concrete limits on specific pollutants or water body conditions that permittees can rely on. Currently, the EPA's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit writers often include language in permits that provide loopholes for anti-development groups to sue and block permits needed for critical energy and other infrastructure improvements. My provision closes those loopholes and limits opportunities for unwarranted lawsuits. This bill doesn't roll back the Clean Water Act. It codifies decades-old EPA policy to shield permit holders from activist lawsuits as long as they acted in good faith and according to the specific terms of their permit. This type of regulatory certainty and legal protection for permit holders is necessary for improving our nation's infrastructure, especially California Central Valley's water infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, a common-sense reform that will strengthen the permitting process for permit seekers and holders, as well as provide greater clarity for permitting agencies. Thank you, Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I ask to include in the record several letters in opposition to H.R. 7023, including a letter from 49 organizations expressing concern that legislation containing several misguided attacks on clean water and the Clean Water Act puts polluter profits ahead of public health and would jeopardize the water that our families, communities, business, and wildlife depend on.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by General Lee.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Vice Chair of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Water, Resources, and Environment, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7023. This bill is a combination of attacks on the Clean Water Act that altogether will threaten access to the clean, safe water our communities rely upon. This bill would protect polluters, make it easier for dangerous pollutants like lead, mercury, and arsenic to enter our waterways. And the more pollutants that enter our source waters, the greater the cost it is to clean them up. And the greater the cost it is to clean up our water, the more expensive it is for our constituents. In my district, we have seen the rising costs of water. and plenty of communities are also struggling to afford their water bills. And while I have been working throughout this Congress to improve access to affordable quality water in my district and beyond, the majority has been undermining my efforts and others with bills like this. For example, in committee I offered an amendment that would have protected our drinking water from pesticides and prevented water rate increases by passing the cleanup costs to the polluters. But my Republican colleagues voted down this common sense amendment and preferred to have my constituents and their constituents pay for bad actors. Water is an essential resource, and people in Ohio's 13th congressional district depend upon access to clean water for their lives and their livelihoods. We must protect our waters from dangerous pollutants and also prevent working people and families from having to foot the bill for pollution and discharges. Finally, I'd also like to discuss how this bill relates to last year's disaster in East Palestine, Ohio, which occurred just miles away from my district, and the ongoing issues we're seeing as a result. Changes within H.R. 7023 would allow large projects like railways or pipelines to go forward without any consideration for the broader impact that they will have on the communities that they are constructed in. The bill limits what is considered an impact. So when used for a new rail line, the court will not be able to consider a rail spill, toxic materials that may be transported on the railroad, or other disastrous scenarios, just like we see in Ohio. These secondary impacts can be huge for the nearby environment and the communities. And with the East Palestine derailment, they certainly were. Worse yet, other parts of this bill will limit the ability to review, taking away the ability of a community to advocate for itself and be involved in the process of a major project in their own neighborhoods. I will continue, Mr. Speaker, advocating for sensible permitting reform that allows businesses to grow and considers the health and safety of consumers in adjacent communities. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not it. I firmly believe H.R. 7023 will only make ongoing issues in my state and district worse, as well as yours. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today in support of H.R. 7023. This bill includes language from my legislation, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act. As a member of Congress, I value the input of my constituents. The EPA, however, sees input from stakeholders differently, at least in regard to water quality criteria for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems permits. EPA claims that these criteria are just guidance, not a final agency action that should require a proper regulatory review process. States can technically adopt different criteria, but the EPA makes this process so burdensome that most states are forced to adopt the EPA guidances. In other words, guidance becomes regulation, and that is the game and end goal of the EPA. The EPA then voluntarily takes comments and feedbacks on these criteria. They have a body that reviews the criteria, an internal science body comprised of bureaucrats. An internal review from its own board is not a real robust review. The language from my bill, the Water Quality Criteria Development and Transparency Act, ensures the development of these criteria will be treated with the same respect as any other regulations, that is, listening to the stakeholders' feedback. The stakeholders are constantly dealing with the new burdens from the EPA. As true experts, they deserve consideration by the EPA. Additionally, in the most limited way possible, the EPA needs to be held accountable through the judicial system. Activists have abused the judicial system for decades. Our stakeholders should have an opportunity to keep the EPA accountable. Personally, I would prefer no new onerous criteria, but career bureaucrats being solely in charge of this criteria should frighten everyone. Feedback from stakeholders ensures that the criteria remain relevant, and EPA must consider the opinions of industry pros, the stakeholders, in making these criteria relevant. All new criteria and new regulations should incorporate their input and their expertise. I urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record 2 letters expressing opposition to H.R. 7223 and its efforts to reopen federal protections of pristine salmon habitat within and around Bristol Bay, Alaska, including a letter from Bristol Bay Defense Fund and the United Tribes of Bristol Bay.
The gentlewoman's request will be covered by general leave.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the state of Michigan, Ms. Golden.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 7023. Mr. Speaker, despite meeting every stipulated requirement, my amendment to this dangerous bill to protect our children from pollutants in their water was not ruled in order. Something's not right. This is unacceptable as a matter of parliamentary process, and it's unacceptable because our children's health is at risk. Infants and children are among the most vulnerable to the negative health effects of pollutants in their water. They're often the closest to the source. They crawl on the floor and in the grass and put anything they find in their mouths, including their hands, which puts them at greater risk of exposure to toxins. Their immune systems are the least prepared to handle this exposure. Children's internal organs are still developing and maturing. According to the National Institutes of Health, kids' immune systems may provide less natural protections against toxins than adults. Infants and children face more critical periods when exposure to toxic chemicals may alter their health for the rest of their lives. The Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act would increase the risk to our children by limiting the tools and processes that the EPA utilizes for monitoring the health of our water, improving water quality, and limiting pollutants from entering our waters in the first place. The amendment I submitted was simple. It would have paused the changes within the bill until the EPA could certify that they would not lead to increased discharges of pollutants that have adverse effects on infants and children from increased exposure. Some of these pollutants we may see more of are linked to neurological disorders, behavioral changes, and certain forms of cancer, including breast cancer, leukemia, and brain tumors. My colleagues and I across the aisle may not agree on the merits of the Clean Water Act or the importance of protecting our local waters from contamination and degradation, but surely we can all agree that protecting our nation's infants and children from toxic chemicals is our shared responsibility. And simply that we need to know where there is poison in our water and whether we're giving it to our children. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I will offer my amendment as a motion to recommit later today because I will never stop fighting for our children. This is not just a bad bill, it's dangerous for our kids. At the end of the debate, I'll insert into the record a text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit for our children. I yield back.
I continue to hold.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Creating Confidence in the Clean Water Permitting Act, a bill that pushes back against the out-of-control EPA and ensures that important projects are approved in a timely manner. The EPA has used the Clean Water Act to delay or block projects and ensure a radical climate agenda is fulfilled, all at the costs of projects that are critical for the United States. The EPA is often inconsistent, not transparent, and unfair in its decision to approve projects, even when those projects have no negative impact on the environment. This bill will cut red tape. It will strengthen the permitting process in favor of those seeking the permits and provide clarity to the EPA to ensure that they are following what the law intends and, most importantly, fight back against the militant climate agenda. Look, we all know that the EPA can be a bad actor in the permitting process, but they're not the only ones that are standing in the way. We also have to deal with these environmental groups who continually sue to delay these projects from going through, claiming that the costs outweigh the benefits. Of course, we know what they really mean. These projects don't further their climate agenda, so they must be stopped. That's why this bill includes my legislation, the Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act. The Judicial Review Timeline Clarity Act ensures that any lawsuit seeking judicial review of a Section 404 general or individual permit must be filed within the first 60 days of the permit's issuance. And if the court decides that the Army Corps did not comply with the law in approving projects, it will be remanded back to the Secretary, where they have 180 days to take action that the court has ordered. Look, businesses are busy. They're already buried under regulation after regulation, which takes on obscene amounts of time and resources to comply with. In this case, they already have to demonstrate that these projects will have basically no impact on the health of water or show that they have exhausted all alternatives in discharging. Even with these strict regulations, environmental groups sue to stall these projects, claiming that they will have a negative impact on the environment. The goal is to keep them held up in court. And our court system is already being attacked from every angle. Let's not let the environmentalists continue to manipulate the courts to push their climate religion. It should be an efficient and speedy process so businesses can build the infrastructure that our country depends on. The Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act will bring needed reforms to litigation and ensure any challenge to these permits are efficient, fast, and fair. And in closing, I want to thank the work of the Chairman Graves and the Subcommittee Chairman David Rouser.
And reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California. 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7023, another example of Team Extreme's polluters over people agenda. And folks may be wondering why we are talking about a bill that tries to gut the Clean Water Act in what is supposed to be Energy Week for House Republicans. Well, the answer is pretty straightforward. This week actually has nothing to do with energy policy. It certainly has nothing to do with clean water policy. The common thread is Team Extreme's bromance with polluting industries who want to dismantle our environmental laws so they can poison our air, water, and climate without any accountability. That's why we're debating this terrible bill that will roll back 50 years of clean water protections. Now, in the Sackett decision, the Supreme Court severely limited Clean Water Act protection for tributaries and headwaters. The decision was a disaster, and it's why Congress right now should be trying to move legislation that builds up and protects the Clean Water Act. We should be giving EPA further tools to hold industry accountable, to safeguard the power of states and tribes so that they can protect sensitive ecological areas, and embolden our communities to have an active role in the permitting process for projects that will impact their livelihoods. Republicans are doing the exact opposite here. In the aftermath of Sackett, they're trying to gut the Clean Water Act even further by removing EPA's ability to deny Clean Water Act permits. They're removing NEPA and ESA protections, as well as state consultation. And Republicans are trying to eliminate judicial review, making it virtually impossible for a community to challenge a project that's been hastily approved through this new permitting process. The bottom line, this makes it a lot easier for polluting industries to wreck our lakes and rivers and streams. It puts polluters over people. Now, it's worth remembering, in the face of these constant attacks on our environmental protections, why we created the Clean Water Act in the first place. The purpose was to protect communities and the environment. Just 50 years ago, we had lakes and streams that you couldn't wade into, much less fish in. There were rivers that caught fire and couldn't be put out. Team Extreme wants to take us back to that, and in typical fashion, they try to hide the effects of this bill behind a euphemistic title, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. You know, if Congress had a truth in labeling requirement for bills around here, this would be called the Dirty Water Permitting Act. So enough Enough of the gaslighting, enough of putting polluters over people. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Graves, and I want to thank Chairman Rouser for work on this legislation. Mr. Chairman, look, the reality is that America has been wrapped in a bureaucratic morass. We've been wrapped in red tape. It's impossible to do things like build roads. It's impossible to deploy things like transmission that are critical to help to renew and update the grid, the electrical grid. This is because of what we've seen as an extreme agenda out of this White House. We just yesterday talked about the fact that the average American family is now spending an additional $1,000 a month just complying with rules and regulations out of this administration. Mr. Chairman, I remind you, this is the administration that said they would not impose additional costs upon any family making less than $400,000 a year, but that's exactly what their agenda is doing, whether it is blocking energy production and driving up energy cost, whether it is the shrinkflation you've seen with smaller products at the grocery store, higher utility bills. Every American family is facing this new hidden tax. What Chairman Graves and Chairman Rouser have done is they brought together a bill that brings common sense to the Clean Water Act process. Look, I represent South Louisiana. We live at the bottom of one of the largest watersheds in the world, and certainly the largest watershed in the United States. We go from Montana to New York to Canada and drain all this area. Everybody's discharge, everybody's runoff comes to our state. Do you really think I would have an interest in dirtier water being at the bottom of the watershed? Being in the area that has some of the greatest commercial fisheries in the continental United States, one of the biggest recreational fishing destinations in this country? No, it doesn't make any sense. And so what this legislation does is it helps to streamline the process. And I want to thank the chairman for working with us to include a provision that codifies the general NPDES permits that would simply require the notice if the general permit is not going to be revised, simply letting the applicant know or the existing permit holder know if it's not going to be reissued or renewed. Another one that helps to improve the legal process. And Mr. Chairman, I actually met with John Kerry, Brian Deese, White House officials under the Biden administration that have both left now, but who brought up to me while they were working for the White House that said that we've got to fix this judicial review thing. This bill does it. What it does is something very simple that makes that applies common sense to the situation. It says that, yeah, that's fine. You can file a lawsuit if you have a problem with the decision that was made, but you first have to try to participate and resolve your issue in the public comment process, in the public participation process, rather than waiting for the record of decision, standing out there on the outsides, filing a lawsuit just as a delay tactic. These are not helpful tactics. To the contrary, these are malicious tactics. And I appreciate the inclusion of that because that moves in the right direction. Look, in closing, Mr. Chairman, this entire bill builds upon the incredible work that was done in the revisions or the improvements, the modernization to the National Environmental Policy Act that President Biden signed into law back in June. That simply tries to ensure that we shrink the amount of time, that we shrink the scope of work that's done in looking at environmental assessments and environmental impact statements. Because all of this bureaucratic morass, all of this additional cost that's being heaped upon American families, all it's doing is slowing down our economy, and it's giving a strategic advantage to countries like China, which is not in our interest. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from the state of Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in vehement opposition to H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act. It's amusing that we're having an Energy Week conducted by a majority that uses all of its energy to fight against the interests and well-being of the American people. This bill is emblematic of the Republican Party that shamelessly prioritizes the investments of their billionaire donors over the health of our children, our communities, and our environment, not to mention our economy. Every member of this body likes to claim to be here to advance the needs of our constituents, but it seems like every day the Republican Party tries to tear down the very laws that aim to protect their own constituents as well as mine from corporate polluters pumping toxins into our air and drinking water. It seems like every day they fight to repeal the investments that are creating thousands of good-paying union jobs in districts like mine, lowering our energy bills and creating a healthy, livable future for our kids. Pittsburgh is the 22nd most polluted city in the nation, and this year was the first year that we didn't get a failing grade from the American Lung Association. So I know far too well from what happens when corporate polluters are absolved of responsibility and accountability for their actions, which several portions of this bill seek to enable. I'm proud to fight against those who seek to endanger our communities, endanger our children, through polluted air and tainted water, just so they can give another handout to the billionaires and big oil CEOs who bankroll their campaigns. I'm proud to represent Western Pennsylvania and the city of Pittsburgh, where we've worked hard to remove and replace over 10,000 lead service lines, largely thanks to federal protections and investments these Republicans are trying to repeal. The only confidence this bill gives me is that Republicans will take any opportunity to eliminate oversight and safeguards for our environment and to silence the voices of those in communities who are tired of unbreathable air and toxic water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose the passage of this legislation, and I yield back.
I continue to reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think I've ever heard so much nonsense in such a short period of time. As a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7023, the Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, of which I am a sponsor. In the 5 decades since its enactment, the Clean Water Act has helped improve the quality of water bodies throughout the country. H.R. 7023 is focused on improving Section 402 and 404 permitting processes under the Clean Water Act. The key word here is improve, not remove, not eliminate, not undermine, but improve. Improving permitting under the Clean Water Act has been a priority of mine as chairman of the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee. I have heard over the course of a number of hearings about the successes and challenges of the Clean Water Act. Throughout these conversations, one theme has become clear. Years of weaponization of this law by various administrations and radical activists are hurting our economy without providing any meaningful environmental benefit. Today, we've heard our colleagues from across the aisle say this legislation will gut the Clean Water Act by rolling back critical water protections. But the fact of the matter is, that's just not so. This bill does not modify the scope of the Clean Water Act, nor does it change current permitting requirements. Let me say that again. It does not change current permitting requirements. It simply closes loopholes to prevent the continued weaponization of the permitting process, all of which has nothing to do with water quality. Nothing. I firmly believe that regulations should be easy to understand and easy to follow, which has the added benefit, by the way, of making them easier to enforce. Our competitors across the globe often disregard any kind of regulatory structure or permitting. When they want to do something, when they want to build a canal, they just go do it. We're better than that. We believe in environmental protection. However, this does not mean we should be forced to wait years to build a manufacturing plant, new infrastructure, or energy projects due to weaponization of the regulatory process. Such delays only give our international competitors a distinct advantage and harm our country's economy as well as our energy security, which also, by the way, directly affects our national security. Mr. Chairman, it's simple. Clear processes lead to good decision-making and more consistent outcomes. H.R. 7023 helps achieve that. For example, this bill better ensures that Section 402 NIPD's permits are straightforward and developed in a more transparent way, from the data used to develop the permit to language used within the permit. Currently, the EPA develops water quality standards through their own internal processes, routinely dismissing comments from outside stakeholders. This legislation would require the EPA to bring interested parties to the table when crafting water quality standards. It would also require NIPD's permit writers to use clearer, more specific language when developing a permit and provide a liability shield for good faith actors who are adhering to their permit terms. For Section 404 dredge and fill permits, this legislation creates more consistency and provides more legal clarity. For example, it clarifies the EPA can only veto a permit when a 404 application is active, not before an application has been filed or after a permit has been issued. It also codifies many longstanding practices for the application of nationwide permits by the Corps and creates clearer standards for judicial review to protect against frivolous lawsuits. Section 404 permits, particularly nationwide permits, are often targeted by radical environmentalists and get bogged down by litigation. This legislation helps to protect against these kinds of frivolous lawsuits. Additionally, this bill requires the EPA and the Corps to, at long last, issue and make public post-SACIT decision implementation guidance for the definition of waters of the U.S., so that we can finally get jurisdictional determinations moving and projects done. This bill enjoys support from a wide range of stakeholders and constituencies, from water utilities to energy groups to farmers to Main Street businesses. This legislation will enable the law to be executed and enforced more effectively, save taxpayer money, and provide more consistency for permit holders, seekers, and writers. I'd also like to note this bill is a team effort representing the input of several of my T&I colleagues. In particular, I'd like to thank Congressman Owens, Stauber, Duarte, Burleson, and Garrett Graves, all of whom have contributed provisions to this package. And Mr. Chairman, in closing, I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, which provides predictability and certainty that our utilities,
Gentleman's time has expired.
10 seconds.
Yield additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Which provides predictability and certainty that our utilities, energy, manufacturing, and agriculture industries need to succeed, which are so critical to American greatness in energy, food production, and the manufacturing necessary to improve the standard of living of every American. That's what this is about, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
That's my last speaker, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, clean water was not always a partisan issue, and no issue has more support among American families than the protection of our nation's water. Now is the worst time to lower our guard on protecting clean water, as recent years have shown major challenges across the U.S., such as the droughts in the West, floods in the East, and the water contamination in many states. We need to be doing everything to ensure our cities, our businesses, our farmers have sufficient, safe, and sustainable water supplies of water to meet our economic and agricultural needs, our quality of life needs, our day-to-day survival. I have dedicated much of my time in Congress to protecting our critical water supplies and making sure we capture, use, reuse every available drop of water in our communities, and I do not plan to stop now. Recent public surveys in the West have found that residents are more concerned than ever about inadequate water supplies. Almost 9 in 10 Westerners say that inadequate water supply is a serious problem in their state. This is especially true in my home state of California. As the Metropolitan Water District commented to our subcommittee a year ago, a strong and clear Clean Water Act is important to the day-to-day operations of water agencies and source water protection efforts. Congress should be reinstating protections of the Clean Water Act that the Supreme Court removed to continue to protect our streams, our wetlands that have been protected since the inception of the Act. Streams, rivers, and wetlands are critical to capturing and storing rain, snow melt, to ensure a long-term supply of water, and to recharge our underground aquifers. Yet, this bill limits or eliminates protections to our waters that provide the source of drinking water for over 117 million Americans. Yes, there's a cost to protecting our communities, our sources of drinking water, and our environment. However, the cost should be borne by those seeking to pollute our waterways or fill our wetlands for their own personal gain, rather than transferring that cost to the average American or to downstream states. This bill would increase levels of pollution in our water bodies, increase risk of downstream flooding, and increase certainty that communities like mine cannot maintain sustainable sources of drinking water. Worst of all, hardworking American families would have to pay for the pollution caused by others. Mr. Chairman, I oppose H.R. 7023 and urge my colleagues to vote against this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, H.R. 7023 is critical to achieving more efficient project completion by streamlining and improving the permitting process under the Clean Water Act. As has been stated, this bill will support everyday Americans by making targeted common sense reforms to the Clean Water Act, balancing the need for environmental protections along with energy and infrastructure improvements. This bill is the product of hard work by many members of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. In particular, I want to thank Subcommittee Chairman David Rouser for his leadership on the issues, Representatives Eric Burleson, Burgess Owens, Pete Staubard, John Duarte, and Garrett Graves for their work, who all contributed legislative language to this bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee Print 118-25 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the House Report 118-428. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report. Shall be considered read, shall be debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent. Shall not be subject to the amendment and shall not be subject to the demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here today to offer my amendment to H.R. 7023. Michigan's 1st District is home to more than 2,000 miles of Great Lakes coastline, by far the most of any congressional district, and touches 3 of the 5 Great Lakes. For those of us that call Michigan home, the Great Lakes play an invaluable role for our natural ecosystems, communities, economies, and our general way of life. Protecting our lakes is a unifying goal that crosses all political lines. My amendment is simple. It would clarify that nothing in this legislation would affect the long-standing ban on oil and gas drilling in the Great Lakes under the Energy Policy Act of 2005. To be clear, I don't believe a reasonable reading of H.R. 7023 would directly lead to drilling activities in our Great Lakes. But if there's one thing I've learned in my years in the military and here in Congress, you can't always trust the federal bureaucracy to do the reasonable and right thing. The vital importance of the Great Lakes to those of us who live near them demands certainty and security, a concrete assurance that these protections, which have wide bipartisan support, will stay in place. This is especially true when we're discussing permitting under the Clean Water Act, including for energy producers. With this protection included, H.R. 7023 will be able to properly balance sound environmental stewardship with responsible infrastructure development and cut the amount of red tape. Providing regulatory certainty and clarity while maintaining long-standing protections like the ban on Great Lakes drilling is not a zero-sum game. We can and must do both. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California wish to be recognized?
I claim time in opposition, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the woman is recognized.
This amendment clarifies that nothing in this act affects the existing ban on oil and gas drilling in the Great Lakes. Legislation banning the issue of new drilling permits in the Great Lakes was passed in 2005 with support from both parties. While legislation before us does undermine Clean Water Act protections, it does not affect the existing ban on drilling in the Great Lakes. Republicans would like to call this week Energy Week, so let's look at the state of American energy today. Despite what you hear on the other side of the aisle, we are experiencing a record oil boom in the United States. A record oil boom. There is no war on oil. The United States is the largest crude oil producer in the world, outpacing Russia, Saudi Arabia, and other OPEC countries. Last fall, President Biden had approved more permits for oil and gas drilling on public lands than previous president had at the same point in his presidency. Through passage of bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act, President Biden and House Democrats are addressing both the immediate needs for affordable gas prices for consumers, as well as the long-term investments in clean energy future. And that will tackle the climate crisis. Already, since the Inflation Reduction Act passage, 292 major clean energy projects have been announced that would create over 100,000 jobs across the country. Just like America can dominate both oil production and clean energy deployment, we can promote American energy while also ensuring protection of our environment. I have no objection to the amendment or its adoption. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I reserve.
Woman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Explicitly maintaining protections that prevent oil and gas drilling in the Great Lakes will provide certainty for the millions of Americans that call the region home while we work to improve federal permitting. Once again, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and the underlying bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to offer my bipartisan amendment.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
2, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would allow the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and then 47 states and U.S. territories with delegated authority under the Clean Water Act to issue permits for public works up to 10 years. Under the Clean Water Act's National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, federal and state and territorial regulators can issue permits for 5 years, and that's it. That arbitrary permit duration no longer matches the construction timeline for public works like modernizing wastewater treatment plants and building new water recycling facilities. When the Clean Water Act was signed into law in 1972, publicly owned wastewater treatment plants were being constructed principally to provide primary or secondary treatment. Things have changed over the last 5 decades. Now these plants are looking at tertiary and even higher standards, taking longer time for the engineering as well as the construction. Some of these plants are even installing fuel cells, such as in my district, Pittsburgh, California. Increasing the NEPADES permit from 5 to 10 years ensures that the federal permitting process accurately reflects the time frames to construct a public water project, upholding the Clean Water Act protections. U.S. EPA and many state Clean Water Act regulators, including California State Water Resources Control Boards, have a backlog of permits, some of these multiple years. That's why many, if not most, of these NEPADES permits issued nationwide expire long before they can be renewed, and in many times they stay in effect for years. This amendment, if adopted, would clear the backlog and provide the necessary time to plan, engineer, and build the facilities. With that, I yield and reserve my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, although I am not opposed to the amendment. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Although I claimed the time
objection.
in opposition, I did, of course, note that I'm not opposed. I support this amendment offered by my colleague from California, Mr. Garamendi, as it furthers the purpose of the underlying legislation by offering more flexibility and regulatory certainty to permit holders. This amendment will provide publicly owned wastewater treatment facilities with the ability to have their permits under Section 402 of the Clean Water Act issued for 10 years, up from the current 5 years. In doing so, the amendment will reduce administrative strains and bureaucracy while giving communities more flexibility to take on important wastewater infrastructure projects with certainty. So with that, I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of the amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would propose to close. I want to thank the bipartisan support for this amendment. It makes a lot of sense to expand up to 10 years. It may be that an entity would like to have a permit less than 10 years, and this amendment would allow that. But more importantly, it does allow a permit to go for a full 10 years. The bipartisan support is much appreciated, even though it was presented in opposition, which I understand you needed to do to meet the rules. Nevertheless, with that in mind, I ask for an aye vote.
Gentleman, yield back?
Well, yes, I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back as well. We're prepared to close.
Yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, and member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan and straightforward amendment to help pass the backlog of permits that have slowed down the development of infrastructure and energy projects across this country. As the co-chair of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus, I'm really excited to be able to offer this amendment alongside my Republican co-chair, Andrew Garbarino, and caucus members David Valgadeo and Mike Lawler. Our caucus has heard from businesses, experts, and agency officials that have all expressed the very same message. Permitting in our country takes too long, and our nation's climate and infrastructure goals are being diminished as a result. Ensuring timely review processes is also critical as our nation hopes to maximize the potential of recent historic legislation, including the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In other words, slow permitting means slower progress for our economy. In issuing permits, the federal government does their due diligence to ensure that these projects will not cause undue harm to our communities, waters, and to the environment. That said, under no circumstances should issues with agency staffing hamstring the permitting of projects, costing us good-paying jobs, time, and money for our businesses. Unfortunately, the EPA faces a significant backlog. At the end of fiscal year 2023, the agency's backlog of general permits under the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System impacted 600 facilities nationwide. Further, in 2018, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers cited that the average time to complete a standard individual permit is 329 days. So every day that a permit is not issued, time and jobs and the potential vitality of an entire project may be lost. The EPA and the Army Corps have a responsibility to meet their regulatory permitting deadlines so that we can get shovels in the ground and projects online on time. So that's why I authored this very straightforward and bipartisan amendment that will help us to better understand how staffing shortfalls are impacting permitting timelines. This amendment does two major things. It requires the EPA and the Army Corps to issue a report on the staffing needs that they have to process and issue permits under the Clean Water Act based on data over the last 5 years. The amendment also requires the agencies to cite the impact that funding for additional full-time employees might have on processing timelines. So this will allow Congress to be able to take any requisite action to be able to support the hardworking public servants who process these applications and who help reduce that backlog moving forward. So I urge all of my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans alike, to support my bipartisan amendment, and I thank those who have already supported this amendment, especially Ranking Member Larson for his leadership and support. And with that, I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Michigan seek to be Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment, although I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, would help provide Congress with useful information on the staffing needs for processing Clean Water Act permits, ensuring the EPA and the Army Corps of Engineers have the necessary resources to issue permits, combined with the common sense permitting reforms included in the underlying legislation. This will benefit energy and other infrastructure projects in communities across the country. So I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. I very much appreciate the bipartisan nature with which this amendment has been accepted and received. I would ask for a yea vote on this amendment, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Mr. James of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand before you with a grave concern that demands our immediate attention. The Great Lakes, the lifeblood of our region, are under siege from a silent yet deadly threat: PFAS chemicals. These persistent toxic substances pose a significant risk to both human health and to our environment. Congress cannot afford to turn a blind eye to this pressing issue. The health and well-being of Michigan and Great Lakes communities depend on it. That is why I've submitted an amendment that would bar any of the provisions in this bill from attempting to impede on research into PFAS chemicals. Stopping PFAS research would be a disservice to the public and to millions of Americans who rely on the Great Lakes. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow political agendas to stand in the way of scientific progress and the health of our people. Our people are too important for that. That's why I am similarly supporting an amendment from my friend, Representative Jack Bergman from Michigan, which would also ban gas and oil drilling in the Great Lakes. This isn't a left versus right issue. It's an issue that impacts all of us and future generations. Congress must do all that it can to protect the Great Lakes, and one step is supporting comprehensive research initiatives to fully understand the extent of PFAS contamination and its potential impacts. We owe it to future generations to safeguard the Great Lakes and ensure they remain a source of clean water and natural beauty for years to come. Let us unite in our commitment to protect our environment and the health of our citizens. I ask all my colleagues to please support this very important amendment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes, sir, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I claim time in opposition, though I am not opposed.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I support the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James. Communities across the nation have learned firsthand of the human health risks associated with forever chemicals, such as PFAS, a pollutant that is found in wastewater of municipal treatment work as well as industrial dischargers. EPA is actively addressing PFAS concerning both by pushing to identify and limit large-scale industrial discharges of PFAS to treatment systems, as well as developing an enforcement discretion policy for municipalities that may simply have PFAS chemicals in their sewage through no fault of their own. While I share the gentleman's concern about the health risks of PFAS, I would point out that the underlying bill may create greater incentives for dischargers to underreport or look the other way when it comes to PFAS discharges. Since 1994, EPA has had in place a permit shield, quote, permit shield policy that provides dischargers with legal protection if they are applied for in good faith and with honest disclosures of all pollutants potentially contained in the discharge. However, the underlying bill codifies an expanded version of the permit shield applicable to any discharger, whether a municipal treatment plant, a mining site, or an industrial discharger, regardless of whether they have made good faith disclosures of all pollutants. EPA has indicated that this expanded permit shield creates a disincentive for permitting to identify pollutants that are part of their waste stream during the development of their permit, including PFAS. We should not be creating incentives for permittees to ignore the discharge of these chemicals. I support the gentleman's amendment to ensure that nothing in this act affects the EPA's authority to research PFAS chemicals. However, I do not support the provisions in the underlying bill that will undermine EPA's ability to track ongoing discharges of PFAS, making it more challenging to utilize this research to help the communities threatened by PFAS. I reserve the balance of my time.
The woman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I would like to support my colleagues for supporting this very important bill. The Great Lakes is important to the entire United States of America and to Michigan especially.
I
yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 118-428. offered by Mr. Molinaire of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinaire, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is straightforward. It prohibits the EPA from issuing a water permit to a company that is based in a foreign country of concern, as well as any of its subsidiaries. The countries of concern are China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. This is common sense. As a member of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party, I've seen firsthand how the CCP is trying to disrupt American leadership around the world and replace it with their own authoritarian regime. Here at home, Americans feel like China is constantly taking advantage of our country and our freedoms. They're sick and tired of seeing the CCP fly spy balloons over our country, bribe our service members to spy on us, hack our computer systems, poison our communities with fentanyl, and depress our children with secret social media algorithms based in Beijing. Mr. Chair, if you talk to constituents in your hometown and ask them if we should allow CCP-affiliated companies to use 700,000 gallons of water a day, they would all say, of course not. Unfortunately, in my district, a CCP-affiliated company called Goshen is trying to bully its way into a town. The company was rejected in a recall election last November and now is suing a rural township over its plans to build a factory and use 700,000 gallons of water a day. The EPA should not be issuing permits to CCP-affiliated companies and their subsidiaries. We cannot allow China to take advantage of our country's natural resources. My amendment is necessary, and it is common sense. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman.
Mr. Speaker.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinaire.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
For over 50 years, the federal-state partnership created by the Clean Water Act has allowed communities to enjoy clean water and has given businesses the certainty they need to create jobs and spur economic growth. Yet, if this amendment becomes law, both EPA and every state who has taken on responsibility for implementing Clean Water Act would have to deny clean water permits for any, I underscore, any facility or activity associated with a foreign government of concern. That means that any U.S. subsidiary of a company with economic ties to China, Russia, or any other foreign country of concern would, by statute, be denied the ability to operate and expand in this country if their activities trigger Clean Water Act review. I know Representative Molinaire is concerned about the announced $2.3 billion investment in the state of Michigan that is likely to create an additional 2,350 good-paying jobs, and that Michigan Governor Whitman has called the biggest ever economic development project in northern Michigan. However, this amendment is not limited to Michigan. How many other U.S. subsidiaries of foreign companies will also be caught up in this amendment? How will the General Electric appliance manufacturing plants in Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina continue to operate if this amendment is adopted? GE Appliances is a subsidiary of a Chinese-owned company. How will this amendment affect Smithfield Foods operations in Maryland and Virginia if these facilities are forever denied clean water permits because of their association with a Chinese owner? Motorola is one of the world's leading manufacturers of smartphones. However, this Chinese-owned company has numerous offices and manufacturing facilities throughout the U.S., including new 136,000 square foot facility in Richardson, Texas. Will the Molinaire Amendment make it logistically impossible for Motorola to continue to operate in the U.S.? House Democrats have been leading the charge to ensure the Clean Water Act continues to accomplish both goals, clean water and job creation. House Democrats will continue to build a strong record of sustainable job creation and support of domestic manufacturing. Prohibiting the issuance of Clean Water Act permits for projects that have investment from certain foreign entities is likely to be unimplementable, will increase the potential for litigation and delay, and ultimately only threaten clean water. I oppose the amendment and encourage my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would just like to restate for the members that we are talking about countries of concern: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. When we consider China and the CCP has been flying spy balloons, bribing our service members, poisoning our communities with fentanyl, and the malign activity that they are having around the globe, why would we submit ourselves to our greatest natural resources? And to me, it's just common sense. When we're funding projects, when we're developing the future of our country, why would we further our dependence on our adversaries? With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Just in closing, I would ask our colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands the amendment number 6 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 7 printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Error 404 not found. It's the dreaded computer message that appears when you visit a website or access a file that no longer exists. Unfortunately, it's also the message that more than 1,000 critical development projects throughout the free state of Florida may receive due to the uncertainty surrounding the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's continued ability to issue Section 404 program permits. Lake County, Florida alone estimates $1 billion of economic development that now faces uncertainty. This is due to a District of Columbia federal judge decision to vacate Florida's 404 permitting program, a decision that will have serious implications for the future of our environment and our economy. The ability for states like Florida, Michigan, and New Jersey to take the lead in regulating their natural resources is vital, but it is especially important for a state like Florida, where our growing economy is contingent on the continued protection of our environment. That is why my amendment simply seeks to provide permitting certainty to the more than 1,000 projects that are lined up in limbo by codifying Florida's successful 404 program. Our program has proven time and time again that Florida can do a much better job, more efficiently, more effectively, issuing permits for necessary projects better than the federal government has shown. Mr. Speaker, as Floridians, we understand the important role our environment plays in our economy and in Floridians' way of life. Florida, please, is asking everybody to join us because we need the flexibility to make decisions that are best suited for the Sunshine State in our environmental and economic needs, reduce project costs, and save taxpayer dollars, all while improving responsiveness to applicants and the communities' projects they serve. I ask my colleagues for their support of this important amendment, and I reserve the balance of time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I oppose the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Clean Water Act was specifically enacted as a federal-state partnership Today, EPA has approved 47 states to implement the point source discharge program under Section 402 of the Clean Water Act. Their status as co-regulators makes comprehensive implementation of the programs possible. However, far fewer states have sought approval to regulate the discharge of dredge and fill materials under Section 404 of the Act, with only New Jersey and Michigan currently approved to implement the authority. This amendment is directly related to whether Florida followed the rules in seeking approval of its own Section 404 program. Recently, a federal district court struck down the previous administration's approval of Florida's 404 permit authority on the grounds that both state and federal agencies failed to follow the rules in approving the state's program. I am not opposed to the state of Florida or any state seeking to manage 404 authorities within its border. However, this amendment seeks to legislate mandate approval of a program without changes that was adopted without proper oversight and review. The state of Florida can pursue implementing a 404 program, but through the proper approval process. And Congress should not mandate a program that has been deemed deficient by the courts. I oppose the amendment and encourage my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I reserve my time.
Reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Protection Agency still maintains strict permit-by-permit oversight of Florida's permitting decisions. But you've heard me, Mr. Speaker, you've heard me say thousands of projects are on hold. You may ask, what are you talking about, Congressman Bean? What projects are we talking about? What projects are on hold right now? Let me tell you what's on hold, Mr. Speaker. Projects to restore Florida's Everglades and prevent damaging discharges from Lake Okeechobee. They're on hold. Public projects to build sidewalks, improve bridges, utilities, roads, highways across the Sunshine State. They're on hold. We can't do them. Solar energy projects, including solar power stations and other electronic utility projects impacting our grid in the Sunshine State, they're on hold. Stormwater infrastructure repairs at U.S. Naval Air Station, Pensacola, it was damaged due to Hurricane Sally, but the repairs are on hold because we can't get the federal government to act fast. We're ready to go. We are ready to go. What else is on hold? We got a school in Jacksonville, a desperately needed school ready to be built. It's on hold because the federal government put everything on hold. Give us the chance to continue this important work in the state of Florida. I ask my colleagues to reconsider their opposition, join us, and let's make the Sunshine State back on course to bring these projects to life. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized. Gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 8, printed in House Report 118-428. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 118-428, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1085, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Chairman, after listening to the gentleman from Florida, I'd like a double dose of whatever it is he's taking. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, what our amendment does is it addresses something that I think both conservatives and liberals should be excited about. Let me explain. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, this large, incredibly expensive energy bill, the Congressional Budget Office did an estimate to determine the total amount of subsidies that this legislation would cost the American taxpayers. Then you've had folks like Goldman Sachs that have come in and done evaluations and determined that that assessment was likely off by a factor of 3 or even 4. Let me say that again. The estimate was off by a factor of 3 or even 4. So what this legislation, the base text of this legislation does, is it provides for an expedited processing or environmental review of Clean Water Act requirements, right? So our amendment simply says, once you hit that cap of how much the Congressional Budget Office said this bill was going to cost, said the Inflation Reduction Act was going to cost, you no longer get the expedited process strictly for linear infrastructure projects, otherwise projects like transmission. So if you're a conservative, you should be supportive because you're simply capping the cost of this project at what the Congressional Budget Office said. If you're a liberal, you should be supporting this. You're beating up on the bill right now. This caps or stops the effect of that bill, the expedited process, once you hit the cap that you all thought you were voting for. So this should be a win-win. This should have bipartisan support. I think that this is an appropriate amendment. I think that an amendment ensures that congressional intent is preserved by limiting the cost of these incredibly expensive subsidies at the rate that members of Congress who supported this legislation believed they were spending. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. This is the gentlelady from California. Seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Gentleman's is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. House Democrats support including local input in the development of large-scale infrastructure projects directly affecting local communities. During the committee consideration of this bill, we opposed attempts to curtail local input. The amendment is another example of curtailing local input to push through large-scale projects. However, this amendment picks winners and losers for what types of projects get to be jammed through the process. I proudly supported the investments in our infrastructure and clean energy future contained in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the CHIPS Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act last Congress. These critical bills were about creating jobs, advancing infrastructure investments, and accelerating the economy of the future. House Democrats are committed to improving the quality of life for all Americans by building the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. However, this amendment gives a fast lane for Clean Water Act permits to fossil fuel-related linear infrastructure projects. It purposefully includes renewable energy products, including solar and wind, and other clean energy alternatives that benefited from the Inflation Reduction Act. It also excludes efforts to bolster energy reliability and resiliency and nationwide efforts to upgrade the nation's energy grid. I suspect that this is why several energy companies, including the American Clean Power Association, Edison Electric, and the Chamber of Commerce, are also opposed to this amendment. Again, I remain concerned that under H.R. 7023, local voices are excluded from the development of linear projects generally. Adding Mr. Graves' amendment, which doubles down on the fast-tracking of fossil fuel energy infrastructure, only strengthens my opposition to the underlying bill. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment as well. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I listened to the gentlelady's response, and I guess I'm confused. First of all, this amendment does absolutely nothing to affect public participation. Does nothing to affect local input. This amendment does apply to linear infrastructure, as she noted, things like transmission. But I remind my friend across the aisle, the gentlelady from California, you can't have your cake and eat it too. The gentlelady can't be opposed to the bill, opposed to the underlying bill, and then when this amendment actually stops the expedited authority under this legislation from applying to projects, also say that she opposes that. Do you support the does the gentlelady support the expedited process, or does she not? I'm very baffled by the comments. Either you oppose the underlying bill, or you support the underlying bill. I've heard the gentlelady, Ms. Napolitano, I heard my friend from California, Mr. Huffman, both express opposition to the underlying bill. Let me say it again. What this amendment does is it says that this expedited authority only for linear transmission projects, linear infrastructure projects, it no longer applies once you hit the financial cap that was estimated, the financial score that was estimated by the Congressional Budget Office. So I would think that my friend from California would actually be supportive of this legislation, of this amendment, if she is opposed to the underlying bill. It caps, it curtails the use of this expedited authority that I believe Mr. Huffman indicated he believed would result in trashing the environment. And so let me say it again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're a fiscal conservative, you should support this amendment because it stops this runaway excessive subsidy for technologies that have been around for 40 and 50 years. It stops the expedited authority for those types of projects. Why we're subsidizing technologies that have been around for 40 and 50 years, I do not understand. Other countries don't in many cases. Secondly, if you're a liberal, if you're out there saying that this bill is extreme, you should support this amendment because it no longer allows for the expedited authority once you hit the financial cap. So I ask my friends across the aisle, do you want to have your cake or do you want to eat it? Because you only get one choice. I urge support of this amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from California also yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the amendment is 2.
Sir.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. A 15-minute vote. 99, and the nays are 323 with 0 present. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the committee of the whole, the House will see the opinion is H.R. 7023 and pursuant to House 1085 or with the bill as amended by that member back to the House with amendments adopted in the committee. Very well.
Say that again. Read the whole way. The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 7023 and pursuant to House Resolution 1085 reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any further amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. The question is on engrossment and the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Section 404 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act to codify certain regulatory provisions relating to nationwide permits for dredged or fill material and for other purposes.
Order. The House will be in order. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Skolton of Michigan moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7023 to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
The House will be in order. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. This will be a 5-minute vote.
Nailed it.
A sufficient, those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. There will be a 5-minute vote. It's a requirement. all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 213, and 0 present. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the
request a recorded vote. Recorded vote request.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Say it again. Recorded vote requested.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
members voted. Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 205, and the bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
House will be in order. House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1068. HRS 1068.
Request is granted. Entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and congratulate my friend Henry Bell on 35 years of service to the Tyler Area Chamber of Commerce. This incredible milestone is a testament to his dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the economic growth of the East Texas community. Throughout Henry's tenure, he has been a driving force behind the Chamber's success. Henry's deep knowledge of the resources, traditions, and history of East Texas, combined with his natural ability to build strong relationships, have helped attract new businesses and create countless jobs in East Texas. Under his guidance, the Tyler Area Chamber of Commerce has become a beacon of economic development, serving as a valuable resource and support system for businesses large and small. The Tyler Area Chamber is a regional top 5 chamber boasting more than 2,000 member organizations, businesses, and individuals. Beyond his professional contributions, Henry has sought to serve the Tyler community by dedicating his time and talents outside of work in keeping with the traditions of 5 generations of Bells that served before him. Once again, I congratulate Henry Bell on this remarkable milestone. The East Texas community is proud to have you, Henry, and we have been blessed because of you. I yield back.
House be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Hey, buddy, they told me dressed like this, I need to stay on that side. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Eugene Konakya, the longest-serving president of St. Peter's University in Jersey City, New Jersey. President Konakya is retiring after this 17 years leading this prestigious university. During his tenure, President Konakya helped St. Peter's become a university and gain national recognition. He helped start the university's first doctoral programs and the new schools of business, nursing, and education. He oversaw the construction of the new student center, the Panopinto Hall, and creation of the STEM Empowerment Center. In addition, President Konakya secured more than $134 million in funding and $25 million in federal grants for the school. I enjoyed being there along with my two sons, Donald and Jack, to watch St. Peter's magical run during the 2022 MCA tournament. And since then, they both have graduated from the school. And I will be rooting for the Peacocks during tonight's tournament as well. President Kanakia is an exceptional leader and will be missed at St. Peter's University. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor John Krieger, a revered FDNY veteran and stalwart of Rockland County, who passed away on March 18, 2024 at 81. John's work to improve fire safety and his service to our community exemplify a life dedicated to protecting others. Serving with distinction in the FDNY from 1965 to 1986, he later became Deputy Fire Coordinator for Rockland County, passionately advocating for fire safety and prevention since 2004. John's impactful journalism, notably the, quote, Fire's Deadly Rage series, sparked significant community action, leading to a surge in smoke alarm installations across Rockland County. His dedication extended into education as a fire instructor, and his leadership with the Rockland County Illegal Housing Task Force tirelessly working to enforce fire safety and building codes. Beyond his professional achievements, John's involvement in the West Haverstraw Volunteer Fire Department and numerous fire service associations highlighted his commitment to our community. His legacy as a firefighter, educator, and advocate leaves a lasting impact on Rockland County. We extend our deepest sympathies to his family, his many friends, and his beloved colleagues in the fire service, and remember John Krieger for the profound impact he had on making our community safer. His legacy of dedication and service will continue to inspire future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a hometown university and HBCU making a gigantic impact in northeastern North Carolina, Elizabeth City State University. We're getting it done because of distinguished faculty such as Thorpe Endowed Professor and Dean, Dr. Kuldeep Ravet. Dr. Ravet received the Governor James E. Holshouser Jr. Award for Excellence in Public Service. He's making a profound impact through his dedication and education through community engagement as well. Dr. Ravat has excelled in academia and has also significantly contributed to public service, particularly through initiatives like the NASA Aerospace Academy and the Mobile STEM Lab, which have enriched the lives of thousands in our underserved and rural region. His commitment extends well beyond the classroom. He works to ensure that students in the surrounding region can envision a brighter future. We celebrate his well-deserved award, and I say, Viking pride. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bobby Christine for being promoted to the rank of Major General in the U.S. Army National Guard. His career began as a student at the University of Georgia in Sanford Law. He also attended Georgia Military College, where he was positioned as a second lieutenant in the Corps of Engineers. During the 1990s, Major General Christine continued to serve in military affairs as a lawyer for the field. His responsibilities range from guiding commanders on rules of engagement to prosecuting and defending military personnel at trial. For his skills in leadership, Major General Christine has also served as a senior lawyer in the Georgia National Guard, Brigadier General for a JAG in the National Guard, and the U.S. Attorney for Georgia's Southern and Northern Districts. Now he has made history as the first reserve component officer in the Army's Judge Advocate General's Corps to achieve the status of Major General. His hard work is recognized by his family, friends, others, and myself, and I look forward to witnessing his future accomplishments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, the Affordable Care Act is turning 14 years old. Despite relentless challenges and efforts by MAGA Republicans to repeal it over 50 times in the last 14 years, the Affordable Care Act remains in effect and continues to provide millions of individuals and families with access to affordable health care. A record of more than 21 million Americans are enrolled in quality health care under the Affordable Care Act in 2023, including more than 3.5 million Texans. Today, more Americans have health insurance than under any other president in history. Thank you, Mr. President. Democrats have made sure that more Americans than ever before are getting covered under the Affordable Care Act. We will continue to put people over politics to lower health care costs and ensure that every American can get the care that they need. Thank you, and happy birthday, ACA Obamacare.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor First Sergeant Wayne Edelin, who served in both the Korean and Vietnam Wars. In 1952, he was deployed to Korea, where he spent 8 months in combat and earned the Combat Infantryman's Badge. After that, he was sent back to the United States for a while, then reenlisted and served in Japan for a year. Then he was deployed to Korea again for a year. He then spent 3.5 years in Germany before coming back to the United States, where he served as senior instructor of ROTC at the University of California, Santa Barbara. After that, he served as a drill instructor for new recruits at Fort Polk Army Base in Louisiana. In 1968, he deployed to Vietnam, where he participated in combat operations, earned his second Combat Infantryman's Badge. He also earned the Bronze Star with Valor for heroism in ground combat. Wayne left Vietnam in June of '69 and returned to Fort Polk as a drill instructor. He retired from the Army in 1971 with the rank of First Sergeant. He eventually made the wise decision to move to Tennessee and has lived in Blount County since 2010. We are so glad to have him in our community. I'm glad that he is a constituent of mine. Sergeant Edelin served and sacrificed for our country for many years, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to honor him as Tennessee's 2nd District Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At its core, the American dream is about owning a home. For far too many Americans, this has turned into a pipe dream. Right now, there are 343,000 households in North Carolina who spend over half of their monthly income on rent, leaving too little for other expenses like health care, transportation, and nutritious food. That's why I'm proud to have worked on a common sense action plan that outlines some of the work that we've done already and what we need to do to address the affordable housing crisis we're facing across the country. This plan addresses our housing supply, reforms to land use policies, improves housing financing, and much more. As Vice Chair of the New Dems Affordable Housing Task Force, I'll continue to put forward common sense ideas and solutions to build more affordable housing, increase affordable housing access, and tackle this crisis. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to recognize Secretary Marcia Fudge for her outstanding career and significant achievements as she prepares to retire from the President's Cabinet as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Secretary Fudge's steadfast career in public service, beginning as mayor of Warrensville Heights, Ohio, is an example for all of us who work to serve our communities and our nation. Before becoming HUD Secretary, Ms. Fudge served as part of the Ohio Congressional Delegation in the House for 12 years, serving on the House Agricultural Committee. She championed food and nutrition policies that are valued in Ohio and throughout the nation. I want to thank and congratulate Secretary Fudge on her accomplishments and contributions that have led to a more prosperous Ohio and a stronger America, and wish her a happy and healthy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise them to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Delaware is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, March is National Blood Clot Awareness Month. 1 American every 6 minutes dies from a blood clot, which is why yesterday I unveiled a virtual toolkit to raise awareness, promote action, and inspire advocacy, because blood clots don't discriminate. As a member of Congress and a member of the Health Subcommittee, this issue is a professional one for me and the 100,000 Americans who die. But as Lisa, this is personal. 10 years ago, I lost my husband, Charles Rochester, to blood clots. His death shook me to the core and inspired me to act. And that's why I introduced the bipartisan Charles Rochester Blood Clot Prevention and Treatment Act. Recently, my family was again impacted by blood clots. My dad was diagnosed with cancer, the second leading cause of death for people with cancer after cancer is blood clots. Dad contracted a blood clot in his leg and his arm, but because I knew the signs, we were able as a family to have 4 more months with him. He passed away in January. So today, for our loved ones and our constituents, let's raise awareness, let's advocate, let's act to stop the clot, spread the word, and save lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Jared L. Perry, a major in the United States Marine Corps, an exemplary North Carolinian, and a proud native of Ashe County. On April 5th, Major Perry will officially retire after 16 years of service to our nation, a record of service that is admirable and respected. His service to our nation has led him to travel to Central and South America on the USS Iwo Jima, to Afghanistan, where he served 2 combat tours, as well as to the Indo-Pacific. No matter where he has traveled to in service to our nation, one thing has remained the same: his commitment to advancing and safeguarding the values and freedom that make America the greatest country in the world. Congratulations, Major Perry, on your well-earned retirement. The entire nation thanks you for your service and sacrifice. We are forever grateful. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call out the hypocrisy of Republicans who claim they want to support our Democratic allies but won't put words to action. The Speaker is leading a delegation to Normandy to commemorate the defeat of a destructive, brutal dictator by the United States and its allies in World War II. Yet he refuses to bring forward the Senate Emergency Aid Bill that would help our Democratic ally Ukraine defeat one of today's most brutal dictators, Vladimir Putin. That very very same Senate bill would also provide much needed support to our democratic ally Israel as it continues its battle against the terrorist group Hamas, which savagely attacked Israel on October 7th and continues to hold more than 100 hostages, including Americans. So I ask my good friends on the other side of the aisle, will you stand up to the far-right extremists and call for the Speaker to bring the Senate aid bill to the floor? In the name of defending freedom and democracy, I urge you to do what you know is right for our country and the future of the free world. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Missouri seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, St. Louis and I rise to express our grave disappointment that neither the extension nor the expansion of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is included in this spending bill. Decades ago, our government dumped radioactive waste in communities all across the country, including in my district. To this day, many of my constituents are sick and dying because of their exposure. World War II is still killing people in my district. We were wronged by the federal government, and rather than taking responsibility to make it right, Congress couldn't spare a dime on this bipartisan issue, this bipartisan effort to compensate the victims. Why is it that we always have money for endless war, but never enough to repair the harm war has caused? It's past time that this body gets its priorities straight. Take full responsibility, clean up this waste, compensate those who have been harmed. You have 78 days. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to mourn the tragic loss of 2 soldiers of the National Guard who called our capital region in New York home. On March 8, 2024, Chief Warrant Officers 2, Casey Frankowski of Rensselaer and John Gracia of Rotterdam, tragically perished in a helicopter accident in Texas. They deeply embodied a commitment of service to others. Chief Warrant Officer Frankowski was on the cusp of achieving a bachelor's degree in emergency management and was connected to many community organizations, including serving as a volunteer firefighter and a member of the Environmental Conservation Corps. Chief Warrant Officer Gracia served as a cybersecurity analyst with the New York State Department of Homeland Security, and most recently, and proudly, as a New York State Trooper. This week, these heroes were brought home and met with the honors and recognitions deserving of their incredible bravery and sacrifice. My heart goes out to the vast universe of family, friends, and loved ones left behind and shattered by this truly terrible loss. They have left us too soon, but will forever be remembered and treasured by all who loved them. Their memories and their service will serve as a beacon for all in our Capital Region community and beyond. With that, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Terrence J. Boylan, who passed away last month at the age of 85. Terry lived a life dedicated to public service and leaving the world in a better place than he found it. A veteran of the U.S. Navy, Terry was commissioned out of Newport, Rhode Island, and served as a weapons officer aboard the USS Cromwell and USS DeLong after graduating from St. John's University. He proudly served our country in uniform and remembered the Navy fondly as one of the best times of his life. He even married his wife, Virginia E. Mahoney, from Cranston, Rhode Island, at the Newport Naval Station Chapel. They settled in Barrington, Rhode Island, where Terry served as principal of the Henry Barnard Lab School in Providence, and later moved to Marblehead, Massachusetts, where he served as an elementary school principal for nearly 3 decades. During his years working in education, Terry left an indelible mark on the next generation. The Boylans retired to Cape Cod and after the passing of his wife in 2015, Terry returned to Rhode Island to be closer to his children and grandchildren. I joined Terry's family, Terrence Jr., Jennifer, Terrence III, and Tanner, and his loved ones in celebrating his extraordinary life, and I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise to give dignity and respect to the victims of pollution across America, those who have suffered from toxic catastrophes like the train derailment in Palestine, but more importantly, the cancer clusters in Fifth Ward, Texas, in Kashmir Gardens, Settegast, in the northeast part. And so the legislation, H.R. 7023, Creating Confidence in Clean Water Permitting Act, does a complete opposite by limiting the Environmental Protection Agency's authority to regulate the discharge of pollutants into the United States waters. Those waters then trickle into soil. That's what happened in Kashmir Gardens in Fifth Ward, where soil or water or pollution trickled into the soil and created in our neighborhoods cancer clusters, where this area has the highest number of cancer cluster and cancer victims in the state and maybe the nation. I'm trying to fight it. I put in an amendment that will require the enactment of the administrator submitting a report to Congress. I will not stop until we end the cancer clusters and we stop the polluters that are over the people of this nation. I will continue the fight. With that, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, when I was elected president, a pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling, and trickle-down economics had undermined our nation's growth long term. I was determined to rebuild the middle out and bottom up, not the top down, because when the middle class does well, we all do well. We can give everyone a fair shot and leave no one behind. Our plan has brought transformational progress. In the near term, my administration moved quickly to help hardworking families and businesses make it through the pandemic with a historic rescue plan that vaccinated the nation, delivered immediate economic relief to people in need, and sent funding to states and cities to keep essential services going. We worked with the private sector and labor unions to ease bottlenecks and shortages in our supply chains, getting goods flowing again and making our economy more resilient for the future. Today, America is in the midst of the strongest recovery of any advanced economy in the world. Along the way, we've achieved one of the most successful legislative records in generations, bringing new opportunities to communities of all sizes nationwide. We're tackling years of underinvestment in public infrastructure, clean energy, and advanced manufacturing, making sure the future is made in America by American workers. We're making the biggest investment in American infrastructure in generations, including over $400 billion for 46,000 projects in 4,500 communities to date. These projects are rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, railroads, ports, airports, public transit, water systems, high-speed internet, and more in every part of the country. We're also making the most significant investment in fighting climate change in history, advancing breakthroughs in clean technology, boosting energy independence, lowering electricity costs for hardworking families, and revitalizing fence-line communities smothered by a legacy of pollution. At the same time, we're working with the private sector to strengthen America's semiconductor and advanced manufacturing industries as well, empowering workers and small businesses to share in the benefits. Already, my Investing in America agenda has attracted $650 billion in private investment from companies that are building factories here in America. We've ignited a manufacturing boom, a semiconductor boom, a battery boom, an electric vehicle boom, and more. My agenda is creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs so folks never have to leave their hometowns to find work they can raise a family on. Today, America once again has the strongest economy in the world. A record 15 million jobs have been created on my watch, giving 15 million more Americans the dignity and peace of mind that comes with a steady paycheck. The unemployment rate has been below 4% for the longest stretch in over 50 years. And we've seen the lowest unemployment rate for Black Americans on record. Economic growth is strong. Wages are rising faster than prices. Inflation is down by 2/3. We have more to do, but folks are starting to feel the results. Real income and household wealth are higher now than they were before the pandemic, and consumer sentiment has surged more in recent months than in any time in decades. Americans have filed a record 16 million new business applications since I took office, and each one of them is an act of hope. Importantly, we're paying more for many of these historic investments by making our tax system fairer. We've cut the deficit by $1 trillion since I took office, one of the biggest reductions in history. And I've signed legislation to cut it by $1 trillion more over the next 10 years, in part by raising the corporate minimum tax to 15% and making the wealthy and big corporations start paying their fair share. It's clear that we're making tremendous progress for the American people, but we have more to do to finish the job. My administration is going to keep fighting to lower costs for hardworking families on everything from prescription drugs to housing, child care, and student loans. Folks in Washington have tried to reduce prescription drug costs for decades. Our historic Inflation Reduction Act is getting it done. It, for example, caps the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, down from as much as $400. And starting next year, no senior on Medicare will pay more than $2,000 a year in total out-of-pocket drug cost, even for expensive medications that can cost many times more. It also protects and expands the Affordable Care Act. As a result, more Americans have health insurance today than ever. We're also making real gains in expanding access to housing. More families own homes today than did before the pandemic. Rents are easing, and a record of around 1.7 million housing units are under construction nationwide. We'll keep working to lower housing costs and boost supply by expanding rental assistance, speeding builders' access to federal financing to build more affordable homes, and reducing mortgage payments for first-time home buyers. Meanwhile, we're standing up for workers and consumers and cracking down on unfair hidden junk fees that companies like airlines, banks, and insurers slip onto people's bills. At the same time, we're working to get every child in America the strong start they need to thrive. The American Rescue Plan expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty nearly in half in 2021. We'll keep fighting to restore it and to guarantee the vast majority of American families access to high-quality child care for no more than $10 a day. Our rescue plan also made the biggest investment in public education in American history. Today, we're pushing to further boost funding to schools in need, to expand tutoring and after-school programs, and to ease teacher shortages. I'm keeping my promise to ease the crushing burden of student debt as well. Despite legal challenges, we've canceled $138 billion in student loans for nearly 3.9 million Americans, including more than 750,000 teachers, nurses, firefighters, social workers, and other public servants. Such widespread debt cancellation is freeing people to finally consider buying a home, having a child, or starting a small business they always dreamed of. And all of our agenda is making the promise of America real for many millions more Americans than ever before. The story of America is one of progress and resilience, of always moving forward and never giving up. It is a story unique among nations. We are the only country that has emerged from every crisis stronger than we went in. That is what's happening across America today. There is still work to do, but I've never been more optimistic about our future. We are the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 21st, 2024.
referred to Joint Economic Committee and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to Section 4B of House Resolution 917, I write to inform you and the House of Representatives that today the Committee on the Judiciary commenced litigation against Department of Justice employees Mark Daley and Jack Morgan to enforce duly authorized, issued, and served congressional subpoenas. The committee initiated a civil action Committee on the Judiciary, U.S. House of Representatives v. Daley, number 124, CV 00815, filed in the U.S. District Court of the District of Columbia on March 21, 2024. Signed sincerely, Jim Jordan, Chairman.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. I come here to the floor recognizing the state of affairs that we find ourselves in, given the extent to which the President of the United States and his radical progressive Democrat allies on the other side of the aisle here and in the Senate are continuing an assault on the well-being of the American people with open borders, with inflationary spending, with radical environmental agenda policies that are regulating the economy to death, driving up the cost of goods sold, and overall diminishing America in the world. There's no other way to view it than intentional. That kind of an assault on the well-being of the American people deserves to be met with the kind of resistance that the American people who sent us here to represent them expect. The American people who sent at least Republicans here to be in the majority to stand athwart the radical policies of the Biden administration, supported by our radical progressive Democrats here in this House and in the Senate. They sent us here to stand athwart those policies. Therefore, it is our duty, it is incumbent upon us to actually do so. Last year, when given the majority, a number of us set out to change the way the House of Representatives works, or should I say, was not working. We set out to make sure that bills can be read, that you have 72 hours to review a bill. We set out to ensure that you would have adequate and varied representation on the various committees. We set out to ensure that there would be a process by which we could move appropriations bills out of committee onto the floor, from the floor to the Senate, so that we could pass individual bills. Try to restore what we might call regular order. We set out to do that last year. We passed 7 appropriations bills out of the House, 3 more from the committees down to the floor. 2 others were ready to go. We passed H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill that has ever been moved off of the House floor. We passed Limit, Save, Grow, which would elevate the debt responsibly while making policy changes to try to drive down the amount of debt that we're racking up on a daily and weekly basis. Those are the things we're able to accomplish as Republicans when we were honoring the commitments that we made to our constituents and we were not hiding. Unfortunately, today, Republicans are hiding. They are hiding behind the fear of so-called shutdown and hiding behind the so-called razor-thin majority to pass a massive omnibus spending bill, the second part of a 2-part omnibus spending bill that blows past the spending caps passed on a bipartisan basis, increases the spending over the very levels perpetuated by Nancy Pelosi that virtually every Republican in this chamber opposed not 15 months ago. They are about to pass legislation that will blow past those caps and spend more money. And they are going to do so knowing full well that we are not achieving the vast majority, barely any, of the policy changes that we fought for all last year in the appropriations process. That's the actual truth. We are going to abandon the efforts that we set out to change this chamber last year, and we are doing it violently. We got a bill this morning that is over 1,000 pages long, $1.2 trillion, and we're expected to pour over it in one day, in 24 hours. We are still uncovering ridiculous uses of taxpayer funds. The American people are about to learn what some of those are. But not only are we abandoning what we accomplished last year to try to take the House back, make the House work again, but we're abandoning the people of this country, the hardworking American people right now today who are looking at their Congress and saying, what are you doing? The ones who sent us here, who are seeing their country being taken away from them right before their very eyes and seeing their way of life being eviscerated. This isn't about holding on to power. We are not sent here to accumulate power. We are not sent here to run for re-election. We are sent here to do something. We are sent here to fight for the people who sent us here. And what we're doing right now is looking at a country that we love, a country that is being destroyed, throwing up our hands as Republicans and saying that apparently it's just not worth the fight because we might have a poll that looks bad because of shutdown. That's what we're telling the American people. Instead of using the power of the purse to force change, as was stated by James Madison in Federalist Paper 58, the House of Representatives can not only refuse, but they alone can propose the supplies requisite for the support of government. They, in a word, hold the purse, that powerful instrument, all the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches of government. This power over the purse may in fact be regarded as the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. Those were the words of James Madison, the father of the United States Constitution, when he was arguing for the adoption of the Constitution. He was saying that this body, the one that I'm standing in right now, the House of Representatives, through the power of the purse, is the only body in the world that can restrain the power of the executive branch, the President of the United States. We, this body, in concert with the Senate, of course, hold the power to check an out-of-control president. Is the President of the United States and the people who work for him in this administration out of control? Yes. How do we know this? Because the President of the United States goes to the microphone and says he's going to ignore the United States Supreme Court when the Supreme Court says you cannot do what you're doing against the law with respect to student loan bailouts. The President of the United States is ignoring his duty and his oath of the Constitution to defend the border of the United States using policies meant for very narrow exceptions for asylum and parole to blow open the border and endanger the American people. That is tyrannical activity, an abuse of power, endangering the people that we represent. That's what is happening. That's what the president is doing. A president who has abused his power at the FBI and in the intelligence agencies. That's what's happening. And what is the response from Republicans? Crickets, a yawn, a whimper, because they're afraid that someone might cry shutdown. They're afraid that they might lose their precious, that election certificate that I think apparently is what gives some people in this body their worth. But an election certificate is only as good as the people that we are here to represent. And they sent us here to do something, to change the place. Today, in Texas, more than 100 illegal aliens charged past the Texas National Guard. The state I represent is on fire and trying to pick up the pieces as the federal government refuses to do its job, and we saw it unfold today in real time. And what are my Republican colleagues going to do? Give the President and the Department of Homeland Security and the impeached Homeland Security Secretary more money. Someone explain that to me. Someone explain to me how any Republican can, over the next 6 months, go out and campaign against Joe Biden's open borders when they're writing the check. And they're going to do it tomorrow, right here on the floor of this body. They're going to write him the check and say, here you go, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Yes, I inserted Animal House. This bill does not include one single policy necessary to secure the border. And I'm tired of hearing Republicans go to the microphone, whether they're in leadership or rank and file, and say otherwise, because it's not true. I've heard Republican leadership go down and talk about ice beds. Oh, don't worry, Chip, we increased the ice beds. Are you telling the American people that the ICE memos that this administration have at full force basically make it impossible for ICE to do their job? That those beds will therefore not be filled? Oh, but Chip, that's for future President Trump to use. President Trump can increase the ICE beds to what he had when he was president before, which was as many as 57,000 beds. This is nonsense. It's nothing. But it's worse than nothing. It's actually worse than nothing. Because my same Republican colleagues who go out to the microphone and say, we are going to increase Border Patrol. First of all, good luck recruiting more Border Patrol agents right now. They can't even achieve the numbers that they're currently at 17 or 18,000. No, in our bill we say, oh, don't worry, we're going to be at 22,000 Border Patrol agents. Guess how our Democratic colleagues characterize that amazing feat of negotiation that Republicans carried out? They characterized it as expediting the processing of more illegals, because you know what? At least they're honest about it. That is exactly what it would do. You're going to give more funding for more Border Patrol agents to process more illegal aliens who are overrunning our border, overrunning our cities, overrunning our hospitals, overrunning our jails, overrunning our schools, driving mass crime into our communities, resulting in the death of Laken Riley, resulting in the death of Kayla Hamilton, resulting in the death of too many people for me to sit here and mention. And Republicans are going to go cower in the corner tomorrow, wring their hands, and say, we can't talk about a shutdown. That's what's going to happen. And meanwhile, we're going to go out this summer and do what? 80th anniversary of D-Day. Let's go give some speeches over in Normandy. What, you're so proud of those young men who walked into a wall of bullets and went up a cliff so that you could give your country away? With billions of dollars to an administration that's going to allow every single thing they fought for to get whittled away. That's the truth. Every Republican tomorrow and Democrat, every Republican tomorrow who votes for this abomination of a bill will personally own the mass release of illegal aliens in violation of law, because you're funding it, on top of 4.5 million releases so far and almost 2 million gotaways so far. You vote for this, you own it. You own the release of illegal aliens with notices to appear in court as far out as 2035 and growing, and limited knowledge to where they even are. You own it. You own the unlawful mass parole programs, the use of the CBP One app. The funding you're voting for tomorrow will fund that. Of over 1 million individuals, including the known member of a Venezuelan prison gang who violently murdered Laken Riley. You own that. It's not good enough to pass a bill last week and name after Laken Riley and then come here and write the check to the very people who are responsible for allowing it to occur. You own bringing the chaos in Haiti to the shores of America via the Cuban and Haitian and Nicaraguan and Venezuelan parole program. You own that. The Haitian migrant who raped a 15-year-old disabled girl who was here as a migrant in Massachusetts. You're funding that. The dismantling of the migrant protection protocols that were effective under the previous president, you're funding that. You're funding the halt of the wall construction. You're funding the legal attacks on the state of Texas for standing up to try to secure our border, even as our National Guard get overrun. You are funding that if you vote for this bill tomorrow. Texas has had to spend over $12 billion of its own money. I can tell you what you're not funding. You're not funding paying Texas back. And I'm talking to my Texas delegation friends now. Are you literally going to go home to Texas when your own National Guard are getting overrun, your own state is not getting paid back, we're not getting any policy changes, you're going to increase the debt, and you're going to go try to sell that garbage to the people of Texas? Spare me when I see you campaigning this year on border security. It's a fraud. It's a fraud for Republicans to campaign on border security while you fund it. You fund the lawlessness. You fund the open borders. You fund the death of Laken Riley. You fund the fentanyl pouring into our communities and killing our kids. You own the DHS memos, policies, and rules that restrict Border Patrol's ability to do their job. You own it. You own the continued exploitation of unaccompanied minors, the little girls getting sold into the sex trafficking trade, the 85,000 children that were lost by the very Office of Refugee Resettlement that you will fund tomorrow. You own it. Don't campaign against it and then write the check. You own the funding for the sanctuary cities that refuse to cooperate with immigration law enforcement, which, by the way, are hamstrung in the first place by an administration that doesn't care about the law. You own it. Don't go complain about sanctuary cities. You're funding it. And it's worse, as I said before, because DHS gets more money. They get an increase in funding, not to change the policies, but to give Border Patrol the ability to process more people quickly, which means more people come to the border. The Defense Department is also attached to this total capitulation on our border. We continue to fund a woke Department of Defense in the wake of a weak National Defense Authorization Act passed in December, which, by the way, we were promised by Republican leadership was just one step. Just get past that, don't worry, then we'll fight on spending. Well, if this is what fighting on spending looks like, I'm not sure why you bother flying to Normandy to go regale those who have the courage to go walk into a wall of bullets and scale a cliff to defend America and go fight against Nazi Germany. And this is what we do? Is this what we do when our hour is before us? We will be funding and therefore own, if you vote for this bill, Biden's illegal Department of Defense abortion travel fund. You own it. And by the way, all you social conservative groups out there, all you so-called pro-life groups, where the hell are you? Crickets, silence, because you care about political power more than the very thing you say you're for. And you know who you are. Transgender surgery to the Pentagon. Where are the social conservative groups? Cowering in the corner. Woke DEI offices across the Pentagon destroying the military morale. You can't even recruit anybody to the Pentagon anymore. You're funding it. Don't complain about it while you're funding it. woke DEI offices, Biden's climate change executive orders undermining our warfighting capabilities. You're funding it. The Deputy Inspector General for Diversity and Inclusion, Extremism in the Military. You're funding it. You own it. The Department of Defense's ability to classify Americans' communication as misinformation. You're funding it. You own it. State and foreign operations are part of this bill. We're going to export the radical progressive Democrats' woke agenda abroad, and you're going to pay for it. While we rack up $1 trillion of debt every 100 days, you're going to take that borrowing, undermine your own dollar, drive up your own inflation, funding the bureaucrats who are carrying out this agenda. Congratulations, America. That's what your House of Representatives is doing, and that is precisely what you will have Republicans campaigning against after they funded it, after they own it. I will give credit where it is due. Republican leadership, led by the Speaker, negotiated to defund UNRWA. Well, it's about dang time. Some of us were calling for that 3 years ago when we introduced legislation to do it. We had 8 Republicans who voted against defunding UNRWA in September in the appropriations package. But guess what? October 7th was one of the most horrific attacks on one of our friends in the history. And we realized what many of us already knew, UNRWA was right there involved. UNRWA was funding it. The United Nations, World Refugee, they were funding it. So congratulations. We defunded an entity that is funding terrorists against our friends Israel. Good. Let's put one over here in the win column, this green checkbox. Congratulations, Republicans, you did it. You did something that you can actually go sell. But, sorry to say, you're still funding the World Health Organization, which wants to take away American sovereignty, that worked to force COVID, tyranny on the American people, force it down the throats of the American people, and in the process of negotiating a new pandemic treaty that would massively expand its reach, you funded it. Congratulations, you own it. You own the World Health Organization. You own the dystopian United Nations Population Fund, targeted at basically exterminating people. Congratulations, you own it. And again, to all you social conservative groups out there, thanks. The Gender Equity and Equality Action Fund and LGBTQ envoys, border security for Jordan and Pakistan. You're funding border security for Jordan and Pakistan, but you're not doing anything to secure the border of the United States. You own it. The Climate Czar office, formerly occupied by John Kerry, flitting around the planet in his private planes, you paid for it. You own it. You're funding it. $3.8 billion for the migration and refugee assistance programs while our southern border is not secure. Think about that. Again, my Republican colleagues who vote for this bill, you're going to, I know you are, people go follow you around, you're going to campaign against all of these things. I guess you're going to go all in Texas Hold'em style on President Trump and say, well, it's going to take President Trump to save us. How's that separation of powers thing working out for you? Did you skip that part of civics? That we're a co-equal branch of government? Oh, but Chip, we can't do that. We need a president to save us. Why the hell are you in Congress? We're actually supposed to be more important than the President of the United States. That's why we're Article 1. But we're too chicken to use the power. The most powerful tool that we have. These guys can't do what they're doing to the American people and to our country without the money to do it. And not only are we giving them the money, we're giving them more money And we're borrowing to do it at extraordinary rates. Does anybody be reminded that we are now spending more on our interest on the debt than we are on defense this year? But all of the hawks in here who are totally happy selling out our country vote by vote so they can go home and say they brought home a troop pay raise, great. But you're now spending more on interest than you are on the Pentagon. And in 2 years, you're cracking $1 trillion in interest. The president's budget that he just sent to us has us spending more on interest over the next decade every year than we do on defense. Congratulations. Republicans, you own it. How about the FBI headquarters? Good job, Republicans. You went out and campaigned when we passed the last omnibus bill and said, we got cuts to the FBI. Went out and sold that. First of all, it was bogus. The vast majority of the cuts came from one earmark from a building in Alabama that Richard Shelby got last Congress. He's no longer here to defend, so you axed it and then claimed you had some massive cut to the FBI. That's called swamp politics. But now, in this omnibus spending bill, guess what? We go ahead and fund the new FBI headquarters. So who cares that the FBI just massively spied on the American people? By the way, we haven't done anything about that except for extend their powers through the continuation of FISA without actually putting in a warrant to protect warrantless searches. Oh, we haven't done that yet. Put that over there as another thing Republicans own, continued spying on Americans without warrants to protect them. Good job. What, are you going to go check that campaign box this year? We're going to go stop, make sure that FISA is no longer abused by the FBI. We're going to protect you. But we're not going to do it when we have the power to do it. $200 million to the FBI for its new headquarters. We don't prohibit the Treasury from establishing a central bank digital currency, which we did in the House bill. Now, somebody tell me, how can you not negotiate to stop the formation of a central bank digital currency? One of the most pernicious assaults on freedom that you could possibly have. We couldn't even stand up as Republicans to demand that that stop. We passed it here in the House. The Senate didn't want it, apparently, or the Biden administration didn't want it. So in our grand negotiation, we didn't even do that. Do you know what a central bank digital currency can do? It can totally shut your life down based on whatever they choose to prioritize. Using too much gas because you didn't get an electric vehicle? Nope, sorry, we're shutting you down. Buy too much ammo this month? Nope, shutting you down. The Chi-Coms do this on a regular basis. We're trying to get in front of that, thinking that maybe the basic foundational principles in the Constitution matter. But nope, we couldn't even negotiate that. So congratulations, Republicans. You own the continued ability of the executive branch to work up the formation and creation of a central bank digital currency. Congratulations, you own it. No prohibition on the funds to invest in so-called ESG in the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, which we had gotten adopted, got punted. No prohibition on funds for federal employee health insurance plans to cover the cost of transgender affirming care. Guess what, Republicans? You own it. You're paying for it. Go home to your colleagues, your constituents, and explain to them how excited you are to take their tax dollars and then add to that a bunch of borrowing to fund transgender affirming care. Good job. You own that. No prohibition on implementing Biden's climate change EOs. No government-wide prohibition on vaccine mandates. A few partial ones. We always want to be fair. There was a note in the bill that moderately defunded the COVID vaccine mask mandates. There was some modest defunding of the Wuhan lab in the DOD bill, but in the vast majority of it over at HHS, all were the stuff in there that was carried out Right there. It's still there. Congratulations. We shut down the biggest economy in the history of the world. We racked up $8 trillion of debt. We put our kids behind, now to the tune of trillions of dollars of economic harm, all because we allowed the Wuhan lab to be abused, which we funded. And guess what? We're still funding it. Republicans own it. Don't go out and campaign against the China virus or the Wuhan virus or the Wuhan lab. You own it. You're funding it right now, today. You're doing it. House Republicans have aggressive cuts to HHS last year, but now we're going to give a $1 billion increase. We're still funding the student loan Ponzi scheme. You go out and you go criticize President Biden and the student loan program, ignoring the Supreme Court. You're funding it. Gender-affirming surgeries and drugs. You're funding it. Research for the aborted fetal tissue. You're funding it. HHS and DOL DEI offices. You're funding it. President Biden's radical anti-worker agenda. You're funding it. You're funding the Wuhan lab. Again, I'd like to give a shout out to the social conservative groups out there for being so invested in life and DEI and all the issues involving, say, aborted fetal tissue, that you're doing nothing about this bill because you like power. Earmarks. We banned earmarks at one point. The previous omnibus spending bill had something like 6,000 or something earmarks. I don't even know. I can't, it's hard to keep count. This one, and it had a bunch more because it was transportation. Everybody loves to get their little bridges and their roads and stuff, but they're always like bike paths and all sorts of crazy stuff, named after crazy people, using your money. I'm not sure where that is in Article 1, Section 8, but whatever. The bill contains 1,400 earmarks, this one does, for $2 billion. Now you think, oh, it's just an earmark. I'm a member of Congress. I don't want to let a bureaucrat decide this. I get to decide how this is spent. I get to bring home something to my district that is so critically important to the well-being of my constituents, because that's what they all say. That's what they say when they bring back earmarks. Chip, we know how to do this better than the bureaucrats. Why would you stand in the way of these all-knowing congressmen to make the right decisions for their constituents rather than turning over that power to the bureaucrats? Okay, let's see how that's working out for you, America. $156,000 for the Hartford Gay and Lesbian Health Collective, an organization self-described as champions of, I don't know how many letters I got to put here together, LGBTQIA+ equity, and provides training on LGBTQ+ cultural competency and accessing health care for LGBTQ+ youth. Well, that's a good use of money. $1.1 million for an EV innovation hub. While EVs pile up on all the car dealerships around the country, while we fund the Chinese to make sure that they're enriched while we kill natural gas and kill energy in this country and make it harder for Americans to work. But I digress. We did a really cool bill today on energy, so everything's good. $2 million, Oregon clinic that provides hormone therapy to kids. $850,000 for LGBTQ senior housing in Massachusetts. Yes, gay senior housing. Good job, Republicans. That's what you're funding. $400,000 for Briar Patch Youth Services in Wisconsin. One of their programs is called Teens Like Us, LGBTQIA2S, whatever that is, with a gender-affirming clothing program for ages 13 to 18. You're funding it. You own it. $400,000 to the Garden State Equality Education Fund in New Jersey. Helps minors transition genders, promote biological boys playing girls' sports and using the same restrooms. Congratulations, Republicans. You own it. $5 million for Mary's Center for Maternal and Child Care in Maryland does transgender procedures. Quote, Mary's Center can serve as your home base during the transition process. Congratulations, Republicans. And again, special shout out to all you great social conservative groups out there just whistling Dixie while this is happening. $1 million for the Inner City Muslim Network, which calls for the destruction of Israel. So guess what? We're going to go send an invitation for Bibi Netanyahu to come address a joint session right here in this body, and I'm sure we'll get up and everybody will wear a little Israel pin and we'll go, yay, Israel, we love Israel. And, you know, then let's go give $1 million to the Inner City Muslim Network, which calls for the destruction of Israel. Good job, Republicans. You own it. $1.6 million for Cape Cod electric buses. Cape Cod electric buses. $350,000 for theater programs. $567,000 for an inclusive playground. What is an inclusive playground? We're 34, man, when I was a kid, an inclusive playground was a bunch of bars that basically were about 150 degrees in the summer heat that you scalded yourself on while you're hanging up over a bunch of asphalt and taking your life into your own hands. It was equal stupid, but fun. This, I don't even know what an inclusive playground is. But there he is, $567,000 of money printed right out of thin air. Here you go. $650,000 for the Dartmouth, Hitchcock, Nashua, New Hampshire, also provides late terms abortion. Shout out again to the social conservative groups, completely MIA. $740,000 for increasing diversity in state hiring for the state of Maryland. Maryland can't figure out how to fund their own diversity programs without getting a federal grant out of printed money. $870,000 for a group that wants to defund the police in Connecticut. So Republicans who get up and rant about police being defunded are going to fund the defunding of police in Connecticut. You can't make this stuff up. You can't. $655,000 for Massachusetts Women of Color Coalition, Inc. I don't even know what that is. I could keep going. I could keep going. The American people did not send us to Washington to continue down the road of destruction for the greatest country in the history of the world, for which so many men and women have died to defend and protect it. Cherry blossoms are all exploding. We go walk down by the tidal basin. We walk down by the Jefferson Memorial. We'll read all those words. We walk across by the Lincoln Memorial, go across the Memorial Bridge to what? 400,000 tombstones on the other side of the Potomac for those who either actually gave the last full measure of devotion or were willing to do it and survived and came back and were buried there. What did those 400,000 give that last full measure of devotion for? It wasn't for this. And yet Republicans campaign on it all the time and then fund it. I don't know how to go back to the people that I represent in Texas and tell them that while the National Guard had 100 illegal aliens bum rush them in El Paso, while we've got young women like Laken Riley getting killed by somebody released on mass parole, while a 2-year-old right outside of the nation's capital gets killed by someone let out on mass parole by this administration, ignoring the laws, endangering our people, undermining our sovereignty, I want to know for the life of me how a single Republican can look with a straight face at the people that they represent and say that funding that is consistent with their oath to the Constitution, consistent with their duty to the people they represent, consistent with the fiscal responsibility that they campaign on, consistent with the border security that they campaign on. I want to know how they do that. If any Republican votes for this omnibus spending bill tomorrow, he or she owns it. Owns every one of those funding priorities. Owns the open borders. Owns the woke Pentagon. Owns the recruiting chaos at the Pentagon. Owns the World Health Organization continuing to be funded to undermine our sovereignty. This omnibus bill is the anti-American sovereignty omnibus bill, and Republicans should not vote for it. We didn't come here for more of the same while our kids have to inherit $34.5 trillion of debt and another $1 trillion of debt every 100 days. There will not be a country left to stand next to Israel. There will not be a country left to help Ukraine. There will not be a country left for our kids to inherit if you're borrowing, mortgaging their future, all to pay for open borders, undermining our sovereignty, world organizations designed to undermine our sovereignty, all purposeful, while my colleagues sit back and go, gosh, I hope President Trump wins, and I hope President Trump comes in, and that he'll save us. And as one individual was arguing with me here on the floor today, when I said, why are we doing this? Well, we can't have a shutdown. We would lose. Well, boy, that's courageous. But okay. What if I accept your premise? What if I accept your premise that we can't do this because we have a thin majority in the House and we don't have the Senate, we have a radical regime in the White House? Let me accept your premise. I've been around the block here in town a couple of times. What happens next January? Say Republicans run the trifecta and Republicans win the White House. President Trump's coming back in. We have the Senate with, say, 52 or 3 seats, and we have a 10-seat majority or 15-seat majority here in the House. Then what? Someone tell me, then what? Because I've been there before. We were there in 2017, and we didn't repeal Obamacare, and we didn't pass health care reform. We were there in 2018, and we didn't pass border security. Good lat 1, good lat 2. We couldn't figure out what we were doing. We didn't do it. And what I said to this individual on the floor today was, I said, you know what the excuse will be? We don't have 60 in the Senate. And that individual said, well, we got to have a conversation about that. Because that individual knows full well that the same excuse is being levied right now to foist this monstrosity, this abomination on the American people, will be the same excuse in January. We can't shut down the government. You need 60 votes in the Senate, Chip. Don't you understand? Yeah, I do understand. So do the American people, and they're tired of it. They're tired of having their country traded away, day by day, second by second, while our National Guard gets stormed at the border at El Paso, and we don't do anything about it. But we walk around wearing little pins, feeling good about ourselves, as members of Congress who refuse to stand up and defend the very Constitution that gave us the power to do something about it. Instead of deferring to the president, we are supposed to use the Article I power of under the Constitution to stop funding an executive branch that is at war with its own people. We came here to change it. Last year we started to. We were working together to change this place, to vote bills off the floor, to have single subject bills, and to have 72 hours, a mere 72 hours to read a bill. And in just over a year, we've tossed all of that out the window and we're back to business as usual. Jam a bill through in 24 hours, it's over 1,000 pages, that's $1.2 trillion, littered with all manners of sin and earmarks and spending and programs that are undermining the well-being of the American people. We're still figuring out what's in it. So tomorrow, Republicans have a choice. You can choose to fund an executive branch at odds and at war with the American people that you represent, or you can choose to say no. If you refuse to say no, if you go along to get along, you own it. You own every penny. You own every program. You own every American who gets harmed by open borders. So don't dare come looking for sympathy as you're trying to campaign all year, trying to win votes, when your constituents come up to you and say, well, why in the hell did you fund it? Because you did. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to yield some time to a colleague of mine so that he can, I think, regale a basketball team or talk about some good stuff back home, which is always a good thing to do. And so whenever the gentleman is ready, I will yield up to 10 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Well, I want to thank my good friend Chip Roy from Texas for yielding some time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of some incredible high school athletes from across the 4th Congressional District back on Long Island in New York. I would like to congratulate both the Elmont Memorial High School boys basketball team for winning the New York State Championship in their class, as well as the Baldwin High School boys team for being crowned Nassau County champions. The girls' teams across the district had a remarkable season as well, with the East Meadow High School winning its first Nassau County championship in its history earlier this month. I also must give a shout out to the boys basketball team from my alma mater, Chaminade High School, for a big win in double overtime to secure the CHSAA Class A New York State Championship. I am incredibly proud of these student athletes who represented our community with pride and made memories that will last a lifetime. I wish these Nassau County neighbors nothing but success in their future academic and athletic endeavors, and we will continue to advocate to make sure that girls play girls basketball and that boys play in boys basketball. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time and again thank my friend from Texas for the opportunity.
Well, I thank the gentleman from New York. I appreciate what he came to the floor to address. We all have these great stories back home in our districts, and it's worth regaling those things. And I'm glad he got the ability to do that. I want to give a special shout out today. Today is my daughter's 13th birthday, and I just want to say happy birthday to my little girl who's out in California, of all places, for this Texan, out in San Diego with her mama having a little fun for her 13th birthday. So happy birthday to my wonderful daughter, Virginia. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023. The gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such an honor and a privilege to be a member of the House of Representatives, where we can come before this body and express what's in our heart and in our minds. And today I have the honor of speaking of individuals and organizations who have done wonderful, wonderful work in my community, the San Fernando Valley. On behalf of Women's History Month, I'd like to honor these individuals and these organizations. This celebration is not only a recognition of women's achievements, but also an acknowledgement of their pivotal role in shaping the fabric of our communities across our great nation on this month of Women's History Month. The San Fernando Valley is known for its cultural communities, multicultural communities, and owes much of its richness to the relentless efforts of women who have built businesses, led community organizations, and spearheaded social justice movements across our community. As we celebrate Women's History Month, let us remember and honor the trailblazers who fought for equity for women, the educators who inspired future generations, and the entrepreneurs who defied the odds to create lasting legacies in their businesses and other endeavors. Their activism and achievements have laid the groundwork for a more inclusive and equitable community. In recognizing the contributions of women in the San Fernando Valley, we celebrate not just their historical impact, but also their ongoing role in shaping our future. Let us continue to acknowledge and uplift their voices and acknowledge their lasting mark on our community's history and its unfolding story. Our community's progress and prosperity are built in large part on the enduring spirit and achievements of women throughout the San Fernando Valley. I'd like to honor Mary Helen Ponce. I rise today to honor Mary Helen Ponce for Women's History Month, a distinguished author and professor whose contributions have significantly enriched Chicano literature and academia. As we celebrate the women of our communities, it is fitting to recognize individuals like Mary Helen Ponce, whose work has left an indelible mark on our cultural landscape. Mary Helen Ponce was born in Pacoima, California, amidst the vibrant tapestry of first and second generation Mexican immigrants in the San Fernando Valley. From her early years, she exhibited a deep appreciation for her cultural heritage, a sentiment that has profoundly influenced her academic and literary pursuits and successes. After completing her bachelor's degree in anthropology from the California State University, Northridge in 1978, Mary Helen Ponce embarked on a journey of scholarly exploration. She obtained a master's degree in Chicano studies from the same institution in 1980 and followed by another master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, where her academic prowess was recognized with the History Department's prestigious Danforth Fellowship in 1984. Mary Helen furthered her education by earning a PhD from the University of New Mexico in 1995. Throughout her illustrious career, Mary Helen Ponce held various teaching positions at esteemed institutions such as the University of California, Los Angeles, the University of New Mexico, and the University of California at Santa Barbara. Her dedication to education and commitment to fostering understanding and appreciation for Chicano culture have left a lasting impact on her students and colleagues alike. Mary Helen Ponce's influence in literature shines very bright to this day. With 3 published books and numerous articles and short stories to her credit, she masterfully encapsulates the nuances of Chicano life and culture, exploring themes of bilingualism, biculturalism, and acculturation. Her work served not only as a testament to her literary prowess, but also as representation for marginalized voices. Beyond her professional endeavors, Mary Helen Ponce remains deeply committed to various organizations, including Comisión Femenil of the San Fernando Valley, National Writers Union, and the California State University Northridge Alumni Association. Her unwavering dedication to preserving and celebrating Chicano heritage continues to inspire and resonate with readers worldwide. In recognition of her outstanding achievements and enduring legacy, I commend Mary Helen Ponce for her invaluable contributions to literature, academia, and the advancement of Chicano culture in the San Fernando Valley and beyond. May her remarkable journey serve as a source of inspiration for generations to come. I rise today to pay tribute to Deputy Chief Ruby Flores, an exceptional leader whose illustrious career within the Los Angeles Police Department, otherwise known as LAPD, exemplifies dedication, service, and trailblazing leadership. As we commemorate Women's History Month, it is only fitting to recognize Deputy Chief Flores for her outstanding contributions to public safety and her commitment to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Born and raised in Southern California as a proud first-generation Mexican-American, Deputy Chief Ruby Flores embodies the spirit of resilience and determination. Her journey with the LAPD began in 1994, and over the past 2 decades, she has ascended through the ranks with remarkable perseverance and excellence. Throughout her distinguished career, Deputy Chief Flores has held many leadership positions within LAPD, demonstrating her commitment to community engagement, professional development, and innovative problem-solving approaches. Her groundbreaking appointment as the first Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for the department underscores her dedication to fostering a more inclusive and equitable law enforcement environment. In January of 2024, Deputy Chief Ruby Flores made history by becoming the first woman to receive command of the LAPD Operations Valley Bureau, and the first Latina promoted to Deputy Chief within LAPD in its entire history. Her visionary leadership and passion for service and commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion serves as a guiding principles in her mission to protect and serve the people of Los Angeles. Beyond her professional achievements, Deputy Chief Flores remains an active member of various law enforcement associations and a proud ambassador for her alma mater, inspiring others to pursue their educational goals. In recognition of her exemplary service, Deputy Chief Ruby Flores was honored with the Champion of Women Award by the Los Angeles Business Journal in 2022. Her dedication to breaking barriers, promoting diversity, and upholding the values of integrity and justice embodies the very essence of Women's History Month. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Deputy Chief Ruby Flores for her outstanding contributions to public safety and her enduring commitment to making our communities safer and more equitable. May her leadership and legacy continue to inspire generations to come. I rise today to pay tribute to an extraordinary individual who has dedicated her life to public service and the betterment of her community beyond her immediate community and the entire San Fernando Valley. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Imelda Padilla is representing the 6th District in the San Fernando Valley on the LA City Council. The 6th Council District is the heart of the San Fernando Valley, encompassing communities such as Arleta, Sun Valley, North Hollywood, Panorama City, North Hills, Van Nuys, and Lake Balboa. This is the same council district I had the honor to represent on the City Council just a few years ago. Her story is one of resilience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to her constituents, embodying the spirit of leadership and community engagement that we celebrate during this special month. Born in 1987 in Van Nuys, California, and raised in a working-class neighborhood of Sun Valley, Councilwoman Padilla's life has been a testament to the power of perseverance and the impact of community involvement. As a first-generation Mexican-American, she witnessed firsthand the challenges and opportunities that come with striving for a better life here in America. Her mother worked as a factory worker, and her father was a gardener, and she was inspired by her parents' spirit of service and the example they set for her family, and Imelda chose a path to advocacy and public service at a very, very young age. As a child, she was diagnosed with rickets calcium deficiency, and in 2000, Imelda had surgery to address this issue at the Shriners Hospital in Los Angeles. Imelda attended Roscoe Elementary, Byrd Middle School, and John H. Francis Polytechnic High School. As a student, she was involved with the cheerleading team and joined the Los Angeles Youth Council. This is when I first met Imelda, as she is one of the first recipients of the Andres and Maria Cardenas Family Foundation Scholarship Program. Councilwoman Padilla earned her bachelor's degree in political science from the University of California, Berkeley, with minors in philosophy and Chicano studies, followed by a master's in public administration from the California State University, Northridge. These academic achievements laid the foundation for her career in community advocacy and local governance. Imelda's brother was incarcerated, and that experience inspired Imelda to come back home to advocate for young people and bring resources to the San Fernando Valley and the community that gave her and her family so much. Imelda has taken on many leadership roles, such as a youth organizer for Pacoima Beautiful, a field deputy for then Council District 6, and a senior organizer for the Raise the Wage. Councilwoman Padilla's political journey reached a significant milestone in 2023 when she was elected to represent the 6th District on the Los Angeles City Council. Her platform focuses on equitable access to resources, enhancing the equity of life for all residents, and promoting social and economic justice, and reflects her lifelong commitment to serving others and advocating for positive change. Beyond her political achievements, Councilwoman Padilla has made notable contributions to her community through various initiatives, including the Adelante Latino Youth Summit, designated to inspire local youth to pursue higher education and diverse career paths. As president of the Valley College Foundation and a former member of the Sun Valley Neighborhood Council, her leadership has facilitated countless opportunities for advancement and prosperity for many Angelenos. In recognizing Councilwoman Imelda Padilla today, we recognize not only her accomplishments, but also the enduring impact of her service on in Los Angeles and its residents. Her journey from a young advocate to a respected elected leader in the city government exemplifies the values we hold dear during Women's History Month: courage, resilience, and the power of making a difference in the lives of others. Let us draw inspiration from Councilwoman Padilla's story as we continue to advocate for equity, justice, and opportunity in our own communities throughout our nation. I extend my deepest respect and congratulations to Councilwoman Imelda Padilla for her ongoing dedication to public service and her remarkable contributions to the city of Los Angeles. I rise with great respect and admiration for an organization that has been at the forefront of empowering Latina women and their communities, Comisión Femenil of the San Fernando Valley. For over 5 decades, Comisión Femenil has dedicated itself to improving the quality of life for Latina women, their families, and communities through a commitment to education, leadership, development, and community involvement. Founded in 1970, Comisión Femenil is an all-volunteer 501c3 not-for-profit organization that has tirelessly worked to provide opportunities for growth and advancement to Latinas in the San Fernando Valley and beyond. Their mission is a beacon of hope and a testament to the power of dedicated community action in creating meaningful change. One of Comisión Femenil's cornerstone initiatives is the Dr. Karin Duran Memorial Youth Scholarship. This scholarship is awarded annually to Latina students in the Northeast San Fernando Valley who are pursuing higher education. It is a critical resource that opens doors for young women who dream of a future of empowerment through their education. Moreover, this year marks the 30th anniversary of Comisión Femenil Adelante Mujer Latina Career Conference, an annual event that has significantly impacted the lives of countless Latina high school students. By exposing them to higher education and career options through workshops led by professional Latinas, Comisión Femenil ensures these young women can envision and pursue their dreams with confidence and determination. Comisión Femenil also excels in providing professional development and networking opportunities as well. Their monthly presentations on local community issues not only foster professional growth, but also strengthen the bonds within their community and encouraging active participation and advocacy. In recent years, Comisión Femenil has expanded its mentorship programs thanks to a generous $25,000 grant from the County of Los Angeles. These programs, including the High School Mentorship Program and Scholarship Recipient Mentorship Program, which offers guidance, support, and encouragement to young Latinas, helping them navigate through academic and personal challenges and succeed in their endeavors. The legacy and impact of Comisión Femenil of the San Fernando Valley are very profound. Their work not only uplifts individuals, but also fosters a stronger, more equitable community for generations to come. As we honor the contributions of women and organizations making a difference in our communities, let us draw inspiration from the commitment and achievements of Comisión Femenil. Their dedication to empowering Latina women through education and leadership development is a shining example of how focused, community-based action can drive positive change in our society. I extend my deepest gratitude and congratulations to Comisión Femenil of the San Fernando Valley for their dedication and service. I rise to honor Nicole Chase for her outstanding contributions to the Boys and Girls Club of the San Fernando Valley and her tireless dedication to the welfare of youth and families throughout Los Angeles. Nicole's story is one of devotion, leadership, and transformative influence. Through a storied career that began after her graduation with distinction from the University of California, Berkeley, Nicole has devoted over 4 decades to serving the community, particularly focusing on youth empowerment and development. She follows in the footsteps of her father, Leroy Chase, who was the president and CEO of the Boys and Girls Club for over 50 years. Her leadership as the president and CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of the San Fernando Valley has been nothing short of remarkable. Under her guidance, the club has not only expanded its reach, but also deepened its impact, offering comprehensive after-school programs that cover education and career development, health and life skills, arts, sports and wellness, and leadership and character development. Nicole's approach to youth development is holistic and inclusive, ensuring that the programs under her leadership cater to the diverse needs of young people, nurturing their potential and preparing them for successful careers. Her work extends beyond the confines of the Boys and Girls Club. As a certified facilitator for motivating the teen spirit, she plays a critical role in fostering emotional literacy and integrity among teens. Nicole's commitment to community service is evident in her extensive involvement in various city commissions, initiatives, including the Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks and the Los Angeles Zoo Commission. These roles underscore her dedication to enhancing the quality of life for all residents and her belief in the power of community engagement and development. Moreover, Nicole's leadership extends into the areas of fundraising, mentorship, and advocacy, making her a beacon of hope and a role model for young people and her peers alike. Her efforts in organizing teen summits, managing major sponsorships, and directing youth-focused programs have empowered thousands of young individuals, helping them to unlock their potential and inspire to greater achievements and heights. Nicole Chase's contributions to the Boys and Girls Club of the San Fernando Valley and the broader Los Angeles community reflect a commitment to making a difference in the lives of young people. Her visionary leadership, coupled with her passion for youth empowerment and community development, has left an indelible mark on countless individuals and organizations. Therefore, it is with great respect and admiration that I commend Nicole Chase for her extraordinary services and dedication. Her work not only enhances the present well-being of our youth, but also lays the foundation for a brighter, more inclusive future for generations to come. Let us all recognize and celebrate Nicole Chase's achievements and contributions. Nicole is a great example for what it means to serve and lead within our communities. I rise to honor an exceptional individual from the San Fernando Valley, Nancy Takayama. Nancy has devoted her life to advocating for the Japanese American community, promoting disability awareness, and tirelessly working towards the preservation of Japanese American history and heritage. Nancy's journey began with a simple yet profound act of kindness and inclusion, inspired by a co-worker's effort to communicate in sign language. This experience ignited a passion for disability awareness, leading Nancy to advocate for the hearing impaired through education and public performances. Her work aims to foster understanding and compassion, combating bullying and promoting inclusivity from a young age to all youth. Upon returning to her roots in the San Fernando Valley, Nancy's focus shifted towards preserving the rich history and legacy of Japanese Americans in the region. Collaborating with elder community members, she embarked on a mission to capture oral histories, ensuring that future generations understand and appreciate their heritage. Her dedication to this cause led her to pivotal roles within the community, including her presidency at the San Fernando Valley Japanese American Citizens League and her involvement with the San Fernando Valley Japanese American Community Center. Under Nancy's leadership, the SFV JACL initiated the Kataru Histories Program, which bridges generations through the sharing of stories and experiences, enriching the community's collective memory. Additionally, her volunteer work with the Grateful Crane Ensemble highlights her commitment in educating the public around the Japanese American experience, utilizing the arts as a powerful medium for storytelling and awareness. Nancy's advocacy extends beyond cultural preservation to encompass civil rights, as evidenced by her work with the Pacific Southwest District of the PSWD JACL. Her efforts have significantly contributed to the protection of civil liberties and the promotion of Japanese American heritage throughout Southern California and the Southwest. Moreover, Nancy's involvement in the Little Tokyo Business Association and the Little Tokyo Community Council underscores her commitment to preserving historical sites, including the Tuna Canyon Detention Center, a personal endeavor linked to her family's history. Nancy Takayama's dedication to community engagement, her advocacy for disabled, and her unwavering devotion to preserving Japanese American history and heritage are inspirational to the people around her. Her work not only enriches our understanding of the Japanese American community's contributions, but also serves as a beacon of inclusivity and understanding across diverse communities. Her work is a testament to the power of community service and advocacy in shaping a more inclusive and aware society. Let us celebrate and recognize Nancy's extraordinary contributions to our nation's culture. Therefore, it is with great respect and admiration that I honor Nancy Takayama today. I rise to honor and recognize a remarkable individual from Valley Village who has made a big impact on our community, and that is Ginny Hatfield. Ginny's exemplary service and dedication to her community, her tireless advocacy for women's rights, and her commitment to public safety make her a distinguished figure worthy of celebrating. Ginny Hatfield's journey began with the Neighborhood Council of Valley Village, where Ginny played a crucial role in writing the bylaws and obtaining certification with the City of Los Angeles. As a founding board member and vice president for the last 16 years, Ginny's leadership has been instrumental in shaping the community's development and fostering a spirit of inclusivity and cooperation. Beyond her local community, Ginny has been a dedicated member of the American Association of University Women for over 30 years. Her contributions at both the state and local levels, especially in public policy and advocacy for women's rights, underscores her commitment to advancing equality and empowerment. Ginny's leadership in chairing the annual Lobby Day and her role as the president of the San Fernando Valley AAUW branch demonstrates her ability to inspire action and drive meaningful change. Ginny is also involved with the San Fernando Valley chapter of the United Nations Association, showing that her dedication to service extends beyond her local community and to global issues, particularly sustainable development goals. Her efforts to educate the public about the UN's work and to advocate for support of UN programs exemplify her dedication to fostering global citizenship and understanding. Beyond her advocacy work, Ginny has served her community in many other roles, including her service as an elder at Faith Presbyterian Church of Valley Village and her participation in the International Citizens Diplomacy of LA. Her efforts to promote person-to-person connections, her work with immigrants through the San Fernando Valley Interfaith Council, is a testament to her compassion and commitment to service. Ginny Hatfield's career experience, including roles with Congressman Tom Reese, Congressman Tony Bielenson, Assemblymember Wally Knox, and former Assembly Speaker Bob Hertzberg, have equipped her with a deep understanding of public service and governance. Her contributions to our community and our nation reflect a life dedicated to service, advocacy, and leadership. Her impact on the Valley and the state of California and the many lives she has touched through her work and career is immeasurable. Let us recognize and celebrate Ginny Hatfield's outstanding contributions and her unwavering dedication to making a difference in her community and the world at large. I rise today to honor a group of extraordinary young women from Sun Valley. This high school in California who recently accomplished a feat never seen in their school's long history. Last month, the John H. Francis Polytechnic High School girls basketball team captured its second straight Division I CIF LACS championship in a convincing 57-47 victory over the Arleta Mustangs. The Poly Parrots saw incredible all-round team play with critical contributions from their star players and incredible contributions from other key players throughout their team. Led by the dynamic sister duo of Hannah and Hart Leasing and seniors Sofia Cruz, Andrea Hurtado, Unique Doroteo, the Poly Parrots beat some of the tournament's toughest basketball teams en route to their championship title. To back-to-back city championships for them delivered in an incredible season as the Poly Parrots went 10-1 in their league and finished the season with a 17-9 record overall. These young women showcased their incredible drive, resilience, and showed they were not complacent with last year's title and they were hungry for more, and they certainly prevailed. I want to commend head coach Elton Ferry and the rest of his staff, Kimberly Pulido, Gabriela Gallardo, and Eduardo Alcantar, for building an incredible basketball program and making sure these student athletes are succeeding on and off the court. Congratulations, Polytechnic High School girls basketball team. You are the champions. I look forward to seeing what's in store for you next year, as I truly believe, and I think you really can make it 3 in a row. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. Does the gentleman from California have a motion?
I move that we adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say nay. The yeas have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.